The Amputated Arms by Jürgen Wilhelm Bergsoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Clifton. The Amputated Arms by Jürgen Wilhelm Bergsoe. It happened when I was about 18 or 19 years old, began Dr. Simpson. I was studying at the university and being coached in anatomy by my old friend Solling. He was an amusing fellow, this Solling, full of jokes and whimsical ideas, and equally merry whether he was working at the dissecting table or brewing a punch for a jovial crowd. He had but one fault, if one might call it so, and that was his exaggerated idea of punctuality. He grumbled if you were late 2 minutes. Any longer delay would spoil the entire evening for him. He himself was never known to be late, at least not during the entire years of my studying. One Wednesday evening our little circle of friends met as usual in my room at 7 o'clock. I had made the customary preparations for the meeting, had borrowed 3 chairs, I had but one myself, had cleaned all my pipes, and had persuaded Hans to take the breakfast dishes from the sofa and carry them downstairs. One by one my friends arrived. The clock struck 7, and to our great astonishment Solling had not yet appeared. 1, 2, even 5 minutes passed before we heard him run upstairs and knock at the door with his characteristic short blows. When he entered the room he looked so angry, and at the same time so upset, that I cried out, "What's the matter, Solling? You look as if you'd been robbed." "That's exactly what has happened," replied Solling angrily. "But it was no ordinary sneak thief," he added, hanging his overcoat behind the door. "What have you lost?" asked my neighbour Nansen. "Both arms from the new skeleton I've just recently received from the hospital," said Solling, with an expression as if his last cent had been taken from him. "It's vandalism." We burst out into loud laughter at this remarkable answer, but Solling continued. "Can you imagine it? Both arms are gone, cut off at the shoulder joint, and the strangest part of it is that the same thing has been done to my shabby old skeleton, which stands in my bedroom. There wasn't an arm on either of them." "That's too bad," I remarked, for we were just going to study the anatomy of the arm tonight. "Osteology," corrected Solling gravely. "Get out your skeleton, little Simpson. It isn't as good as mine, but it will do for this evening." I went to the corner where my anatomical treasures were hidden behind a green curtain. The museum was what Solling called it. But my astonishment was great when I found my skeleton in its accustomed place and wearing as usual my student's uniform, but without arms. "The devil!" cried Solling. "That was done by the same person who robbed me. The arms are taken off at the shoulder joint in exactly the same manner. You did it, Simpson." I declared my innocence, very angry at the abuse of my fine skeleton, while Nansen cried, "Wait a moment, I'll bring in mine. There hasn't been a soul in my room since this morning, I can swear to that. I'll be back in an instant." He hurried into his room, but returned in a few moments greatly depressed and somewhat ashamed. The skeleton was in its usual place, but the arms were gone, cut off at the shoulder in exactly the same manner as mine. The affair, mysterious in itself, had now come to be a serious matter. We lost ourselves in suggestions and explanations, none of which seemed to throw any light on the subject. Finally we sent a messenger to the other side of the house where, as I happened to know, was a new skeleton which the young student Raven had recently received from the janitor of the hospital. Raven had gone out and taken the key with him. The messenger whom we had sent to the rooms of the Eyston students returned with the information that one of them had used the only skeleton they possessed to pummel the other with, and that consequently only the thigh bones were left unbroken. What were we to do? We couldn't understand the matter at all. Solling scolded and cursed, and the company was about to break up when we heard someone coming noisily upstairs. The door was thrown open, and a tall, thin figure appeared on the threshold. Our good friend Niels Day. He was a strange chap, this Niels Day, the true type of a species seldom found nowadays. He was no longer young, and by reason of a queer chain of circumstances, as he expressed it, He'd been through nearly all the professions and could produce papers proving that he'd been on the point of passing not one, but 3 examinations. He had begun with theology, but the story of the quarrel between Jacob and Esau had led him to take up the study of law. As a law student, he had come across an interesting poisoning case, which had proved to him that a study of medicine was extremely necessary for lawyers, and he'd taken up the study of medicine with such energy that he'd forgotten all his law and was about to take his last examinations at the age of 40. Niels Day took the story of our troubles very seriously. "Every pot has 2 handles," he began. "Every sausage 2 ends. Every question 2 sides, except this one. This has 3. Applause. When we look at it from the legal point of view, there can be no doubt that it belongs in the category of ordinary theft. But from the fact that the thief took only the arms when he might have taken the entire skeleton, we must conclude that he is not in a responsible condition of mind, which therefore introduces a medical side to the affair. From a legal point of view, the thief must be convicted for robbery, or at least for the illegal appropriation of the property of others. But from the medical point of view, we must acquit him, because he is not responsible for his acts. Here we have 2 professions quarrelling with one another, and who shall say which is right? But now I will introduce the theological point of view, and raise the entire affair up to a higher plane. Providence, in the material shape of a patron of mine in the country, whose children I have inoculated with the juice of wisdom, has sent me 2 fat geese and 2 first-class ducks. These animals are to be cooked and eaten this evening in Mattison's establishment, and I invite this honoured company to join me there. Personally, I look upon the disappearance of these arms as an all-wise intervention of Providence, which sets its own inscrutable wisdom up against the wisdom which we would otherwise have heard from the lips of my venerable friend Solling." Day's confused speech was received with laughter and applause, and Solling's weak protests were lost in the general delight at the invitation. I have often noticed that such improvised festivities are usually the most enjoyable, and so it was for us that evening. Niels Day treated us to his ducks and to his most amusing jokes. Solling sang his best songs, our jovial host Mattison told his wittiest stories, and the merriment was in full swing when we heard cries in the street and then a rush of confused noises broken by screams of pain. "There's been an accident," cried Solling, running out the door. We all followed him and discovered that a pair of runaway horses had thrown a carriage against a tree, hurling the driver from his box under the wheels. His right arm had been broken near the shoulder. In the twinkling of an eye the hall of festivities was transformed into an emergency hospital. Solling shook his head as he examined the injury and ordered the transport of the patient to the city hospital. It was his belief that the arm would have to be amputated, cut off at the shoulder joint, just as had been the case with our skeleton. "Damned odd coincidence, isn't it?" he remarked to me. Our merry mood had vanished, and we took our way, quiet and depressed, through the old avenues toward our home. For the first time in its existence, possibly, our venerable barracks, as we called the dormitory, saw its occupants returning home from an evening's bout, just as the night watchman intoned his 11 o'clock verse. "Just 11," exclaimed Solling. "It's too early to go to bed, and too late to go anywhere else. We'll go up to your room, little Simpson, and see if we can't have some sort of lesson this evening. You have your coloured plates, and we'll try to get along with them. It's a nuisance that we should have lost those arms just this evening." "The doctor can have all the arms and legs he wants," grinned Hans, who came out of the doorway just in time to hear Solling's last word. "What do you mean, Hans?" asked Solling in astonishment. "It'll be easy enough to get them," said Hans. "They've torn down the planking around the Holy Trinity churchyard and dug up the earth to build a new wall. I saw it myself as I came past the church. Lord, what a lot of bones they've dug out there! There's arms and legs and heads, many more than the doctor could possibly need." "Much good that does us," answered Solling. "They shut the gates at 7 o'clock, and it's after 11 already." "Oh, yes, they shut them," grinned Hans again. "But there's another way to get in. If you go through the gate of the porcelain factory and over the courtyard, and through the mill in the fourth courtyard that leads out into Spring Street. There you will see where the planking is torn down, and you can get into the churchyard easily." "Hans, you're a genius!" exclaimed Solling in delight. "Here, Simpson, you know that factory inside out. You're so friendly with that fellow Outzen who lives there. Run along to him and let him give you the key of the mill. It will be easy to find an arm that isn't too much decayed. Hurry along now. The rest of us will wait for you upstairs." To be quite candid, I must confess that I was not particularly eager to fulfill Solling's command. I was at an age to have still a sufficient amount of reverence for death and the grave, and the mysterious occurrence of the stolen arms still ran through my mind. But I was still more afraid of Solling's irony and of the laughter of my comrades, so I trotted off as carelessly as if I had been sent to buy a package of cigarettes. It was some time before I could arouse the old janitor of the factory from his peaceful slumbers. I told him that I had an important message for Outzen, and hurried upstairs to the latter's room. Outzen was a strictly moral character. Knowing this, I was prepared to have him refuse me the key, which would let me into the fourth courtyard and from there into the cemetery. As I expected, Outzen took the matter very seriously. He closed the Hebrew Bible which he had been studying as I entered, turning up his lamp, and looked at me in astonishment as I made my request. "Why, my dear Simpson, it is a most sinful deed that you're about to do," he said gravely. "Take my advice and desist. You will get no key from me for any such cause. The peace of the grave is sacred. No man dare disturb it." "And how about the grave-digger? He puts the newly dead down beside the old corpses and lives as peacefully as anyone else."
"He is doing his duty," answered Outzen calmly. "But to disturb the peace of the grave from sheer daring, with the fumes of the punch still in your head, that is a different matter. That will surely be punished."
His words irritated me. It is not very flattering, particularly if one is not yet 20, to be told that you are about to perform a daring deed simply because you are drunk. Without any further reply to his protests, I took the key from its place on the wall and ran downstairs 2 steps at a time, vowing to myself that I would take home an arm let cost what it would. I would show Outzen and Solling and all the rest what a devil of a fellow I was. My heart beat rapidly as I stole through the long, dark corridor, past the ruins of the old convent of St. Clara, into the so-called third courtyard. Here I took a lantern from the hall, lit it, and crossed to the mill where the clay was prepared for the factory. The tall wheels and cylinders, with their straps and bolts, looked like weird creatures of the night in the dim light of my tallow candle. I felt my courage sinking even here, but I pulled myself together, opened the last door with my key, and stepped out into the fourth courtyard. A moment later I stood on the dividing line between the cemetery and the factory. The entire length of the tall, blackened planking had been torn down. The pieces of it lay about, and the earth had been dug up to considerable depth to make a foundation for a new wall between life and death. The uncanny emptiness of the place seized upon me. I halted involuntarily, as if to harden myself against it. It was a raw, cold, stormy evening. The clouds flew past the moon in jagged fragments, so that the churchyard, with its white crosses and stones, lay now in full light, now in dim shadow. Now and then a rush of wind rattled over the graves, roared through the leafless trees, bent the complaining bushes, and caught itself in the little eddy at the corner of the church, only to escape again over the roofs, turning the old weather vane with a sharp scream of the rusty iron. I looked toward the left. There I saw several weird white shapes moving gently in the moonlight. "White sheets," I said to myself. "It's nothing but white sheets. This drying of linen in the churchyard ought to be stopped." I turned in the opposite direction and saw a heap of bones scarce 2 paces distant from me. Holding my lantern lower, I approached them and stretched out my hand. There was a rattling in the heap. Something warm and soft touched my fingers. I started and shivered. Then I exclaimed, "The rats! Nothing but the rats in the churchyard!
I must not get frightened. It will be so foolish they would laugh at me. Where the devil is that arm? I can't find one that isn't broken." With trembling knees, and in feverish haste, I examined one heap after another. The light in my lantern flickered in the wind, and suddenly went out. The foul smell of the smoking wick rose to my face, and I felt as if I were about to faint. It took all my energy to recover my control. I walked 2 or 3 steps ahead, and saw at a little distance a coffin which had been still in good shape when taken out of the earth. I approached it, and saw that it was of old-fashioned shape, made of heavy oaken boards that were already rotting. On its cover was a metal plate with an illegible inscription. The old wood was so brittle that it would have been very easy for me to open the coffin with any sort of a tool. I looked about me, and saw a hatchet and a couple of spades lying near the fence. I took one of the latter, put its flat end between the boards. The old coffin fell apart with a dull, crackling protest. I turned my head aside, put my hand in through the opening, felt about, and taking a firm hold on one arm of the skeleton, I loosened it from the body with a quick jerk. The movement loosened the head as well, and it rolled out through the opening right to my very feet. I took up the skull to lay it in the coffin again, and then I saw a greenish phosphorescent glimmer in its empty eye sockets, a glimmer which came and went. Mad terror shook me at the sight. I looked up at the houses in the distance, then back again to the skull. The empty sockets shone more brightly than before. I felt that I must have some natural explanation for this appearance, or I would go mad. I took up the head again, and never in my life have I had so overpowering an impression of the might of death and decay than in this moment. Myriads of disgusting, clammy insects poured out of every opening of the skull, and a couple of shining worm-like centipedes, geophiles the scientists call them, crawled about in the eye sockets. I threw the skull back into the coffin, sprang over the heaps of bones without even taking time to pick up my lantern, and ran like a hunted thing through the dark mill, over the factory courtyards, until I reached the outer gate. Here I washed the arm at the fountain, and smoothed my disarranged clothing. I hid my booty under my overcoat, nodded to the sleepy old janitor as he opened the door to me, and a few moments later I entered my own room with an expression that I had attempted to make quite calm and careless.
"What the devil is the matter with you, Simpson?" cried Solling as he saw me. "Have you seen a ghost? Or is the punch wearing off already? We thought you'd never come. Why, it's nearly 12 o'clock." Without a word, I drew back my overcoat and laid my booty on the table. "By all the devils!" exclaimed Solling in anatomical enthusiasm. "Where did you find that superb arm? Simpson knows what he's about all right. It's a girl's arm, isn't it beautiful? Just look at the hand, how fine and delicate it is. Must have worn a number 6 glove. There's a pretty hand to caress and kiss." The arm passed from one to the other amid general admiration. Every word that was said increased my disgust for myself and for what I had done. It was a woman's arm, then. What sort of a woman might she have been? Young and beautiful, possibly, her brother's pride, her parents' joy. She had faded away in her youth, cared for by loving hands and tender thoughts. She had fallen asleep gently, and those who had loved her had desired to give her in death the peace she had enjoyed throughout her lifetime. For this they had made her coffin of thick, heavy oaken boards, and this hand, loved and missed by so many, it lay there now on an anatomical table, encircled by clouds of tobacco smoke, stared at by curious glances, and made the object of coarse jokes. Oh, God, how terrible it was! "I must have that arm!" exclaimed Solling when the first burst of admiration had passed. "When I bleach it and touch it up with varnish, it will be a superb specimen. I'll take it home with me." "No," I exclaimed, "I can't permit it. It was wrong of me to bring it away from the churchyard. I'm going right back to put the arm in its place."
"Well, will you listen to that?" cried Solling, amid the hearty laughter of the others. "Simpson's so lyric. He certainly must be drunk. I must have that arm at any cost."
"Not much," cut in Niels Day. "You have no right to it. It was buried in the earth and dug out again. It is a find, and all the rest of us have just as much right to it as you have." "Yes, every one of us has some share in it," said someone else.
"But what are you going to do about it?" remarked Solling. "It would be vandalism to break up that arm. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder," he concluded with pathos.
"Let's auction it off," exclaimed Day.
"I will be the auctioneer, and this key to the graveyard will serve me for a hammer."
The laughter broke out anew as Day took his place solemnly at the head of the table and began to whine out the following announcement. "I hereby notify all present that on the 25th of November at 12 o'clock at midnight, in corridor number 5 of the student barracks, a lady's arm in excellent condition, with all its appurtenances of wrist bones, joints, and fingertips, is to be offered at public auction. The buyer can have possession of his purchase immediately after the auction, and a credit of 6 weeks will be given to any reliable customer. I bid a Danish shilling."
"1 mark," cried Solling mockingly. "2," cried someone else. "4," exclaimed Solling. "It's worth it. Why don't you join in, Simpson? You look as if you were sitting in a hornet's nest."
I bid 1 mark more, and Solling raised me a thaler. There were no more bids, the hammer fell, and the arm belonged to Solling.
"Here, take this," he said, handing me a mark piece. "It's part of your commission as a grave robber. You shall have the rest later, unless you prefer that I should turn it over to the drinking fund."
With these words Solling wrapped the arm in a newspaper, and the gay crowd ran noisily down the stairs and through the streets until their singing and laughter were lost in the distance. I stood alone, still dazed and bewildered, staring at the piece of money in my hand. My thoughts were far too much excited that I should hope to sleep. I turned up my lamp and took out one of my books to try and study myself into a quieter mood, but without success. Suddenly I heard a sound like that of a swinging pendulum. I raised my head and listened attentively. There was no clock either in my room or in the neighboring ones, but I could still hear the sound. At the same moment my lamp began to flicker. The oil was apparently exhausted. I was about to rise to fill it again, when my eyes fell upon the door, and I saw the graveyard key which I had hung there moving slowly back and forth with a rhythmic swing. Just as its motion seemed about to die away, it would receive a gentle push as from an unseen hand, and would swing back and forth more than ever. I stood there with open mouth and staring eyes. Ice-cold chills ran down my back, and drops of perspiration stood out on my forehead. Finally I could endure it no longer. I sprang to the door, seized the key with both hands, and put it on my desk under a pile of heavy books. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. My lamp was about to go out, and I discovered that I had no more oil. With feverish haste I threw my clothes off, blew out the light, and sprang into bed as if to smother my fears. But once alone in the darkness, the fears grew worse than ever. They grew into dreams and visions. It seemed to me as if I were out in the graveyard again, and heard the screaming of the rusty weather vane as the wind turned it. Then I was in the mill again, the wheels were turning and stretching out ghostly hands to draw me into the yawning maw of the machine. Then again I found myself in a long, low, pitch-black corridor, followed by something I could not see, something that drove me to the mouth of a bottomless abyss. I would start up out of my half-sleep, listen and look about me, and then fall back again into an uneasy slumber. Suddenly something fell from the ceiling onto the bed, and buzz, buzz, buzz sounded about my head. It was a huge fly which had been sleeping in a corner of my room and had been roused by the heat of the stove. It flew about in great circles, now around the bed, now in all 4 corners of the chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was unendurable. At last I heard it creep into a bag of sugar which had been left on the window-sill. I sprang up and closed the bag tight. The fly buzzed worse than ever, but I went back to bed and attempted to sleep again, feeling that I had conquered the enemy. I began to count. I counted slowly to 100, 200, finally up to 1,000, and then at last I experienced that pleasant weakness which is the forerunner of true sleep. I seemed to be in a beautiful garden, bright with many flowers and odorous with all the perfumes of spring. At my side walked a beautiful young girl. I seemed to know her well, and yet it was not possible for me to remember her name, or even to know how we came to be wandering there together. As we walked slowly through the paths, she would stop to pick a flower, or to admire a brilliant butterfly swaying in the air. Suddenly a cold wind blew through the garden. The young girl trembled, and her cheeks grew pale. "I am cold," she said to me. "Do you not see? It is Death who is approaching us." I would have answered, but in the same moment another stronger and still more icy gust roared through the garden. The leaves turned pale on the trees, the flowerets bent their heads, and the bees and butterflies fell lifeless to the earth. "That is Death," whispered my companion, trembling. A third icy gust blew the last leaves from the bushes. White crosses and gravestones appeared between the bare twigs, and I was in the churchyard again and heard the screaming of the rusty weather-vane. Beside me stood a heavy brass-bound coffin with a metal plate on the cover. I bent down to read the inscription. The cover rolled off suddenly, and from out the coffin rose the form of the young girl who had been with me in the garden. I stretched out my arms to clasp her to my breast. Then, oh horror! I saw the greenish, gleaming, empty eye-sockets of the skull. I felt bony arms around me, dragging me back into the coffin. I screamed aloud for help and woke up. My room seemed unusually light, but I remembered that it was a moonlight night and thought no more of it. I tried to explain the visions of my dream with various natural noises about me. The imprisoned fly buzzed as loudly as a whole swarm of bees. One half of my window had blown open, and the cold night air rushed in gusts into my room. I sprang up to close the window, and then I saw that the strong white light that filled my room did not come from the moon, but seemed to shine out from the church opposite. I heard the chiming of the bells, soft at first as if in far distance, then stronger and stronger, until, mingled with the rolling notes of the organ, a mighty rush of sounds struck against my windows. I stared out into the street and could scarcely believe my eyes. The houses in the market-place just beyond were all little one-story buildings with bow windows and wooden eave-troughs ending in carved dragon heads. Most of them had balconies of carved woodwork and high stone stoops with gleaming brass rails. But it was the church, most of all, that aroused my astonishment. Its position was completely changed. Its front turned toward our house where usually the side had stood. The church was brilliantly lighted, and now I perceived that it was this light which filled my room. I stood speechless amid the chiming of the bells and the roaring of the organ, and I saw a long wedding procession moving slowly up the centre aisle of the church toward the altar. The light was so brilliant that I could distinguish each one of the figures. They were all in strange old-time costumes, the ladies in brocades and satins with strings of pearls in their powdered hair, the gentlemen in uniform with knee-breeches, swords, and cocked hats held under their arms. But it was the bride who drew my attention most strongly. She was clothed in white satin, and a faded myrtle wreath was twisted through the powdered locks beneath her sweeping veil. The bridegroom at her side wore a red uniform and many decorations. Slowly they approached the altar, where an old man in black vestments and a heavy white wig was awaiting them. They stood before him, and I could see that he was reading the ritual from a gold-lettered book. One of the train stepped forward and unbuckled the bridegroom's sword, that his right hand might be free to take that of the bride. She seemed about to raise her own hand to his, when she suddenly sank fainting at his feet. The guests hurried toward the altar, the lights went out, the music stopped, and the figures floated together like pale white mists. But outside in the square it was still brighter than before, and I suddenly saw the side portal of the church burst open and the wedding procession move out across the market-place. I turned as if to flee, but could not move a muscle. Quiet, as if turned to stone, I stood and watched the ghostly figures that came nearer and nearer. The clergyman led the train, then came the bridegroom and the bride, and as the latter raised her eyes to me, I saw that it was the young girl of the garden. Her eyes were so full of pain,
so full of sad entreaty that I could scarce endure them. But how shall I explain the feeling that shot through me as I suddenly discovered that the right sleeve of her white satin gown hung empty at her side? The train disappeared, and the tone of the church bells changed to a strange, dry, creaking sound, and the gate below me complained as it turned on its rusty hinges. I faced toward my own door. I knew that it was shut and locked, but I knew that the ghostly procession were coming to call me to account, and I felt that no walls could keep them out. My door flew open. There was a rustling as of silken gowns, but the figures seemed to float in the changing forms of swaying white mists. Closer and closer they gathered round me, robbing me of breath, robbing me of the power to move. There was a silence as of the grave, and then I saw before me the old priest with his gold-lettered book. He raised his hands and spoke with a soft, deep voice. "The grave is sacred. Let no one dare to disturb the peace of the dead." "The grave is sacred!" An echo rolled through the room as the swaying figures moved like reeds in the wind. "What do you want? What do you demand?" I gasped in the grip of a deathly fear. "Give back to the grave that which belongs to it," said the deep voice again. "Give back to the grave that which belongs to it," repeated the echo as the swaying forms pressed closer to me. But it's impossible. I can't. I've sold it at auction," I screamed in despair. "It was buried and found in the earth and sold for 5 marks 8 shillings." A hideous scream came from the ghostly ranks. They threw themselves upon me as the white fog rolls in from the sea. They pressed upon me until I could no longer breathe. Beside myself, I threw open the window and attempted to spring out, screaming aloud, "Help! Help! Murder! They're murdering me!" The sound of my own voice awoke me. I found myself in my night clothes on the window sill, one leg already out of the window and both hands clutching at the centre post. On the street below me stood the night watchman, staring up at me in astonishment, while faint white clouds of mist rolled out of my window like smoke. All around outside lay the November fog, grey and moist, and as the fresh air of the early dawn blew cool on my face, I felt my senses returning to me. I looked down at the night watchman. God bless him! He was a big, strong, comfortably fat fellow made of real flesh and blood, and no ghost shape of the night. I looked at the round tower of the church. How massive and venerable it stood there, grey in the grey of the morning mists. I looked over at the market-place. There was a light in the baker's shop, and a farmer stood before it tying his horse to a post. Back in my own room everything was in its usual place. Even the little bag with the sugar lay there on the window-sill, and the imprisoned fly buzzed louder than ever. I knew that I was really awake, and that the day was coming. I sprang back hastily from the window, and was about to jump into bed when my foot touched something hard and sharp. I stooped to see what it was, felt about on the floor in the half-light, and touched a long, dry, skeleton arm which held a tiny roll of paper in its bony fingers. I felt about again, and found still another arm also holding a roll of paper. Then I began to think that my reason must be going. What I had seen thus far was only an unusually vivid dream, a vision of my heated imagination. But I knew that I was awake now, and yet here lay 2, no 3, for there was still another arm, hard, undeniable material proofs that what I had thought was hallucination might have been reality. Trembling in the thought that madness was threatening me, I tore open the first roll of paper. On it was written the name Solling. I caught at the second and opened it. There stood the word Nansen. I had just strength enough left to catch the third paper and open it. There was my own name, Simpson. Then I sank fainting to the floor. When I came to myself again, Niels Day stood beside me with an empty water bottle, the contents of which were dripping off my person and off the sofa upon which I was lying.
"Here, drink this," he said in a soothing tone. "It will make you feel better." I looked about me wildly as I sipped at the glass of brandy, which put new life into me once more. "What has happened?" I asked weakly. "Oh, nothing of importance," answered Niels. "You were just about to commit suicide by means of charcoal gas. Those are mighty bad ventilators on your old stove there. The wind must have blown them shut, unless you were fool enough to close them yourself before you went to bed. If you had not opened the window, you would have already been too far along the path to paradise to be called back by a glass of brandy. Take another." "How did you get up here?" I asked, sitting upright on the sofa. "Through the door in the usual simple manner," answered Niels Day. "I was on watch last night in the hospital, but Mattison's punch is heavy, and my watching was more like sleeping, so I thought it better to come away in the early morning. As I passed your barracks here, I saw you sitting in the window in your nightshirt and calling down to the night watchman that someone was murdering you. I managed to wake up Jansen, down below you, and got into the house through his window. Do you usually sleep on the bare floor?" "But where did the arms come from?" I asked, still half bewildered. "Oh, the devil take those arms!" cried Niels. "Just see if you can stand up all right now. Oh, those arms there! Why, those are the arms I cut off your skeletons. Clever idea, wasn't it? You know how grumpy Solling gets if anything interferes with his tutoring. You see, I'd had the geese sent me, and I wanted you to all come with me to Mattison's place. I knew you were going to read the osteology of the arm, so I went into Solling's room, opened it with his own keys, and took the arms from his skeleton. I did the same here while you were downstairs in the reading room. Have you been stupid enough to take them down off their frames and take away their tickets? I had marked them so carefully that each man should get his own again." I dressed hastily and went out with Niels into the fresh, cool morning air. A few minutes later we separated, and I turned toward the street where Solling lived. Without heeding the protest of his old landlady, I entered the room where he still slept the sleep of the just. The arm, still wrapped in newspaper, lay on his desk. I took it up, put the mark piece in its place, and hastened with all speed to the churchyard. How different it looked in the early dawn! The fog had risen, and shining frost pearls hung in the bare twigs of the tall trees, where the sparrows were already twittering their morning song. There was no one to be seen. The churchyard lay quiet and peaceful. I stepped over the heaps of bones to where the heavy oaken coffin lay under a tree. Cautiously, I pushed the arm back into its interior, and hammered the rusty nails into their places again, just as the first rays of the pale November sun touched a gleam of light from the metal plate on the cover. Then the weight was lifted from my soul. End of The Amputated Arms. Recording by Roger Clifton, St. Albans, England.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Carney. The Black Dog by Stephen Crane. There was a ceaseless rumble in the air as the heavy raindrops battered upon the laurel thickets and the matted moss and haggard rocks beneath. 4 water-soaked men made their difficult ways through the drenched forest. The little man stopped and shook an angry finger at where night was stealthily following them. "Cursed be fate, and her children, and her children's children! We are everlastingly lost!" he cried. The panting procession halted under some dripping, drooping hemlocks, and swore in wrathful astonishment. "It will rain for 40 days and 40 nights," said the pudgy man moaningly, "and I feel like a wet loaf of bread now. We shall never find our way out of this wilderness until I am made into a porridge." In desperation they started again to drag their listless bodies through the watery bushes. After a time, the clouds withdrew from above them, and great winds came from concealment and went sweeping and swirling among the trees. Night also came very near and menaced the wanderers with darkness. The little man had determination in his legs. He scrambled among the thickets and made desperate attempts to find a path or a road. As he climbed a hillock, he espied a small clearing upon which sat desolation and a venerable house, wept over by wind-waved pines. "Oh!" he cried, "here's a house!" His companions straggled painfully after him as he fought the thickets between him and the cabin. At their approach the wind frenziedly opposed them and skirted madly in the trees. The little man boldly confronted the weird glances from the crannies of the cabin and rapped on the door. A score of timbers answered with groans, and within something fell to the floor with a clang. "Oh!" said the little man. He stepped back a few paces. Somebody in a distant part started and walked across the floor toward the door with an ominous step. A slate-colored man appeared. He was dressed in a ragged shirt and trousers, the latter stuffed into his boots. Large tears were falling from his eyes. "How do you do, my friend?" said the little man affably. "My old uncle Jim Crocker, he's sick to death," replied the slate-colored man. "Oh!" said the little man, "is that so?" The latter's clothing clung desperately to him, and water sogged in his boots. He stood patiently on one foot for a time. "Can you put us up here until tomorrow?" he asked finally. "Yes," said the slate-colored person. The party passed into a little unwashed room inhabited by a stove, a stairway, a few precarious chairs, and a misshapen table. "I'll fry you some poke and make you some coffee," said the slate-colored man to his guests. "Go ahead, old boy," cried the little man cheerfully from where he sat on the table, smoking his pipe and dangling his legs. "My old Uncle Jim Crocker, he's sick to death," said the slate-colored man. "Think he'll die?" asked the pudgy man gently. "No." "No?" "He won't die. He's an old man, but he won't die yet. The black dog ain't been around yet." "The black dog?" said the little man feebly. He struggled with himself for a moment. "What's the black dog?" he asked at last. "He's a spirit," said the slate-colored man in a voice of somber hue. "Oh, he is? Well?" "He haunts these parts, he does, and when people are going to die, he comes and he sits and howls." "Oh!" said the little man. He looked out of the window and saw night making a million shadows. The little man moved his legs nervously. "I don't believe in these things," said he, addressing the slate-colored man who was scuffling with a side of pork. "What things?" came incoherently from the combatant. "Oh, these, phantoms and ghosts and what not. All rot, I say." "That's because you have merely a stomach and no soul," grunted the pudgy man. "Oh, old Pudgeons!" cried the little man. His back curved with passion. A tempest of wrath was in the pudgy man's eye. The final epithet used by the little man was a carefully studied insult, always brought forth at a crisis. They quarreled. "All right, Pudgeons, bring on your phantom," cried the little man in conclusion. His stout companion's wrath was too huge for words. The little man smiled triumphantly. He had staked his opponent's reputation. The visitors sat silent. The slate-colored man moved about in a small personal atmosphere of gloom. Suddenly, a strange cry came to their ears from somewhere. It was a low, trembling call which made the little man quake privately in his shoes. The slate-colored man bounded at the stairway and disappeared with a flash of legs through a hole in the ceiling. The party below heard two voices in conversation, one belonging to the slate-colored man, and the other in the quavering tones of age. Directly, the slate-colored man reappeared from above and said, "The old man is took bad for his supper." He hurried, prepared a mixture with hot water, salt, and beef. Beef tea, it might be called. He disappeared again. Once more the party below heard, vaguely talking over their heads. The voice of age arose to a shriek. "Open the window, fool! Do you think I can live in the smell of your soup?" Mutterings by the slate-colored man and the creaking of the window were heard. The slate-colored man stumbled down the stairs and said with intense gloom, "The black dog'll be along soon." The little man started, and the pudgy man sneered at him. They ate a supper and then sat waiting. The pudgy man listened so palpably that the little man wished to kill him. The wood fire became excited and sputtered frantically. Without, 1,000 spirits of the wind had become entangled in the pine branches and were slowly pleading to be loosened. The slate-colored man tiptoed across the room and lit a timid candle. The men sat waiting. The phantom dog lay cuddled to a round bundle, asleep down the roadway against the windward side of an old shanty. The spectre's master had moved to Pike County, but the dog lingered as a friend might linger at the tomb of a friend. His fur was like a suit of old clothes. His jowls hung and flopped, exposing his teeth. Yellow famine was in his eyes. The wind-rocked shanty groaned and muttered, but the dog slept. Suddenly, however, he got up and shambled to the roadway. He cast a long glance from his hungry, despairing eyes in the direction of the venerable house. The breeze came full to his nostrils. He threw back his head and gave a long, low howl, and started intently up the road. Maybe he smelled a dead man. The group around the fire in the venerable house were listening and waiting. The atmosphere of the room was tense. The slate-colored man's face was twitching, and his drabbed hands were gripped together. The little man was continually looking behind his chair. Upon the countenance of the pudgy man appeared conceit for an approaching triumph over the little man, mingled with apprehension for his own safety. 5 pipes glowed, as rivals of a timid Campbell. Profound silence drooped heavily over them. Finally, the slate-colored man spoke. "My old Uncle Jim Crocker, he's sick to death." The 4 men started, and then shrank back in their chairs. "Damn it," replied the little man vaguely. Again there was a long silence. Suddenly, it was broken by a wild cry from the room above. It was a shriek that struck upon them with appalling swiftness, like a flash of lightning. The walls whirled and the floor rumbled. It brought the men together with a rush. They huddled in a heap and stared at the white terror in each other's faces. The slate-colored man grasped the candle and flared it above his head. "The black dog!" he howled, and plunged at the stairway. The maddened 4 men followed frantically, for it is better to be in the presence of the awful than only within hearing. Their ears still quivering with the shriek, they bounded through the hole in the ceiling and into the sick room. With quilts drawn closely to his shrunken breath for a shield, his bony hand gripping the cover, an old man lay, with glazing eyes fixed on the open window. His throat gurgled and a froth appeared at his mouth. From the outer darkness came a strange, unnatural wail, burdened with the weight of death, and each note filled with foreboding. It was the song of the spectral dog. "God!" screamed the little man. He ran to the open window. He could see nothing at first save the pine trees, engaged in a furious combat, tossing back and forth and struggling. The moon was peeping cautiously over the rims of some black clouds, but the chant of the phantom guided the little man's eyes, and he at length perceived its shadowy form on the ground under the window. He fell away gasping at the sight. The pudgy man crouched in a corner, chattering insanely. The slate-colored man, in his fear, crooked his legs, and looked like a hideous Chinese idol. The man upon the bed was turned to stone, save the froth which pulsated. In the final struggle, terror will fight the inevitable. The little man roared maniacal curses, and, rushing again to the window, began to throw various articles at the spectre. A mug, a plate, a knife, a fork, all crashed or clanged on the ground, but the song of the spectre continued. The bowl of beef tea followed. As it struck the ground, the phantom ceased its cry. The men in the chamber sank limply against the walls, with the unearthly wail still ringing in their ears, and the fear unfaded from their eyes. They waited again. The little man felt his nerves vibrate. Destruction was better than another wait. He grasped a candle, and, going to the window, held it over his head, and looked out. "Oh!" he said. His companions crawled to the window and peered out with him. "He's eaten the beef tea," said the slate-colored man faintly. "The damned dog was hungry," said the pudgy man. "There's your phantom," said the little man to the pudgy man. On the bed, the old man lay dead. Without, the spectre was wagging its tail. The end of The Black Dog.
The Brown Hand by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Clifton. The Brown Hand by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Everyone knows that Sir Dominick Holden, the famous Indian surgeon, made me his heir, and that his death changed me in an hour from a hard-working and impecunious medical man to a well-to-do landed proprietor. Many know also that there were at least 5 people between the inheritance and me, and that Sir Dominick's selection appeared to be altogether arbitrary and whimsical. I can assure them, however, that they are quite mistaken, and that although I only knew Sir Dominick in the closing years of his life, there were, none the less, very real reasons why he should show his goodwill towards me. As a matter of fact, though I say it myself, no man ever did more for another than I did for my Indian uncle. I cannot expect the story to be believed, but it is so singular that I should feel that it was a breach of duty if I did not put it upon record. So here it is, and your belief or incredulity is your own affair. Sir Dominick Holden, C.B., K.C.S.I., and I don't know what besides, was the most distinguished Indian surgeon of his day. In the army originally, he afterwards settled down into civil practice in Bombay, and visited as a consultant every part of India. His name is best remembered in connection with the Oriental Hospital, which he founded and supported. The time came, however, when his iron constitution began to show signs of the long strain to which he had subjected it, and his brother practitioners, who were not perhaps entirely disinterested upon the point, were unanimous in recommending him to return to England. He held on so long as he could, but at last he developed nervous symptoms of a very pronounced character, and so came back a broken man to his native county of Wiltshire. He bought a considerable estate with an ancient manor-house upon the edge of Salisbury Plain, and devoted his old age to the study of comparative pathology, which had been his learned hobby all his life, and in which he was a foremost authority. We of the family were, as may be imagined, much excited by the news of the return of this rich and childless uncle to England. On his part, although by no means exuberant in his hospitality, he showed some sense of his duty to his relations, and each of us in turn had an invitation to visit him. From the accounts of my cousins, it appeared to be a melancholy business, and it was with mixed feelings that I at last received my own summons to appear at Roddenhurst. My wife was so carefully excluded in the invitation that my first impulse was to refuse it, but the interests of the children had to be considered, and so, with her consent, I set out one October afternoon upon my visit to Wiltshire, with little thought of what that visit was to entail. My uncle's estate was situated where the arable land of the plains begins to swell upwards into the rounded chalk hills which are characteristic of the county. As I drove from Dinton station in the waning light of that autumn day, I was impressed by the weird nature of the scenery. The few scattered cottages of the peasants were so dwarfed by the huge evidences of prehistoric life that the present appeared to be a dream and the past to be the obtrusive and masterful reality. The road wound through the valleys formed by a succession of grassy hills, and the summit of each was cut and carved into the most elaborate fortifications, some circular and some square, but all on a scale which has defied the winds and the rains of many centuries. Some call them Roman and some British, but their true origin and the reasons for this particular tract of country being so interlaced with entrenchments have never been finally made clear. Here and there on the long, smooth, olive-coloured slopes there rose small, rounded barrows or tumuli. Beneath them lie the cremated ashes of the race which cut so deeply into the hills, but their graves tell us nothing save that a jar full of dust represents the man who once laboured under the sun. It was through this weird country that I approached my uncle's residence of Roddenhurst, and the house was, as I found, in due keeping with its surroundings. 2 broken and weather-stained pillars, each surmounted by a mutilated heraldic emblem, flanked the entrance to a neglected drive. A cold wind whistled through the elms which lined it, and the air was full of the drifting leaves. At the far end, under the gloomy arch of trees, a single yellow lamp burned steadily. In the dim half-light of the coming night I saw a long, low building stretching out 2 irregular wings, with deep eaves, a sloping gambrel roof, and walls which were criss-crossed with timber balks in the fashion of the Tudors. The cheery light of a fire flickered in the broad latticed window to the left of the low porched door, and this, as it proved, marked the study of my uncle, for it was thither that I was led by his butler in order to make my host's acquaintance. He was cowering over his fire, for the moist chill of an English autumn had set him shivering. His lamp was unlit, and I only saw the red glow of the embers beating upon a huge craggy face with a red Indian nose and cheek, and deep furrows and seams from eye to chin, the sinister marks of hidden volcanic fires. He sprang up at my entrance with something of an old-world courtesy, and welcomed me warmly to Roddenhurst. At the same time I was conscious, as the lamp was carried in, that it was a very critical pair of light blue eyes which looked out at me from under shaggy eyebrows, like scouts beneath a bush, and that this outlandish uncle of mine was carefully reading off my character with all the ease of a practised observer and an experienced man of the world. For my part, I looked at him and looked again, for I had never seen a man whose appearance was more fitted to hold one's attention. His figure was the framework of a giant, but he had fallen away until his coat dangled straight down in a shocking fashion from a pair of broad and bony shoulders. All his limbs were huge and yet emaciated, and I could not take my gaze from his knobby wrists and long, gnarled hands. But his eyes, those peering light blue eyes, they were the most arresting of any of his peculiarities. It was not their colour alone, nor was it the ambush of hair in which they lurked, but it was the expression which I read in them. For the appearance and bearing of the man were masterful, and one expected a certain corresponding arrogance in his eyes, but instead of that I read the look which tells of a spirit cowed and crushed, the furtive, expectant look of the dog whose master has taken the whip from the rack. I formed my own medical diagnosis upon one glance at those critical and yet appealing eyes. I believed that he was stricken with some mortal ailment, that he knew himself to be exposed to sudden death, and that he lived in terror of it. Such was my judgment, a false one as the event showed, but I mention it that it may help you to realize the look which I read in his eyes. My uncle's welcome was, as I have said, a courteous one, and in an hour or so I found myself seated between him and his wife at a comfortable dinner, with curious, pungent delicacies upon the table, and a healthy, quick-eyed Oriental waiter behind his chair. The old couple had come round to that tragic imitation of the dawn of life when husband and wife, having lost or scattered all those who were their intimates, find themselves face to face and alone once more, their work done, and the end nearing fast. Those who have reached that stage in sweetness and love, who can change their winter into a gentle Indian summer, have come as victors through the ordeal of life. Lady Holden was a small, alert woman with a kindly eye, and her expression as she glanced at him was a certificate of character to her husband. And yet, though I read a mutual love in their glances, I read also mutual horror, and recognized in her face some reflection of that stealthy fear which I had detected in his. Their talk was sometimes merry and sometimes sad, but there was a forced note in their merriment and a naturalness in their sadness, which told me that a heavy heart beat upon either side of me. We were sitting over our first glass of wine, and the servants had left the room, when the conversation took a turn which produced a remarkable effect upon my host and hostess. I cannot recall what it was which started the topic of the supernatural, but it ended in my showing them that the abnormal in psychical experiences was a subject to which I had, like many neurologists, devoted a great deal of attention. I concluded by narrating my experiences when, as a member of the Psychical Research Society, I had formed one of a committee of 3 who spent the night in a haunted house. Our adventures were neither exciting nor convincing, but such as it was, the story appeared to interest my auditors in a remarkable degree. They listened with an eager silence, and I caught a look of intelligence between them which I could not understand. Lady Holden immediately afterwards rose and left the room. Sir Dominick pushed the cigar-box over to me, and we smoked for some little time in silence. That huge bony hand of his was twitching as he raised it with his cheroot to his lips, and I felt that the man's nerves were vibrating like fiddle-strings. My instincts told me that he was on the verge of some intimate confidence, and I feared to speak lest I should interrupt it. At last he turned towards me with a spasmodic gesture like a man who throws his last scruple to the winds. "From the little that I have seen of you, it appears to me, Dr. Hardacre," said he, "that you are the very man I have wanted to meet." "I am delighted to hear it, sir." "Your head seems to be cool and steady. You will acquit me of any desire to flatter you, for the circumstances are too serious to permit of insincerities. You have some special knowledge upon these subjects, and you evidently view them from that philosophical standpoint which robs them of all vulgar terror. I presume that the sight of an apparition would not seriously discompose you." "I think not, sir." "Would even interest you, perhaps?" "Most intensely." "As a psychical observer, you would probably investigate it in as impersonal a fashion as an astronomer investigates a wandering comet." "Precisely." He gave a heavy sigh. "Believe me, Dr. Hardacre, there was a time when I could have spoken as you do now. My nerve was a byword in India. Even the mutiny never shook it for an instant. And yet you see what I am reduced to. The most timorous man, perhaps, in all this county of Wiltshire." "Do not speak too bravely upon this subject, or you may find yourself subjected to as long-drawn a test as I am, a test which can only end in the madhouse or the grave." I waited patiently until he should see fit to go farther in his confidence. His preamble had, I need not say, filled me with interest and expectation. "For some years, Dr. Hardacre," he continued, "my life and that of my wife have been made miserable by a cause which is so grotesque that it borders upon the ludicrous. And yet familiarity has never made it more easy to bear. On the contrary, as time passes my nerves become more worn and shattered by the constant attrition. If you have no physical fears, Dr. Hardacre, I should very much value your opinion upon this phenomenon which troubles us so." "For what it's worth, my opinion is entirely at your service. May I ask the nature of the phenomenon?" "I think that your experiences will have a higher evidential value if you're not told in advance what you may expect to encounter. You are yourself aware of the quibbles of unconscious cerebration and subjective impressions with which a scientific skeptic may throw a doubt upon your statement. It would be as well to guard against them in advance." "What shall I do, then?" "I will tell you. Would you mind following me this way?" He led me out of the dining-room and down a long passage until we came to a terminal door. Inside there was a large bare room fitted as a laboratory, with numerous scientific instruments and bottles. A shelf ran along one side, upon which there stood a long line of glass jars containing pathological and anatomical specimens. "You see that I still dabble in some of my old studies," said Sir Dominick. "These jars are the remains of what was once a most extant collection, but unfortunately I lost the greater part of them when my house was burned down in Bombay in '92. It was a most unfortunate affair for me in more ways than one. I had examples of many rare conditions, and my splenic collection was probably unique. These are the survivors." I glanced over them,
and saw that they really were of a very great value and rarity from a pathological point of view. Bloated organs, gaping cysts, distorted bones, odious parasites, a singular exhibition of the products of India.
"There is, as you see, a small settee here," said my host. "It was far from our intention to offer a guest so meagre an accommodation, but since affairs have taken this turn, it would be a great kindness upon your part if you would consent to spend the night in this apartment. I beg that you will not hesitate to let me know if the idea should be at all repugnant to you."
"On the contrary," I said, "it is most acceptable."
"My own room is the second on the left, so that if you should feel that you are in need of company, a call would always bring me to your side."
"I trust that I shall not be compelled to disturb you."
"It's unlikely that I shall be asleep. I do not sleep much. Do not hesitate to summon me."
And so with this agreement we joined Lady Holden in the drawing-room, and talked of lighter things. It was no affectation upon my part to say that the prospect of my night's adventure was an agreeable one. I have no pretence to greater physical courage than my neighbours, but familiarity with a subject robs it of those vague and undefined terrors which are the most appalling to the imaginative mind. The human brain is capable of only one strong emotion at a time, and if it be filled with curiosity or scientific enthusiasm, there's no room for fear. It is true that I had my uncle's assurance that he had himself originally taken this point of view, but I reflected that the breakdown of his nervous system might be due to his 40 years in India as much as to any psychical experiences which had befallen him. I at least was sound in nerve and brain, and it was with something of the pleasurable thrill of anticipation with which the sportsman takes his position beside the haunt of his game that I shut the laboratory door behind me, and partially undressing, lay down upon the rug-covered settee. It was not an ideal atmosphere for a bedroom. The air was heavy with many chemical odours, that of methylated spirit predominating. Nor were the decorations of my chamber very sedative. The odious line of glass jars with their relics of disease and suffering stretched in front of my very eyes. There was no blind to the window, and a 3/4 moon streamed its white light into the room, tracing a silver square with filigree lattices upon the opposite wall. When I had extinguished my candle, this one bright patch in the midst of the general gloom had certainly an eerie and discomposing aspect. A rigid and absolute silence reigned through the old house, so that the low swish of the branches in the garden came softly and smoothly to my ears. It may have been the hypnotic lullaby of this gentle susurrus, or it may have been the result of my tiring day, but after many dozings and many efforts to regain my clearness of perception, I fell at last into a deep and dreamless sleep. I was awakened by some sound in the room, and I instantly raised myself upon my elbow on the couch. Some hours had passed, for the square patch upon the wall had slid downwards and sideways until it lay obliquely at the end of my bed. The rest of the room was in deep shadow. At first I could see nothing. Presently, as my eyes became accustomed to the faint light, I was aware, with a thrill which all my scientific absorption could not entirely prevent, that something was moving slowly along the line of the wall. A gentle shuffling sound, as of soft slippers, came to my ears, and I dimly discerned a human figure walking stealthily from the direction of the door. As it emerged into the patch of moonlight, I saw very clearly what it was and how it was employed. It was a man, short and squat, dressed in some sort of a dark grey gown, which hung straight from his shoulders to his feet. The moon shone upon the side of his face, and I saw that it was chocolate brown in colour, with a ball of black hair like a woman's at the back of his head. He walked slowly, and his eyes were cast upwards towards the line of bottles which contained those gruesome remnants of humanity. He seemed to examine each jar with attention, and then to pass on to the next. When he had come to the end of the line, immediately opposite my bed, he stopped, faced me, threw up his hands with a gesture of despair, and vanished from my sight. I have said that he threw up his hands, but I should have said his arms, for as he assumed that attitude of despair, I observed a singular peculiarity about his appearance. He had only one hand. As the sleeves drooped down from the upflung arms, I saw the left plainly, but the right ended in a knobby and unsightly stump. In every other way his appearance was so natural, and I had both seen and heard him so clearly, that I could easily have believed that he was an Indian servant of Sir Dominic's who had come into my room in search of something. It was only his sudden disappearance which suggested anything more sinister to me. As it was, I sprang from my couch, lit a candle, and examined the whole room carefully. There were no signs of my visitor, and I was forced to conclude that there had really been something outside the normal laws of nature in his appearance. I lay awake for the remainder of the night, but nothing else occurred to disturb me. I am an early riser, but my uncle was an even earlier one, for I found him pacing up and down the lawn at the side of the house. He ran towards me in his eagerness when he saw me come out from the door. "Well, well," he cried, "did you see him?" "An Indian with one hand?" "Precisely." "Yes, I saw him." And I told him all that occurred. When I had finished, he led the way into his study. "We have a little time before breakfast," said he. "It will suffice to give you an explanation of this extraordinary affair, so far as I can explain that which is essentially inexplicable. In the first place, when I tell you that for 4 years I have never passed one single night either in Bombay, aboard ship, or here in England without my sleep being broken by this fellow, you will understand why it is that I am a wreck of my former self. His programme is always the same. He appears by my bedside, shakes me roughly by the shoulder, passes from my room into the laboratory, walks slowly along the line of my bottles, and then vanishes. For more than 1,000 times he had gone through the same routine. What does he want? He wants his hand. His hand? Yes. It came about in this way. I was summoned to Peshawar for a consultation some 10 years ago, and while there I was asked to look at the hand of a native who was passing through with an Afghan caravan. The fellow came from some mountain tribe living away at the back of beyond somewhere on the other side of Kafiristan. He talked a bastard Pashtu, and it was all I could do to understand him. He was suffering from a soft sarcomatous swelling of one of the metacarpal joints, and I made him realize that it was only by losing his hand that he could hope to save his life. After much persuasion he consented to the operation, and he asked me, when it was over, what fee I demanded. The poor fellow was almost a beggar, so that the idea of a fee was absurd, but I answered in jest that my fee should be his hand, and that I proposed to add it to my pathological collection. To my surprise he demurred very much to the suggestion, and he explained that according to his religion it was an all-important matter that the body should be reunited after death, and so make a perfect dwelling for the spirit. The belief is, of course, an old one, and the mummies of the Egyptians arose from an analogous superstition. I answered him that his hand was already off, and asked him how he intended to preserve it. He replied that he would pickle it in salt and carry it about with him. I suggested that it might be safer in my keeping than his, and that I had better means than salt for preserving it. On realizing that I really intended to carefully keep it, his opposition vanished instantly. "But remember, Sahib," said he, "I shall want it back when I'm dead." I laughed at the remark, and so the matter ended. I returned to my practice, and he, no doubt, in the course of time, was able to continue his journey to Afghanistan. Well, as I told you last night, I had a bad fire in my house at Bombay. Half of it was burned down, and among other things my pathological collection was largely destroyed. What you see are the poor remains of it. The hand of the hillman went with the rest. But I gave the matter no particular thought at the time. That was 6 years ago. 4 years ago, 2 years after the fire, I was awakened one night by a furious tugging at my sleeve. I sat up under the impression that my favourite mastiff was trying to arouse me. Instead of this, I saw my Indian patient of long ago dressed in the long grey gown which was the badge of his people. He was holding up his stump and looking reproachfully at me. He then went over to my bottles, which at that time I kept in my room, and he examined them carefully, after which he gave a gesture of anger and vanished. I realized that he had just died, and that he had come to claim my promise that I should keep his limb in safety for him. Well, there you have it all, Dr. Hardacre. Every night at the same hour for 4 years this performance has been repeated.
It is a simple thing in itself, but it has worn me out like water dropping on a stone. It has brought a vile insomnia with it, for I cannot sleep now for the expectation of his coming. It has poisoned my old age, and that of my wife, who has been the sharer in this great trouble. But there is the breakfast gong, and she will be waiting impatiently to know how it fared with you last night. We are both much indebted to you for your gallantry, for it takes something from the weight of our misfortune when we share it, even for a single night, with a friend, and it reassures us to our sanity, which we are sometimes driven to question." This was the curious narrative which Sir Dominick confided to me, a story which to many would have appeared to be a grotesque impossibility, but which, after my experience of the night before, and my previous knowledge of such things, I was prepared to accept as an absolute fact. I thought deeply over the matter, and brought the whole range of my reading and experience to bear upon it. After breakfast I surprised my host and hostess by announcing that I was returning to London by the next train. "My dear doctor," cried Sir Dominick in great distress, "you make me feel that I have been guilty of a gross breach of hospitality in intruding this unfortunate matter upon you. I should have borne my own burden." "It is indeed that matter which is taking me to London," I answered, "but you are mistaken, I assure you, if you think that my experience of last night was an unpleasant one to me. On the contrary, I am about to ask your permission to return in the evening and spend one more night in your laboratory. I am very eager to see this visitor once again." My uncle was exceedingly anxious to know what I was about to do, but my fears of raising false hopes prevented me from telling him. I was back in my own consulting room a little after luncheon, and was confirming my memory of a passage in a recent book upon occultism which had arrested my attention when I read it. "In the case of earth-bound spirits," said my authority, "some one dominant idea obsessing them at the hour of death is sufficient to hold them in this material world. They are the amphibia of this life and of the next, capable of passing from one to the other as the turtle passes from land to water. The causes which may bind a soul so strongly to a life which its body has abandoned are any violent emotion. Avarice, revenge, anxiety, love, and pity have all been known to have this effect. As a rule, it springs from some unfulfilled wish, and when the wish has been fulfilled, the material bond relaxes. There are many cases upon record which show the singular persistence of these visitors, and also their disappearance when the wishes have been fulfilled, or in some cases when a reasonable compromise has been effected." A reasonable compromise effected! Those were the words which I had brooded over all the morning, and which I now verified in the original. No actual atonement could be made here, but a reasonable compromise! I made my way as fast as a train could take me to the Shadwell Seamen's Hospital, where my old friend Jack Hewitt was house surgeon. Without explaining the situation, I made him understand what it was that I wanted. "A brown man's hand?" said he in amazement. "What in the world do you want that for?" "Never mind, I'll tell you some day. I know that your wards are full of Indians." "I should think so, but a hand?" He thought a little, and then struck a bell. "Travers," said he to a student dresser, "what became of the hands of the Lascar which we took off yesterday? I mean the fellow from the East India dock who got caught in the steam winch." "They're in the post-mortem room, sir." "Just pack one of them in antiseptics and give it to Dr. Hardacre." And so I found myself back at Roddenhurst before dinner with this curious outcome of my day in town. I still said nothing to Sir Dominick, but I slept that night in the laboratory, and I placed the Lascar's hand in one of the glass jars at the end of my couch. So interested was I in the result of my experiment that sleep was out of the question. I sat with a shaded lamp beside me and waited patiently for my visitor. This time I saw him clearly from the first. He appeared beside the door, nebulous for an instant, and then hardening into as distinct an outline as any living man. The slippers beneath his grey gown were red and heelless, which accounted for the low, shuffling sound which he made as he walked. As on the previous night, he passed slowly along the line of bottles until he paused before that which contained the hand. He reached up to it, his whole figure quivering with expectation, took it down,
examined it eagerly, and then, with a face which was convulsed with fury and disappointment, he hurled it down on the floor. There was a crash which resounded through the house, and when I looked up the mutilated Indian had disappeared. A moment later my door flew open, and Sir Dominick rushed in.
"You're not hurt?" he cried.
"No, but deeply disappointed." He looked in astonishment at the splinters of glass, and the brown hand lying upon the floor.
"Good God!" he cried. "What is this?"
I told him my idea and its wretched sequel. He listened intently, but shook his head.
"It was well thought of," said he, "but I fear that there's no such easy end to my sufferings. But one thing I now insist upon. It is that you shall never again, upon any pretext, occupy this room. My fears that something might have happened to you when I heard that crash have been the most acute of all the agonies which I have undergone. I will not expose myself to a repetition of it." He allowed me, however, to spend the remainder of that night where I was, and I lay there worrying over the problem and lamenting my own failure. With the first light of morning there was the Lascar's hand still lying upon the floor to remind me of my fiasco. I lay looking at it, and as I lay, suddenly an idea flew like a bullet through my head and brought me quivering with excitement out of my coach. I raised the grim relic from where it had fallen. Yes, it was indeed so. The hand was the left hand of the Lascar. By the first train I was on my way to town, and hurried at once to the Seamen's Hospital. I remembered that both hands of the Lascar had been amputated, but I was terrified lest the precious organ which I was in search of might have been already consumed in the crematory. My suspense was soon ended. It had still been preserved in the post-mortem room, and so I returned to Roddenhurst in the evening with my mission accomplished and the material for a fresh experiment. But Sir Dominick Holden would not hear of my occupying the laboratory again. To all my entreaties he turned a deaf ear. It offended his sense of hospitality, and he could no longer permit it. I left the hand, therefore, as I had done its fellow the night before, and I occupied a comfortable bedroom in another portion of the house, some distance from the scene of my adventures. But in spite of that, my sleep was not destined to be uninterrupted. In the dead of night my host burst into my room, a lamp in his hand. His huge, gaunt figure was enveloped in a loose dressing-gown, and his whole appearance might certainly have seemed more formidable to a weak-nerved man than that of the Indian of the night before. But it was not his entrance so much as his expression which amazed me. He had turned suddenly younger by 20 years at the least. His eyes were shining, his features radiant, and he waved one hand in triumph over his head. I sat up astounded, staring sleepily at this extraordinary visitor. But his words soon drove the sleep from my eyes. "We have done it! We have succeeded!" he shouted. "My dear Hardacre, how can I ever in this world repay you?" "You don't mean to say that it's all right?" "Indeed I do. I was sure that you would not mind being awakened to hear such blessed news." "Mind? I should think not indeed. But is it really certain?" "I have no doubt whatever upon the point. I owe you such a debt, my dear nephew, as I have never owed a man before, and never expected to. What can I possibly do for you that is commensurate? Providence must have sent you to my rescue. You have saved both my reason and my life, for another 6 months of this must have seen me either in a cell or a coffin. And my wife! It was wearing her out before my eyes. Never could I have believed that any human being could have lifted this burden off me." He seized my hand and wrung it in his bony grip. "It was only an experiment, a forlorn hope, but I'm delighted from my heart that it succeeded. But how do you know that it's all right? Have you seen something?" He seated himself at the foot of my bed. "I have seen enough," said he. "It satisfies me that I shall be troubled no more. What has passed is easily told. You know that at a certain hour this creature always comes to me. Tonight he arrived at the usual time and aroused me with even more violence than is his custom. I can only surmise that his disappointment of last night increased the bitterness of his anger against me. He looked angrily at me, and then went on his usual round, but in a few minutes I saw him, for the first time since his persecution began,
returned to my chamber. He was smiling. I saw the gleam of his white teeth through the dim light. He stood facing me at the end of my bed, and 3 times he made the low Eastern salaam, which is their solemn leave-taking. And the 3rd time that he bowed, he raised his arms over his head, and I saw his 2 hands outstretched in the air. So he vanished, and, as I believe, forever. So that is the curious experience which won me the affection and the gratitude of my celebrated uncle, the famous Indian surgeon. His anticipations were realized, and never again was he disturbed by the visits of the restless hillman in search of his lost hand. Sir Dominick and Lady Holden spent a very happy old age, unclouded, so far as I know, by any trouble, and they finally died during the great influenza epidemic within a few weeks of each other. In his lifetime he always turned to me for advice in everything which concerned that English life of which he knew so little. I aided him also in the purchase and development of his estates. It was no great surprise to me, therefore, that I found myself eventually promoted over the heads of 5 exasperated cousins, and changed in a single day from a hard-working country doctor into the head of an important Wiltshire family. I, at least, have reason to bless the memory of the man with the brown hand, and the day when I was fortunate enough to relieve Roddenhurst of his unwelcome presence. End of The Brown Hand by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Roger Clifton, St Albans, England.
The Dead Valley by Ralph Adams Cram. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Feaster. The Dead Valley. I have a friend, Olaf Ehrensvard, a Swede by birth, who yet by reason of a strange and melancholy mischance of his early boyhood has thrown his lot with that of the New World. It is a curious story of a headstrong boy and a proud, relentless family. The details do not matter here, but they are sufficient to weave a web of romance around the tall, yellow-bearded man with the sad eyes and the voice that gives itself perfectly to plaintive little Swedish songs remembered out of childhood. In the winter evenings we play chess together, he and I, and after some close, fierce battle has been fought to a finish, usually with my own defeat, we fill our pipes again, and Ehrensvard tells me stories of the far, half-remembered days in the fatherland, before he went to sea. Stories that grow very strange and incredible as the night deepens and the fire falls together, but stories that, nevertheless, I fully believe. One of them made a strong impression on me, so I set it down here, only regretting that I cannot reproduce the curiously perfect English and the delicate accent which, to me, increased the fascination of the tale, yet, as best as I can remember it, here it is. I've never told you how Niles and I went over the hills to Hallsberg and how we found the Dead Valley, did I? Well, this is the way it happened. I must have been about 12 years old, and Niles Soborg, whose father's estate joined ours, was a few months younger. We were inseparable just at that time, and whatever we did together. Once a week it was market day in Ingleholm, and Niles and I went always there to see the strange sights that the market gathered from all the surrounding country. One day we quite lost our hearts, for an old man from across the Elfburg had brought a little dog to sell, that seemed to us the most beautiful dog in all the world. He was a round, woolly puppy, so funny that Niles and I sat down on the ground and laughed at him until he came and played with us in so jolly a way that we felt there was only one thing really desirable in life, and that was the little dog of the old man from across the hills. But alas, we had not half money enough for wherewithal to buy him, so we were forced to beg the old man not to sell him before the next market day, promising that we would bring the money for him then. He gave us his word, and we ran home very fast and implored our mothers to give us money for the little dog. We got the money, but could not wait for the next market day. Suppose the puppy should be sold? The thought frightened us so that we begged and implored that we might be allowed to go over the hills to Hallsberg, where the old man lived, and get the little dog ourselves. And at last they told us we might go. By starting early in the morning we should reach Hallsberg by 3 o'clock, and it was arranged that we should stay there that night with Niles' aunt, and, leaving by noon the next day, be home again by sunset. Soon after sunrise, we were on our way, after having received minute instructions as to just what we should do in all possible and impossible circumstances, and finally a repeated injunction that we should start for home at the same hour the next day, so that we might get safely back before nightfall. For us it was magnificent sport, and we started off with our rifles, full of the sense of our very great importance. Yet the journey was simple enough, along a good road, across the big hills we knew so well, for Niles and I had shot over half the territory this side of the dividing ridge of the Elfborg. Back of Ingleholm lay a long valley from which rose the low mountains, and we had to cross this, and then follow the road along the side of the hills for 3 or 4 miles, before a narrow path branched off to the left, leading up through the pass. Nothing occurred of interest in the way over, and we reached Halsburg in due season, found to our inexpressible joy that the little dog was not sold, secured him, and so went to the house of Niles' aunt to spend the night. Why we did not leave early on the following day, I can't quite remember. At all events, I know we stopped at a shooting range just outside the town, where most attractive pasteboard pigs were sliding slowly through painted foliage, serving so as beautiful marks. The result was that we did not get fairly started for home until afternoon, and as we found ourselves at last pushing up the side of the mountain, with the sun dangerously near the summits, I think we were a little scared at the prospect of the examination and possible punishment that awaited us when we got home at midnight. Therefore we hurried as fast as possible up the mountainside, while the blue dusk closed in about us and the light died in the purple sky. At first we had talked hilariously, and the little dog had leapt ahead of us with the utmost joy. Latterly, however, a curious oppression came on us, and we did not speak or even whistle, while the dog fell behind, following us with hesitation in every muscle. We had passed through the foothills and the low spurs of the mountains, and were almost at the top of the main range, when life seemed to go out of everything, leaving the world dead. So suddenly silent the forest became, so stagnant the air. Instinctively we halted to listen. Perfect silence, the crushing silence of deep forests at night, and more, for always, even in the most impenetrable fastness of the wooded mountains, is the multitudinous murmur of little lives awakened by the darkness, exaggerated and intensified by the stillness of the air and the great dark. But here and now the silence seemed unbroken, even by the turn of a leaf, the movement of a twig, the note of night bird or insect. I could hear the blood beat through my veins, and the crushing of the grass under our feet as we advanced with hesitating steps sounded like the falling of trees. And the air was stagnant, dead. The atmosphere seemed to lie upon the body like the weight of sea on a diver who has ventured too far into its awful depths. What we usually call silence seems so only in relation to the din of ordinary experience. This was silence in the absolute, and it crushed the mind while it intensified the senses, bringing down the awful weight of inexhaustible fear. I know that Niles and I stared towards each other in abject terror, listening to our quick, heavy breathing, that sounding in our acute senses like the fitful rush of waters, and the poor little dog we were leading justified our terror. The black oppression seemed to crush him even as it did us. He lay close to the ground, moaning feebly and dragging himself painfully and slowly closer to Niles' feet. I think this exhibition of utter animal fear was the last touch, and must inevitably have blasted our reason, mine anyway. But just then, as we stood quaking on the bounds of madness, came a sound so awful, so ghastly, so horrible, it seemed to rouse us from the dead spell that was on us. In the depths of the silence came a cry, beginning as a low, sorrowful moan, rising to a tremulous shriek, culminating in a yell that seemed to tear the night in sunder and rend the world as by cataclysm. So fearful was it that I could not believe it had actual existence. It passed previous experience, the powers of belief, and for a moment I thought it the result of my own animal terror, a hallucination born of tottering reason. A glance at Niles dispelled this thought in a flash. In the pale light of the high stars, he was the embodiment of all possible human fear, quaking with an ague, his jaw fallen, his tongue out, his eyes protruding like those of a hanged man. Without a word we fled, the panic of fear giving us strength, and together, the little dog caught close in Niall's arm, we sped down the side of the cursed mountains. Anywhere, goal was of no account. We had but one impulse, to get away from that place. So under the black trees and the far white stars that flashed through the still leaves overhead, we leaped down the mountainside, regardless of path or landmark, straight through the tangled underbrush, across mountain streams, through fens and copses, anywhere, so only that our course was downward. How long we ran thus, I have no idea. But by and by the forest fell behind, and we found ourselves among the foothills, and fell exhausted on the dry, short grass, panting like tired dogs. It was lighter here in the open, and presently we looked around to see where we were, and how we were to strike out in order to find the path that would lead home. We looked in vain for a familiar sign. Behind us rose the great wall of black forest on the flank of the mountain. Before us lay the undulating mounds of low foothills unbroken by trees or rocks, and beyond only the fall of black sky, bright with multitudinous stars that turned its velvet depths to a luminous gray. As I remember, we did not speak to each other once. The terror was too heavy on us for that. But by and by we rose simultaneously and started out across the hills. Still the same silence, the same dead, motionless air, the air that was at once sultry and chilling. A heavy heat struck through with an icy chill that felt almost like the burning of frozen steel. Still carrying the helpless dog, Niles pressed on through the hills, and I followed close behind. At last, in front of us, rose a slope of moor touching the white stars. We climbed it wearily, reaching the top, and found ourselves gazing down into a great smooth valley filled halfway to the brim with what? As far as the eye could see stretched a level plain of ashy white, faintly phosphorescent, a sea of velvet fog that lay like motionless water, or rather like a floor of alabaster, so dense did it appear, so seemingly capable of sustaining weight. If it were possible, I think that sea of dead white mist struck even greater terror in my soul than the heavy silence or the deadly cry. So ominous was it, so utterly unreal, so phantasmal, so impossible, as it lay there like a dead ocean under the steady stars. Yet through that mist we must go. There seemed no other way home, and, shattered with abject fear, mad with the one desire to get back, we started down the slopes to where the sea of milky mist ceased, sharp and distinct around the stems of the rough grass. I put one foot into the ghostly fog. A chill as of death struck through me, stopping my heart, and I threw myself backwards on the slope. At that instant came again the shriek, close, close, right in our ears, in ourselves, and far out across that damnable sea I saw the cold fog lift like a waterspout and toss itself high in writhing convolutions towards the sky. The stars began to grow dim as the thick vapor swept across them, and in the growing dark I saw a great, watery moon lift itself slowly above the palpitating sea, vast and vague in the gathering mist. That was enough. We turned and fled along the margin of the white sea that throbbed now with fitful motion below us, rising, rising, slowly and steadily, driving us higher and higher up the side of the foothills. It was a race for life, that we knew. How we kept it up I cannot understand, but we did. And at last we saw the white sea fall behind us, as we staggered up the end of the valley, and then down into a region that we knew, and so onto the old path. The last thing I remember was hearing a strange voice, that of Niles, but horribly changed, stammer brokenly, "The dog is dead." And then the whole world turned around twice, slowly and restlessly, and consciousness went out with a crash. It was some 3 weeks later, as I remember, that I awoke in my own room, and found my mother sitting beside the bed. I could not think very well at first, but as I slowly grew strong again, vague flashes of recollection began to come to me, and little by little the whole sequence of events of that awful night in the Dead Valley came back. All that I could gain from what was told me was that 3 weeks before I had been found in my own bed, raging sick, and that my illness grew fast into brain fever. I tried to speak of the dread things that had happened to me, but I saw at once that no one looked on them save as the hauntings of a dying frenzy, and so I closed my mouth and kept my own counsel. I must see Niles, however, and so I asked for him. My mother told me that he had been ill with a strange fever, but that he was now quite well again. Presently they brought him in, and when we were alone I began to speak to him of the night on the mountain. I shall never forget the shock that struck me down on my pillow when the boy denied everything, denied having gone with me, ever having heard the cry, having seen the valley, or feeling the deadly chill of the ghostly fog. Nothing would shake his determined ignorance, and in spite of myself, I was forced to admit that his denials came from no policy of concealment, but from blank oblivion. My weakened brain was in a turmoil. Was it all but the floating phantasm of delirium? Or had the horror of the real thing blotted Niles' mind into blackness, so far as the events of the night in the Dead Valley were concerned? The latter explanation seemed the only one, else how explain the sudden illness which, in a night, had struck us both down? I said nothing more, either to Niles or to my own people, but waited with a growing determination that, once well again, I would find that valley if it really existed. It was some weeks before I was really well enough to go, but finally, late in September, I chose a bright, warm, still day, the last smile of the dying summer, and started early in the morning along the path that led to Hallsberg. I was sure I knew where the trail struck off to the right, down which we had come from the Valley of Dead Water, for a great tree grew by the Hallsberg path at the point where, with a sense of salvation, we had found the road home. Presently I saw it to the right, a little distance ahead. I think the bright sunlight and the clear air had worked as a tonic to me, for by the time I came to the foot of the great pine I had quite lost faith in the verity of the vision that haunted me, believing at last that it was indeed but the nightmare of madness. Nevertheless, I turned sharply to the right, at the base of the tree into a narrow path that led through a dense thicket. As I did so, I tripped over something. A swarm of flies sung into the air around me, and looking down I saw the matted fleece, with the poor little bones thrusting through, of the dog we had bought in Hallsberg. Then my courage went out with a puff, and I knew that it all was true, and that now I was frightened. Pride and the desire for adventure urged me on, however, and I pressed into the close thicket that barred my way. The path was hardly visible, merely the worn road of some small beasts, for, though it showed in the crisp grasp, the bush grew thick and hardly penetrable. The land rose slowly, and rising grew clearer, until at last I came out on a great slope of hill, unbroken by trees or shrubs, very like my memory of that rise of land we topped, in order that we might find the Dead Valley and the icy fog. I looked at the sun. It was bright and clear, and all around insects were humming in the autumn air, and birds were darting to and fro. Surely there was no danger, not until after nightfall at least, so I began to whistle, and with a rush mounted the last crest of Brown Hill. There lay the Dead Valley, a great oval basin almost as smooth and regular as though made by man. On all sides the grass crept over the brink of the encircling hills, dusty green on the crests, then fading into ashy brown, and so to a deadly white, this last color forming a thin ring running in a long line around the slope. And then nothing. Bare, brown, hard earth glittering with grains of alkali, but otherwise dead and barren. Not a tuft of grass, not a stick of brushwood, not even a stone, but only the vast expanse of beaten clay. In the midst of the basin, perhaps a mile and a half away, the level expanse was broken by a great dead tree rising leafless and gaunt into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, I started down into the valley and made for this goal. Every particle of fear seemed to have left me, and even the valley itself did not look so very terrifying. At all events, I was driven by an overwhelming curiosity, and there seemed to be but one thing in the world to do: to get to that tree. As I trudged along over the hard earth, I noticed that the multitudinous voices of birds and insects had died away. No bee or butterfly hovered through the air. No insects leapt or crept over the dull earth. The very air itself was stagnant. As I drew near the skeleton tree, I noted the glint of sunlight on a kind of white mound around its roots, and I wondered curiously. It was not until I had come close that I saw its nature. All around the roots and barkless trunk was heaped a wilderness of little bones, tiny skulls of rodents and of birds, thousands of them, rising about the dead tree and streaming off for several yards in all directions, until the dreadful pile ended in isolated skulls and scattered skeletons. Here and there a larger bone appeared, the thigh of a sheep, the hooves of a horse, and to one side, grinning slowly, a human skull. I stood quite still, staring with all my eyes, when suddenly the dense silence was broken by a faint, forlorn cry high over my head. I looked up and saw a great falcon turning and sailing downward just over the tree. In a moment more she fell motionless on the bleaching bones. Horror struck me, and I rushed for home, my brain whirling, a strange numbness growing in me. I ran steadily on and on. At last I glanced up. Where was the rise of the hill? I looked around wildly. Close before me was the dead tree with its pile of bones. I had circled it round and round, and the valley wall was still 1.5 miles away. I stood there, dazed and frozen. The sun was sinking, red and dull, towards the line of hills in the east. The dark was growing fast. Was there still time? Time? It was not time that I wanted, it was will. My feet seemed clogged as in a nightmare. I could hardly drag them over the barren earth, and then I felt the slow chill creeping through me. I looked down. Out of the earth a thin mist was rising, collecting in little pools that grew ever larger, until they joined here and there, their currents swirling slowly like thin blue smoke. The western hills halved the copper sun. When it was dark, I should hear the shriek again, and then I should die. I knew that, and with every remaining atom of will, I staggered towards the red west through the writhing mist that crept clammily along my ankles, retarding my steps. As I fought my way off from the tree, the horror grew, until at last I thought I was going to die. The silence pursued me like dumb ghosts. The still air held my breath. The hellish fog caught at my feet like cold hands. But I won, though not a moment too soon. As I crawled on my hands and knees up the brown slope, I heard, far away and high in the air, the cry that already had almost bereft me of reason. It was faint and vague, but unmistakable in its horrible intensity. I glanced behind. The fog was dense and pallid, heaving undulatingly up the brown slope. The sky was gold under the setting sun, but below was the ashy gray of death. I stood for a moment on the brink of this sea of hell, and then leapt down the slope. The sunset opened before me, the night closed behind, and as I crawled home, weak and tired, darkness shut down in the dead valley. This is the end of The Dead Valley by Ralph Adams Cram.
The Diary of Mr. Pointer by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephen Ball. The Diary of Mr. Pointer by M.R. James. The sale room of an old and famous firm of book auctioneers in London is, of course, a great meeting place for collectors, librarians and dealers, not only when an auction is in progress, but perhaps even more notably when books that are coming on for sale are upon view. It was in such a sale room that the remarkable series of events began which were detailed to me not many months ago by the person whom they principally affected, namely Mr. James Denton, M.A., F.S.A., etc., etc., sometime of Trinity Hall, now, or lately, of Rencombe Manor, in the county of Warwick. He, on a certain spring day in a recent year, was in London for a few days upon business connected principally with the furnishing of the house which he had just finished building at Rencombe. It may be a disappointment to you to learn that Rencombe Manor was new. That I cannot help. There had, no doubt, been an old house, but it was not remarkable for beauty or interest. Even if it had been, neither beauty nor interest would have enabled it to resist the disastrous fire which about a couple of years before that date of my story had razed it to the ground. I am glad to say that all that was most valuable in it had been saved, and that it was fully insured, so that it was with a comparatively light heart that Mr. Denton was able to face the task of building a new and considerably more convenient dwelling for himself and his aunt, who consisted his whole ménage. Being in London with time on his hands, and not far from the sale-room at which I have obscurely hinted, Mr. Denton thought that he would spend an hour there upon the chance of finding, among that portion of the famous Thomas collection of MSS, which he knew to be then on view, something bearing upon the history or topography of his part of Warwickshire. He turned in accordingly, purchased a catalogue, and ascended to the sale-room, where, as usual, the books were disposed in cases, and some laid out upon the long tables. At the shelves, or sitting about the tables, were figures, many of whom were familiar to him. He exchanged nods and greetings with several, and then settled down to examine his catalogue and note the likely items. He had made good progress through about 200 of the 500 lots, every now and then rising to take a volume from the shelf and give it a cursory glance, when a hand was laid on his shoulder, and he looked up. His interrupter was one of those intelligent men, with a pointed beard and flannel shirt, of whom the last quarter of the 19th century was, it seems to me, very prolific. It is no part of my plan to repeat the whole conversation which ensued between the two. I must content myself with stating that it largely conferred to common acquaintances, e.g. to the nephew of Mr. Denton's friend, who had recently married and settled in Chelsea, to the sister-in-law of Mr. Denton's friend, who had been seriously indisposed, but was now better, and to a piece of china which Mr. Denton's friend had purchased some months before, at a price much below its true value, from which you will rightly infer that the conversation was rather in the nature of a monologue. In due time, however, the friend bethought himself that Mr. Denton was there for a purpose, and said he, "What are you looking out for, in particular? I don't think there's much in this lot." "Why, I thought there might be some Warwickshire collections, but I don't see anything under Warwick in the catalogue." "No, apparently not," said the friend. "All the same, I believe I noticed something like a Warwickshire diary. What was the name again? Drayton, Potter, Painter, either a P or a D, I feel sure." He turned over the leaves quickly. "Yes, here it is. Pointer, lot 486. That might interest you. There are the books, I think, out on the table. Someone has been looking at them. Well, I must be getting on. Good-bye. You'll look us up, won't you? Couldn't you come this afternoon? We've got a little music about 4. Well, then, when you're next in town." He went off. Mr. Denton looked at his watch, and found to his confusion that he could spare no more than a moment before retrieving his luggage and going for the train. The moment was just enough to show him that there were 4 largish volumes of the diary, that it concerned the years about 1710, and that there seemed to be a good many insertions in it of various kinds. It seemed quite worth while to leave a commission of £25 for it, and this he was able to do, for his usual agent entered the room as he was on the point of leaving it. That evening he rejoined his aunt at their temporary abode, which was a small dower house not many 100 yards from the manor. On the following morning the two resumed a discussion that had now lasted for some weeks as to the equipment of the new house. Mr. Denton laid before his relative a statement of the results of his visit to town, particulars of carpets, of chairs, of wardrobes, and of bedroom china. "Yes, dear," said his aunt, "but I don't see any chintzes here. Did you go to—" Mr. Denton stamped on the floor. Where else, indeed, could he have stamped? Oh dear, he said. "The one thing I missed. I am sorry. The fact is, I was on my way there, and I happened to be passing Robbins's." His aunt threw up her hands. "Robbins's? Then the next thing will be another parcel of horrible old books at some outrageous price. I do think, James, when I am taking all this trouble for you, you might contrive to remember the 1 or 2 things which I specially begged you to see after. It's not as if I was asking it for myself. I don't know whether you think I get pleasure out of it, but if so, I can assure you it's very much the reverse. The thought and worry and trouble I have over it you have no idea of, and you have simply to go to the shops and order the things." Mr. Denton interposed a moan of penitence. "Oh, aunt, yes, it's all very well, dear, and I don't want to speak sharply, but you must know how very annoying it is, particularly as it delays the whole of our business, for I can't tell how long. Here is Wednesday. The Simpsons come tomorrow, and you can't leave them. Then on Saturday we have friends, as you know, coming for tennis. Yes, indeed. You spoke of asking them yourself, but of course I had to write the notes, and it is ridiculous, James, to look like that. We must occasionally be civil to our neighbours. You wouldn't like to have it said that we were perfect bears. What was I saying? Well, anyhow, it comes to this, that it must be Thursday in next week at least before you can go into town again, and until we have decided upon the chintzes, it is impossible to settle upon one single other thing. Mr. Denton ventured to suggest that as the paint and wallpapers had been dealt with, this was too severe a view, but his aunt was not prepared to admit at the moment, nor indeed was there any proposition he could have advanced which she would have found herself able to accept. However, as the day went on, she receded a little from this position, examined with lessening disfavour the samples and price lists submitted by her nephew, and even in some cases gave a qualified approval of his choice. As for him, he was naturally somewhat dashed by the consciousness of duty unfulfilled, but more so by the prospect of the lawn tennis party, which, though an inevitable evil in August, he had thought there was no occasion to fear in May. But he was to some extent cheered by the arrival on Friday morning of an intimation that he had secured at a price of £12 10s the 4 volumes of Poynter's manuscript diary, and still more by the arrival on the next morning of the diary itself. The necessity of taking Mr. and Mrs. Simpson for a drive in the car on Saturday morning, and of attending to his neighbours and guests that afternoon, prevented him from doing more than open the parcel until the party had retired to bed on the Saturday night. It was then that he made certain of the fact, which he had before only suspected, that he had indeed acquired the diary of Mr. William Poynter, Squire of Accrington, about 4 miles from his own parish, that same Poynter who was for a time a member of the circle of Oxford antiquaries, the centre of which was Thomas Hearne, and with whom Hearne seems ultimately to have quarrelled, a not uncommon episode in the career of that excellent man. As is the case with Hearne's own collections, the diary of Poynter contained a good many notes from printed books, descriptions of coins and other antiquities that had been brought to his notice, and drafts of letters on these subjects, besides the chronicle of everyday events. The description in the sale catalogue had given Mr. Denton no idea of the amount of interest which seemed to lie in the book, and he sat up reading in the first of the 4 volumes until a reprehensibly late hour. On the Sunday morning after church, his aunt came into the study, and was diverted from what she had been going to say to him by the sight of the 4 brown leather quartos on the table. "What are these?" she said suspiciously. "New, aren't they? Oh, are these the things that made you forget about my chintzes? I thought so. Disgusting! What did you give for them, I should like to know? Over £10? James, it is really sinful. Well, if you have money to throw away on this kind of thing, there can be no reason why you should not subscribe, and subscribe handsomely, to my Anti-Vivisection League. There is not, indeed, James, and I shall be very seriously annoyed if... Who did you say wrote them? Old Mr. Poynter of Accrington? Well, of course there is some interest in getting together old papers about this neighbourhood, but £10! She picked up one of the volumes, not that which her nephew had been reading, and opened it at random, dashing it to the floor the next instant with a cry of disgust as an earwig fell from between the pages. Mr. Denton picked it up with a smothered expletive and said, "Poor book, I think you're rather hard on Mr. Poynter." "Was I, dear? I beg his pardon, but you know I cannot abide those horrid creatures. Let me see if I've done any mischief." "No, I think all's well, but look here what you've opened him on." "Dear me, yes, to be sure. How very interesting. Do unpin it, James, and let me look at it." It was a piece of patterned stuff, about the size of a quarto page, to which it was fastened by an old-fashioned pin. James detached it and handed it to his aunt, carefully replacing the pin in the paper. Now, I do not know exactly what the fabric was, but it had a design printed upon it, which completely fascinated Miss Denton. She went into raptures over it, held it against the wall, made James do the same, that she might retire to contemplate it from a distance, then pored over it at close quarters, and ended her examination by expressing in the warmest terms her appreciation of the taste of the ancient Mr. Poynter, who had had the happy idea of preserving this sample in his diary. "It is the most charming pattern," she said, "and remarkable too. Look, James, how delightfully the lines ripple. It reminds one of hair very much, doesn't it? And then these knots of ribbon at intervals, they give just the relief of colour that is wanted. I wonder—" "I was going to say," said James with deference, "I wonder if it would cost much to have it copied for our curtains." "Copied? How could you have it copied, James?" "Well, I don't know the details, but I suppose that is a printed pattern, and that you could have a block cut from it in wood or metal." "Now really that is a capital idea, James. I am almost inclined to be glad that you forgot the chintzes on Wednesday. At any rate, I'll promise to forgive and forget if you get this lovely old thing copied. No one will have anything in the least like it, and mind, James, we won't allow it to be sold. Now I must go, and I've totally forgotten what it was I came in to say. Never mind, it'll keep." After his aunt had gone, James Denton devoted a few minutes to examining the pattern more closely than he had yet had the chance of doing. He was puzzled to think why it should have struck Miss Denton so forcibly. It seemed to him not specially remarkable or pretty. No doubt it was suitable enough for a curtain pattern. It ran in vertical bands, and there was some indication that these were intended to converge at the top. She was right, too, in thinking that these main bands resembled rippling, almost curling, tresses of hair. Well, the main thing was to find out by means of trade directories, or otherwise, what firm would undertake the reproduction of an old pattern of this kind. Not to delay the reader over this portion of the story, a list of likely names was made out, and Mr. Denton fixed a day for calling on them, or some of them, with his sample. The first 2 visits which he paid were unsuccessful, but there is luck in odd numbers. The firm in Bermondsey, which was the 3rd on his list, was accustomed to handling this line. The evidence that they were able to produce justified their being entrusted with the job. Our Mr. Cattle took a fervent personal interest in it. "It's heart-rending, isn't it, sir," he said, "to picture the quantity of really lovely medieval stuff of this kind that lies well nigh unnoticed in many of our residential country houses, much of it in peril, I take it, of being cast aside as so much rubbish. What is it Shakespeare says? Unconsidered trifles. Ah, I often say he has a word for us all, sir. I say Shakespeare, but I'm well aware all don't hold with me there. I had something of an upset the other day when a gentleman came in, a titled man too he was, and I think he told me he'd wrote on the topic, and I happened to cite out something about Hercules and the painted cloth. Dear me, you never seen such a bother. But as to this, what you've kindly confided to us, it's a piece of work we should take real enthusiasm in achieving it out to the very best of our ability. What man has done, as I was observing only a few weeks back to another esteemed client, man can do, and in 3 to 4 weeks' time, all being well, we should hope to lay before you evidence to that effect, sir. Take the address, Mr. Higgins, if you please." Such was the general drift of Mr. Cattle's observations on the occasion of his first interview with Mr. Denton. About a month later, being advised that some samples were ready for his inspection, Mr. Denton met him again, and had, it seems, reason to be satisfied with the faithfulness of the reproduction of the design. It had been finished off at the top in accordance with the indication I mentioned, so that the vertical bands joined, but something still needed to be done in the way of matching the colour of the original. Mr. Cattle had suggestions of a technical kind to offer, with which I need not trouble you. He had also views as to the general desirability of the pattern, which were vaguely adverse. "You say you don't wish this to be supplied excepting to personal friends equipped with authorization from yourself, sir. It shall be done. I quite understand your wish to keep it exclusive. Lends a catch it, does it not, to the sweet, 'What's every man's,' it's been said, 'is no man's.'" "Do you think it would be popular if it were generally obtainable?" asked Mr. Denton. "I hardly think it, sir," said Cattle, pensively clasping his beard. "I hardly think it. Not popular. It wasn't popular with the man that cut the block, was it, Mr. Higgins? Did he find it a difficult job?" "He'd no call to do so, sir, but the fact is that the artistic temperament, and our men are artists, sir, every single one of 'em, true artists, as much as many that the world styles by the term. It's apt to take some strange, hardly accountable likes or dislikes, and here was an example. The twice or three that I went to inspect the progress, language I could understand, for that's habitual to him, but real distaste for what I shall call a dainty enough thing, I did not, nor am I able to fathom. It seemed," said Mr. Cattle, looking narrowly upon Mr. Denton, "as if the man scented something almost evil in the design." "Indeed? Did he tell you so? I can't say I see anything sinister in it myself." "Neither can I, sir. In fact, I said as much. 'Come, Gatwick,' I said, 'what's to do here? What's the reason of your prejudice?' For I call it no more than that. But no explanation was forthcoming, and I was merely reduced, as I am now, to the shrug of the shoulders and a cui bono. However, here it is." And with that, the technical side of the question came to the front again. The matching of the colours for the background, the hem, and the knots of ribbon was by far the longest part of the business, and necessitated many sendings to and fro of the original pattern and of new samples. During part of August and September, too, the Dentons were far away from the manor, so that it was not until October was well in that a sufficient quantity of the stuff had been manufactured to furnish curtains for the 3 or 4 bedrooms which were to be fitted up with it. On the feast of Simon and Jude, the aunt and nephew returned from a short visit to find all completed, and their satisfaction at the general effect was great. The new curtains, in particular, agreed to admiration with their surroundings. When Mr. Denton was dressing for dinner and took stock of his room, in which there was a large amount of the chintz displayed, he congratulated himself over and over again on the luck which had first made him forget his aunt's commission, and had then put into his hands this extremely effective means of remedying his mistake. The pattern was, as he said at dinner, so restful, and yet so far from being dull. And Miss Denton, who, by the way, had none of the stuff in her own room, was much disposed to agree with him. At breakfast next morning he was induced to qualify his satisfaction to some extent, but very slightly. "There is one thing I rather regret," he said, "that we allowed them to join up the vertical bands of the pattern at the top. I think it would have been better to leave that alone." "Oh?" said his aunt, interrogatively. "Yes. As I was reading in bed last night, they kept catching my eye rather. That is, I found myself looking across at them every now and then. There was an effect as if someone kept peeping out between the curtains in one place or another, where there was no edge. I think this was due to the joining up of the bands at the top. The only other thing that troubled me was the wind." "Why, I thought it was a perfectly still night." "Perhaps it was only on my side of the house, but there was enough to sway my curtains and rustle them more than I wanted." That night a bachelor friend of James Denton's came to stay, and was lodged in a room on the same floor as his host, but at the end of a long passage, halfway down which was a red baize door, put there to cut off the draught and intercept noise. The party of 3 had separated, Miss Denton a good first, the 2 men at about 11. James Denton, not yet inclined for bed, sat himself down in an armchair and read for a time. Then he dozed, then he woke and bethought himself that his brown spaniel, which ordinarily slept in his room, had not come upstairs with him. Then he thought he was mistaken, for happening to move his hand, which hung down over the arm of the chair within a few inches of the floor, he felt on the back of it just the slightest touch of a surface of hair, and stretching it out in that direction, he stroked and patted a round something. But the feel of it, and still more the fact that instead of a responsive movement, absolute stillness greeted his touch, made him look over the arm. What he had been touching rose to meet him. It was in the attitude of one that had crept along the floor on its belly, and it was, so far as could be recollected, a human figure. but of the face which was now rising to within a few inches of his own, no feature was discernible, only hair. Shapeless as it was, there was about it so horrible an air of menace that he bounded from his chair and rushed from the room. He heard himself moaning with fear, and doubtless he did right to fly. As he dashed into the baize door that cut the passage in two, and, forgetting that it opened towards him, beat against it with all the force in him, he felt a soft ineffectual tearing at his back, which all the same seemed to be growing in power, as if the hand, or whatever worse than a hand was there, were becoming more material as the pursuer's rage was more concentrated. Then he remembered the trick of the door. He got it open. He shut it behind him. He gained his friend's room, and that is all we need to know. It seems curious that during all the time that had elapsed since the purchase of Poynter's diary, James Denton should not have sought an explanation of the presence of the pattern that had been pinned into it. Well, he read the diary through without finding it mentioned, and had concluded that there was nothing to be said. But on leaving Rencombe Manor, he did not know whether for good, as he naturally insisted upon doing, on the day after experiencing the horror I have tried to put into words, he took the diary with him, and at his seaside lodgings he examined more narrowly the portion whence the pattern had been taken. What he remembered having suspected about it turned out to be correct. 2 or 3 leaves were pasted together, but written upon, as was patent when they were held up to the light. They yielded easily to steaming, for the paste had lost much of its strength, and they contained something relevant to the pattern. The entry was made in 1707. Old Mr. Casbury of Accrington told me this day much of young Sir Everard Charlett, whom he remembered commoner of University College, and thought was of the same family as Dr. Arthur Charlett, now master of Ye Col. This Charlett was a personable young gent, but a loose atheistical companion, and a great lifter, as they then called the hard drinkers, and for what I know do so now. He was noted and subject to several censures at different times for his extravagancies, and if the full history of his debaucheries had been known, no doubt would have been expelled Ye Col, supposing no interest had been employed on his behalf, of which Mr. Casbury had some suspicion. He was a very beautiful person, and constantly wore his own hair, which was very abundant, from which, and his loose way of living, the cant name for him was Absalom, and he was accustomed to say that indeed he believed he had shortened old David's days, meaning his father, Sir Job Charlett, an old worthy cavalier. Note that Mr. Casbury said that he remembers not the year of Sir Everard Charlett's death, but it was 1692 or 3. He died suddenly in October. Several lines describing his unpleasant habits and reputed delinquencies are omitted. Having seen him in such topping spirits the night before, Mr. Casbury was amazed when he learnt the death. He was found in the town ditch. The hair, as was said, plucked clean off his head. Most bells in Oxford rung out for him, being a nobleman, and he was buried next night in St. Peter's in the East. But 2 years after, being to be moved to his country estate by his successor, it was said the coffin, breaking by mischance, proved quite full of hair, which sounds fabulous, but yet I believe precedents are upon record, as in Dr. Pyatt's History of Staffordshire. His chambers afterwards stripped. Mr. Casbury came by part of the hangings of it, which 'twas said this Charlett had designed expressly for a memorial of his hair, giving the fellow that drew it a lock to work by, and the piece which I have fastened in here was parcel of the same which Mr. Casbury gave to me. He said he believed there was a subtlety in the drawing, but had never discovered it himself, nor much liked to pore upon it. The money spent upon the curtains might as well have been thrown into the fire, as they were. Mr. Cattle's comment upon what he heard of the story took the form of a quotation from Shakespeare. You may guess it without difficulty. It began with the words, "There are more things." End of The Diary of Mr. Poynter by M.R. James.
The Enchanted Woman by Anna Kingsford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. The Enchanted Omen by Anna Kingsford. The first consciousness which broke my sleep last night was one of floating, of being carried swiftly by some invisible force through a vast space, then of being gently lowered, then of light, until gradually I found myself on my feet in a broad noonday brightness, and before me an open country. Hills, hills as far as the eye could reach, hills with snow on their tops and mists around their gorges. This was the first thing I saw distinctly. Then, casting my eyes towards the ground, I perceived that all about me lay huge masses of grey material, which at first I took for blocks of stone, having the form of lions. But as I looked at them more intently, my sight grew clearer, and I saw to my horror that they were really alive. A panic seized me, and I tried to run away. But on turning, I became suddenly aware that the whole country was filled with these awful shapes, and the faces of those nearest to me were most dreadful for their eyes, and something in their expression, though not in the form of their faces, were human. I was absolutely alone in a terrible world peopled with lions, two of a monstrous kind. Recovering myself with an effort, I resumed my flight. But as I passed through the midst of this concourse of monsters, it suddenly struck me that they were perfectly unconscious of my presence. I even laid my hands in passing on the heads and manes of several, but they gave no sign of seeing me or of knowing that I touched them. At last I gained a threshold of a great pavilion, not apparently built by hands, but formed by nature. The walls were solid, yet they were composed of huge trees standing close together like columns, and the roof of the pavilion was formed by their massive foliage, through which not a ray of outer light penetrated. Such light as there was seemed nebulous, and appeared to rise out of the ground. In the center of this pavilion I stood alone, happy to have got clear away from those terrible beasts and the gaze of their steadfast eyes. As I stood there, I became conscious of the fact that the nebulous light of the place was concentrating itself into a focus on the columned wall opposite to me. It grew there, becoming denser, and then spread, revealing as it spread a series of moving pictures that appeared to be scenes actually enacted before me. For the figures in the pictures were living, and they moved before my eyes, though I heard neither word nor sound, and this is what I saw. First there came a writing on the wall of the pavilion. This is the history of our world. These words, as I looked at them, appeared to sink into the wall as they had risen out of it, and to yield place to the pictures, which then began to come out in succession, dimly at first, then strong and clear as actual scenes. First I beheld a beautiful woman with the sweetest face and most perfect form conceivable. She was dwelling in a cave among the hills with her husband, and he too was beautiful, more like an angel than a man. They seemed perfectly happy together, and their dwelling was like paradise. On every side was beauty, sunlight, and repose. This picture sank into the wall as the writing had done. And then came out another, the same man and woman driving together in a sledge drawn by Reander over fields of ice, with all about them glaciers and snow, and great mountains veiled in wreaths of slowly moving mist. The sledge went at a rapid pace, and its occupants talked gaily to each other, so far as I could judge by their smiles and the movement of their lips. But what caused me much surprise was that they carried between them, and actually in their hands, a glowing flame, the fervour of which I felt reflected from the picture upon my own cheeks. The ice around shone with its brightness. The mists upon the snow mountains caught its gleam. Yet strong as were its light and heat, neither the man nor the woman seemed to be burned or dazzled by it. This picture too, the beauty and brilliancy of which greatly impressed me, sank and disappeared as the former. Next I saw a terrible-looking man clad in an enchanter's robe, standing alone upon an ice crack. In the air above him, poised like a dragonfly, was an evil spirit, having a head and face like that of a human being. The rest of it resembled the tail of a comet, and seemed made of a green fire, which flickered in and out as though swayed by a wind. And as I looked, suddenly, through an opening among the hills, I saw the sledge pass, carrying the beautiful woman and her husband, and in the same instant the enchanter also saw it, and his face contracted, and the evil spirit lowered itself and came between me and him. Then this picture sank and vanished. I next beheld the same cave in the mountains which I had before seen, and the beautiful couple together in it. Then a shadow darkened the door of the cave, and the enchanter was there, asking admittance. Cheerfully they bade him enter, and as he came forward with his snake-like eyes fixed on the fair woman, I understood that he wished to have her for his own, and was even then devising how to bear her away. And the spirit in the air beside him seemed busy suggesting schemes to this end. Then this picture melted and became confused, giving place for but a brief moment to another, in which I saw the enchanter carrying the woman away in his arms, she struggling and lamenting, her long bright hair streaming behind her. This scene passed from the wall as though a wind had swept over it, and there rose up in its place a picture which impressed me with a more vivid sense of reality than all the rest. It represented a marketplace, in the midst of which was a pile of faggots and a stake, such as were used formerly for the burning of heretics and witches. The marketplace, round which were rows of seats as though for a concourse of spectators, yet appeared quite deserted. I saw only 3 living beings present, the beautiful woman, the enchanter, and the evil spirit. Nevertheless, I thought that the seats were really occupied by invisible tenants, for every now and then there seemed to be a stir in the atmosphere as of a great multitude, and I had, moreover, a strange sense of facing many witnesses. The enchanter led the woman to the stake, fastened her there with iron chains, lit the faggots about her feet, and withdrew to a short distance, where he stood with his arms folded, looking on as the flames rose about her. I understood that she had refused his love, and that in his fury he had denounced her as a sorceress. Then in the fire above the pile I saw the evil spirit posing itself like a fly, and rising and sinking and fluttering in that thick smoke. While I wondered what this meant, the flames which had concealed the beautiful woman parted in their midst, and disclosed a sight so horrible and unexpected as to thrill me from head to foot, and curdle my blood. Chained to the stake there stood not the fair woman I had seen there a moment before, but a hideous monster, a woman still, but a woman with 3 heads and 3 bodies linked in one. Each of her long arms ended not in a hand, but in a claw like that of a bard of rapine. Her hair resembled the locks of the classic Medusa, and her faces were inexpressibly loathsome. She seemed, with all her dreadful heads and limbs, to read in the flames, and yet not to be consumed by them. She gathered them into herself. Her claws caught them and drew them down. Her triple body appeared to suck the fire into itself, as though a blast drove it. The sight appalled me. I covered my face and dared look no more. When at length I again turned my eyes upon the wall, the picture that had so terrified me was gone, and instead of it I saw the enchanter flying through the world, pursued by the evil spirit and that dreadful woman. Through all the world they seemed to go. The scenes changed with marvelous rapidity. Now the picture glowed with the wealth and gorgeousness of the torrid June. Now the ice fields of the north rose into view, anon a pine forest, then a wild seashore, but always the same tree-flying figures, always the horrible tree-formed harpy pursuing the enchanter, and besides the evil spirit with the dragonfly wings. At last this succession of images ceased, and I beheld a desolate region, in the midst of which sat the woman with the enchanter beside her, his head reposing in her lap. Either the sight of her must have become familiar to him, and so less horrible, or she had subjugated him by some spell. At all events, they were mated at last, and their offspring lay around them on the stony ground, or moved to and fro. These were lions, monsters with human faces, such as I had seen in the beginning of my dream. Their jaws dripped blood. They paced backwards and forwards, lashing their tails. Then too this picture faded, and sank into the wall as the others had done, and through its melting outlines came out again the words I had first seen. This is the history of our world. Only they seem to mean somewhat changed, but how I cannot tell. The horror of the whole thing was too strong upon me to let me dare look longer at the wall, and I awake, repeating to myself the question, how could one woman become 3? End of The Enchanted Woman.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron Lillis. The Haunted House in Royal Street by George Washington Cable. Part 1. As it stands now. When you make that much-talked-of visit to New Orleans, by all means see early whatever evidence of progress and aggrandizement her hospitable citizens wish to show you. New Orleans belongs to the living present, and has serious practical relations with these United States in this great living world and age. And yet I want the first morning walk that you two take together, and alone, to be in the old French Quarter. Go down Royal Street. You shall not have taken many steps in it when far down on the right-hand side, where the narrow street almost shuts its converging lines together in the distance, there will begin to rise above the extravagant confusion of intervening roofs, and to stand out against the dazzling sky, a square, latticed remnant of a belvedere. You can see that the house it surmounts is a large, solid, rectangular pile, and that it stands directly on the street at what residents call the Upper River Corner, though the river is several squares away on the right. There are 50 people in this Rue Royale who can tell you their wild versions of this house's strange, true story against anyone who can do this present writer the honor to point out the former residence of Sieur George, Madame Delecuse, or Dr. Mossy, or the unrecognizably restored dwelling of Madame Delphine. I fancy you already there. The neighborhood is very still. The streets are almost empty of life, and the cleanness of their stone pavements is largely the cleanness of disuse. The house you are looking at is of brick, covered with stucco, which somebody may be lime-washing white or painting yellow or brown while I am saying it is gray. An uncovered balcony as wide as the sidewalk makes a deep arcade around its 2 street sides. The last time I saw it, it was for rent, and looked as if it had been so for a long time, but that proves nothing. Every one of its big window shutters was closed, and by the very intensity of their rusty silence spoke a hostile impenetrability. Just now it is occupied. They say that Louis Philippe, afterwards King of the French, once slept in one of its chambers. That would have been in 1798, but in 1798 they were not building such tall buildings as this in New Orleans, did not believe the soil would uphold them. As late as 1806, when Sieur George's house upon the St. Peter Street corner was begun, people shook their heads, and this house is taller than Sieur George's. I should like to know if the rumor is true. Lafayette, too, they say, occupied the same room. Maybe so. That would have been in 1824 to 25, but we know he had elegant apartments, fitted up for him at the city's charge, in the old Cabildo. Still, it was, they say, in those, its bright early days, the property of the Pontelbas, a noble France-Spanish family, and I have mentioned these points, which have no close bearing upon our present story, mainly to clear the field of all mere they-says, and leave the ground for what we know to be authenticated fact, however strange. The entrance under the balcony is in Royal Street, within a deep white portal, the walls and ceiling of which are covered with ornamentations, 2 or 3 steps, shut off from the sidewalk by a pair of great gates of open, ornamental ironwork with gilded tops, rise to the white door. This also is loaded with a raised work of urns and flowers, birds and fonts, and Phoebus in his chariot. Inside, from a marble floor, an iron-railed winding stair, said the spider to the fly, leads to the drawing-rooms on the floor, even with the balcony. These are very large. The various doors that let into them, and the folding door between them, have carved panels. A deep frieze covered with raised work, white angels with palm branches and folded wings, stars and wreaths, runs all around, interrupted only by high, wide windows that let out between fluted Corinthian pilasters upon the broad open balcony. The lofty ceilings, too, are beautiful with raised garlandry. Measure one of the windows, 8 feet across. Each of its shutters is 4 feet wide. Look at those old crystal chandeliers, and already here is something uncanny. At the bottom of one of these rooms, a little door in the wall. It is barely a woman's height, yet big hinges jut out from the jamb, and when you open it and look in, you see only a small dark place without steps or anything to let you down to its floor below, a leap of several feet. It is hardly noteworthy, only neither you nor I can make out what it ever was for. The house is very still. As you stand a moment in the middle of the drawing-room looking at each other, you hear the walls and floors saying those soft nothings to one another that they so often say when left to themselves. While you are looking straight at one of the large doors that lead into the hale, its lock gives us a whispered click, and the door slowly swings open. No cat, no draught. You and I exchange a silent smile, and rather like the mystery. But do you know? That is an old trick of those doors, and has made many an emotional girl smile less instead of more, although I doubt you nor any carpenter could explain it. I assume, you see, that you visit the house when it is vacant. It is only at such times that you are likely to get in. A friend wrote me lately, Miss Blank and I tried to get permission to see the interior. Madame said the landlord had requested her not to allow visitors, that over 300 had called last winter, and had been refused for that reason. I thought of the 3,000 who would call if they knew its story. Another writes, the landlord's orders are positive that no photographer of any kind shall come into his house. The house has 3 stories and an attic. The windows farthest from the street are masked by long green latticed balconies or galleries, one to each story, which communicate with one another by staircases behind the lattices, and partly overhang a small damp paved court which is quite hidden from outer view save from 1 or 2 neighboring windows. On your right, as you hook down into this court, a long, narrow wing stands out at right angles from the main house, 4 stories high, with the latticed galleries continuing along the entire length of each floor. It bounds this court on the southern side. Each story is a row of small square rooms, and each room has a single high window in the southern wall, and a single door on the hither side opening upon the latticed gallery of that floor. Wings of that sort were once very common in New Orleans in the residences of the rich. They were the houses' slaves' quarters. But certainly some of the features you see here never were common. Lock 7 inclines across, several windows without sashes, but with sturdy iron gratings and solid iron shutters. On the 4th floor, the doorway communicating with the main house is entirely closed twice over by 2 pairs of full-length batten shutters held in on the side of the main house by iron hooks 18 inches long, 2 to each shutter. And yet it was through this doorway that the ghosts, figuratively speaking, of course, for we are dealing with plain fact and history, got into this house. Will you go to the Belvedere? I went there once. Unless the cramped stair that reaches it has been repaired, you will find it something rickety. The newspapers, writing 55 years ago in the heat and haste of the moment, must have erred as to heavy pieces of furniture being carried up this last cramped flight of stairs to be cast out of the windows into the street far below. Besides, the 3rd-story windows are high enough for the most thorough smashing of anything dropped from them for that purpose. The attic is cut up into little closets. Lying in one of them close up under the roof, maybe you will still find, as I did, all the big iron keys of those big iron locks downstairs. The day I stepped up into this Belvedere, it was shaking visibly in a squall of wind. An electric storm was coming out of the north and west, yet overhead the sun still shone vehemently through the rolling white clouds. It was grand to watch these. They were sailing majestically hither and thither southward across the blue, leaning now this way and now that like a fleet of great ships of the line maneuvering for position against the dark northern enemies already flashing and thundering onset. I was much above any neighboring roof. Far to the south and southwest the newer New Orleans spread away over the flat land. Northeastward, but near at hand, were the mass of ships and steamers, with glimpses here and there of the water, and farther away the open breadth of the great yellow river sweeping around Slaughterhouse Point under an air heavy with the falling black smoke and white steam of hurrying tugs. Closer by there was a strange confusion of roofs, trees, walls, vines, tiled roofs, brown and pink and stuccoed walls, pink, white, yellow, red, and every sort of grey. The old convent of the Ursulines stood in the midst against the old chapel of St. Mary, with a great sycamore on one side and a willow on the other. Almost under me I noticed some of the semicircular arches of rotten red brick that were once a part of the Spanish barracks. In the north, the old third city district lie, as though I looked down upon it from a cliff, a tempestuous grey sea of slate roofs dotted with tossing green tree-tops. Beyond it, not far away, the deep green ragged line of cypress swamp half encircled it, and gleamed weirdly under a sky packed with dark clouds, that flashed and growled and boomed and growled again. You could see rain falling from one cloud over like Pontchartrain. The strong gale brought the sweet smell of it. Westward, yonder, you may still descry the old calaboose just peeping over the tops of some lofty trees, and that bunch a little at the left is Congo Square. But the old calaboose, the one to which this house was once strangely related, is hiding behind the cathedral here on the south. The street that crosses Royal here, and makes the corner on which this house stands, is Hospital Street, and yonder, westward, where it bends a little to the right, and runs away so bright, clean, and empty between 2 long lines of groves and flower gardens, it is the old bayou road to the lake. It was down that road that the mistress of this house fled in her carriage from its door, with the howling mob at her heels. Before you descend from the belvedere, turn and note how the roof drops away in 8 different slopes, and think, from whichever one of these slopes it was, of the little fluttering, befrocked lump of terrified childhood that leaped from there and fell clean to the paved yard below. A last word while we are still here. There are other reasons, one at least besides tragedy and crime, that make people believe this place is haunted. This particular spot is hardly one where a person would prefer to see a ghost, even if one knew it was but an optical illusion. But one evening, some years ago, when a bright moon was mounting high and swinging well around to the south, a young girl who lived nearby, and who had proper skepticism for the marvels of the gossip, passed this house. She was approaching it from an opposite sidewalk, when, glancing up at this belvedere outlined so loftily on the night sky, she saw with startling clearness, although pale and misting in the deep shadow of the cupola. "It made me shudder," she says, "until I reasoned the matter out." A single, silent, motionless object, the figure of a woman leaning against its lattice. By careful scrutiny she made it out to be only a sorcery of moonbeams that fell aslant from the farther side through the skylight of the belvedere's roof, and sifted through the lattice. Would that there were no more reality to the story before us. Part 2. Madame Lalaurie. On the 30th of August, 1831, before Octave de Armas, notary, one E. Sognat de Fawcett sold this property to a Madame Lalaurie. She may have dwelt in the house earlier than this, but here is where its tragic history begins. Madame Lalaurie was still a beautiful and most attractive lady, though bearing the name of a third husband. Her surname had been first McCarty, a genuine Spanish Creole name, although of Irish origin, of course, then Lopez, or maybe first Lopez and then McCarty, and then Blanc. She had 2 daughters, the elder at least the issue of her first marriage. The house is known to this day as Madame Blanc's house, which you notice it never was, so distinctly was she the notable figure in the household. Her husband was younger than she. There is strong sign of his lesser importance in the fact that he was sometimes, and only sometimes, called Dr. Louis Lalaurie. The graces and graciousness of their accomplished and entertaining mother quite outshone his stepdaughters as well as him. To the frequent and numerous guests at her sumptuous board, these young girls seemed comparatively unanimated, if not actually unhappy. Not so with their mother. To do her full share in the upper circles of good society, to dispense the pleasures of drawing-room and dining-room with generous frequency and captivating amiability, was the eager pursuit of a lady who nevertheless kept the management of her money, affairs, real estate, and slaves mainly in her own hands. Of slaves she had 10, and housed most of them in the tall, narrow wing that we have already noticed. We need not recount again the state of society about her at that time. The description of it given by the young German duke whom we quoted without date in the story of Salome Muller belongs exactly to this period. Grimes stood at the top and front of things. John Slidell was already shining beside him. They were co-members of the Elkin Club, then in its glory. It was trying energetically to see what incredible quantities of Madeira it could drink. Judge Mazareau was avocat general, and was being lampooned by the imbecile wit of the singers and dancers of the Kalinda in Congo Square. The tree-planted levee was still populous on summer evenings with promenaders and loungers. The quadroon caste was in its dying splendor, still threatening the moral destruction of private society, and hated, as only women can hate enemies of the hearthstone, by the proud fair ladies of the Creole pureblood, among whom Madame Lalaurie shone brilliantly. Her elegant house, filled with furniture of the most costly description, says the New Orleans Bee, of a date which we shall come to, stood central in the swirl of downtown gaiety, public and private. From Royal into Hospital Street, across Circuit Street, Rue de la Cirque, that was a good way to get into Bayou Road, white, almost as snow, with its smooth, silent pavement of powdered shells. This road followed the slow, clear meanderings of Bayou Saint-Jean, from red-roofed and embowered suburb Saint-Jean to the lake, a swamp of giant grizzly-bearded cypresses hanging it all the way, and the whole 5 miles teeming with gay, swift carriages, some filled with smokers, others with ladies and children, the finest equipage of all being, as you may recollect, that of John Fitz-Miller. He was at that very time master of Salome Muller and of several others fairer than Salome. He belongs in the present story only here in this landscape, and here not as a typical, but only as an easily possible slaveholder. For that matter, Madame Lalaurie, let it be plainly understood, was only another possibility, not a type. The two stories teach the same truth, that a public practice is answerable for whatever can happen easier with it than without it, no matter whether it must or only may happen. However, let the moral wait, or skip it entirely if you choose. A regular feature of that bright afternoon throng was Madame Lalaurie's coach, with the ever-so-pleasant Madame Lalaurie inside, and her sleek black coachman on the box. Think, some friend would say, as he returned her courteous bow, think of casting upon that woman the suspicion of starving and maltreating her own house servants. Look at that driver. His skin shines with good keeping. The truth is those jealous Americans. There was intense jealousy between the Americans and the Creoles. The Americans were just beginning in public matters to hold the odds. In private society the Creoles still had power, but it was slipping from them even there. Madame Lalaurie was a Creole. Whether Louisiana or San Domingo born was no matter. She could not be criticized by American envy, nor would the Creoles themselves go nosing into the secretest privacy of her house. Why, look you, it is her common practice, even before her guests, to leave a little wine in her glass and hand it, with some word of kindness, to the slave waiting at her back. Thin and hollow-chested, the slaves? Yes, to be sure, but how about your rich uncle, or my dear old mother, or they not hollow-chested? Well, but this kind of logic did not satisfy everybody, not even every Creole, and particularly not all her neighbors. The common populace, too, had unflattering beliefs. Do you see this splendid house? Do you see those attic windows? There are slaves up there, confined in chains and darkness, and kept at the point of starvation. A Creole gentleman, Monsieur Montreuil, who seems to have been a neighbor, made several attempts to bring the matter to light, but in vain. Yet rumors and suspicious indications grew, so rank that at length another prominent citizen, an American lawyer, who had a young Creole studying law in his office, ventured to send him to the house to point out to Madame Lalaurie certain laws of the state. For instance, there was Article XX of the old Black Code. Slaves who shall not be properly fed, clad, and provided for by their masters may give information thereof to the Attorney General or the Superior Council, or to all the other officers of justice of an inferior jurisdiction, and may put the written exposition of their wrongs into their hands, upon which information, and even ex officio, should the information come from another quarter, the Attorney General shall prosecute said masters, etc. But the young law student, on making his visit, was captivated by the sweetness of the lady, whom he had been sent to warn against committing unlawful misdemeanors, and withdrew, filled with indignation against anyone who could suspect her of the slightest unkindness to the humblest living thing. Part 3. A Terrible Revelation. The house that joined Madame Lalaurie's premises on the eastern side had a staircase window that looked down into her little courtyard. One day, all by chance, the lady of that adjoining house was going up those stairs just when the keen scream of a terrified child resounded from the next yard. She sprung to the window, and looking down, saw a little negro girl about 8 years old run wildly across the yard and into the house, with Madame Lalaurie, a cowhide whip in her hand, following swiftly and close upon her. They disappeared, but by glimpses through the dark lattices and by the sound of the tumult, the lady knew that the child was flying up stairway after stairway, from gallery to gallery, hard pressed by her furious mistress. Soon she heard them rise into the belvedere, and the next instant they darted out upon the roof. Down into its valleys and up over its ridges the little fugitive slid and scrambled. She reached the sheer edge. The lady at the window hid her face in her hands. There came a dull, jarring thud in the paved court beneath, and the lady, looking down, saw the child lifted from the ground and borne out of sight, limp, silent, dead. She kept her place at the window. Hours passed. The day waned. Darkness settled down. Then she saw a torch brought. A shallow hole was dug. As it seemed to her, but in fact a condemned well of slight depth, a mere pit, was uncovered, and the little broken form was buried. She informed the officers of justice. From what came to light at a later season, it is hard to think that in this earlier case the investigation was more than superficial. Yet an investigation was made, and some legal action was taken against Madame Lalaurie for cruelty to her slaves. They were taken from her and liberated? No. They were sold by the sheriff, bidden her by her relatives, and by them sold back to her. Let us believe that this is what occurred, or at least was shammed, for unless we do, we must accept the implication of a newspaper statement of 2 or 3 years afterwards, and the confidant impression of an aged Creole gentleman and notary still living, who was an eyewitness to much of the story, that all Madame Lalaurie ever suffered for this part her hideous misdeeds was a fine. Lawyers will doubtless remind us that Madame Lalaurie was not legally chargeable with the child's death. The lady at the window was not the only witness who might have been brought. A woman still living, who after the Civil War was for years a domestic in this haunted house, says her husband, now long dead, then a lad, was passing the place when the child ran out on the roof, and he saw her scrambling about on it, seeking to escape, but he did not see the catastrophe that followed. No one saw more than what the law knows as assault, and the child was a slave. Miss Martineau, in her short account of the matter, which she heard in New Orleans and from eyewitnesses only a few years after it had occurred, conjectures that Madame Lallaurie's object in buying back these slaves was simply to renew her cruelties upon them. But a much easier and even kinder guess would be that they knew things about her that had not been and must not be told, if she could possibly prevent it. A high temper, let us say, had led her into a slough of misdoing to a depth beyond all her expectation, and the only way out was on the farther side. Yet bring to bear all the generous conjecture one can, and still the fact stands that she did starve, whip, and otherwise torture those poor victims. She even mistreated her daughters for conveying them food which she had withheld. Was she not insane? One would hope so, but we cannot hurry to believe just what is most comfortable or kindest. That would be itself a kind of emotional insanity. If she was insane, how about her husband? For Miss Martineau, who was told that he was no party to her crimes, was misinformed. He was as deep in the same mire as passive complicity could carry him. If she was insane, her insanity stopped abruptly at her plump, well-fed coachman. He was her spy against all others. And if she was insane, then why did not her frequent guests at table suspect it? All that society knew was that she had carried her domestic discipline to excess, had paid dearly for it, and no doubt was desisting and would henceforth desist from that kind of thing. Enough allowance can hardly be made in our day for the delicacy society felt about prying into one of its own gentlemen or lady members' treatment of his or her own servants. Who was going to begin such an inquiry? John Fitzmiller? And so time passed, and the beautiful and ever sweet and charming Madame Lalaurie, whether sane or insane we leave to the doctors, except Dr. Lalaurie, continued to drive daily, yearly, on the gay bayou road, to manage her business affairs, and to gather bright groups around her, tempting board, without their suspicion that she kept her cook in the kitchen by means of a 24-foot chain fastened to her person and to the wall or floor. And yet let this be said to the people's credit, that public suspicion and indignation steadily grew. But they were still only growing, when one day, the 10th of April, 1834, the aged cook, she was 70, chained as she was, purposely set the house on fire. It is only tradition that, having in a dream the night before seen the drawing-room window curtains on fire, she seized the happy thought and made the dream a reality. But it is in the printed record of the day that she confessed the deed to the mayor of the city. The desperate stratagem succeeds. The alarm of fire spreads to the street, and 100 men rush in, while a crowd throngs the streets. Some are neighbors, some friends, some strangers. One is Monsieur Machoul, the gentleman who has so long been watching his chance to bring the law upon the house and its mistress. Young D, a notary's clerk, is another, and another is Judge Canage. Aha! And there are others of good and well-known name. The fire has got a good start. The kitchen is in flames. The upper stories are filling with smoke. Strangers run to the place whence it all comes and fall to fighting the fire. Friends rally to the aid of Monsieur and Madame Lalaurie. The pretty lady has not lost one whit, is at her very best. Her husband is as passive as ever. "This way," she cries, "this way! Take this! Go now, and hurry back if you please! This way!" And in a moment they are busy carrying out into places of safety plate, jewels, robes, and the lighter and costlier pieces of furniture. "This way, please, gentlemen. That is only the servants' quarters." The servants' quarters? But where are the servants? Madame's answers are witty but evasive. Never mind them now, save the valuables. Somebody touches Judge Canonge. Those servants are chained and locked up and liable to perish. Where? In the garret rooms. He hurries towards them, but fails to reach them, and returns, driven back and nearly suffocated by the smoke. He looks around him. This is no sketch of the fancy. We have his deposition sworn before a magistrate next day, and sees some friends of the family. He speaks to them. "I am told, so-and-so. Can it be? Will you speak to Monsieur, madam?" But the friends repulse him coldly. He turns and makes fresh inquiries of others. He notices 2 gentlemen near him whom he knows. One is Montreal. "Here, Montreal, and you, Fernandez, will you go to the garret and search? I am blind and half smothered." Another, he thinks it was Felix Lefebvre, goes in another direction, most likely towards the double door between the attics of the house and wing. Montreal and Fernandez come back saying they have searched thoroughly and found nothing. Madame Lalaurie begs them with all her sweetness to come other ways and consider other things. But here is Lefebvre. He cries, "I have found some of them. I have broken some bars, but the doors are locked." Judge Canonge hastens through the smoke. They reach the spot. "Break the doors down." Down come the doors. The room they push into is a den. They bring out 2 negresses. One has a large, heavy iron collar at the neck and heavy irons on her feet. The fire is subdued now, they say, but the search goes on. Here is Monsieur Guillot. He has found another victim in another room. They push aside a mosquito net and see a Negro woman, aged, helpless, and with a deep wound in the head. Some of the young men lift her and carry her out. Judge Canonge confronts Dr. Lalaurie again. "Are there slaves still in your garret, monsieur?" And the doctor replies with insulting tone that there are persons who would do much better by remaining at home than visiting others to dictate to them the laws and the quality of officious friends. The search went on. The victims were led or carried out. The sight that met the public eye made the crowd literally groan with horror and shout with indignation. "We saw," wrote the editor of the Advertiser next day, "one of these miserable beings. The sight was so horrible that we could scarce look upon it. The most savage heart could not have witnessed the spectacle unmoved. He had a large hole in his head. His body from head to foot was covered with scars and filled with worms. The sight inspired us with so much horror that even at the moment of writing this article we shudder from its effects." Those who have seen the others represent them to be in a similar condition. One after another, 7 dark human forms were brought forth, gaunt and wild-eyed with famine, and loaded with irons, having been found chained and tied in attitudes in which they had been kept so long that they were crippled for life. It must have been in the first rush of the inside throng to follow these sufferers into the open air and sunlight that the quick-witted Madame Lalaurie clapped to the doors of her house with only herself and her daughters, possibly the coachman also, inside, and nothing but locks and bars to defend her from the rage of the populace. The streets under her windows, Royal Street here, Hospital yonder, and the yard were thronged. Something by and by put some one in mind to look for buried bodies. There had been 9 slaves besides the coachman. Where were the other 2? A little digging brought their skeletons to light, an adult's out of the soil and the little child's out of the condemned well. There they lay. But the living 7, the indiscreet crowd, brought them food and drink in fatal abundance, and before the day was done 2 more were dead. The others were tenderly carried, shall we say it, to prison, to the calaboose. Thither at least 2,000 people flocked that day to see, if they might, these wretched sufferers. A quiet fell upon the scene of the morning's fire. The household and its near friends busied themselves in getting back to the jewelry, plate, furniture, and the like, the idle crowd looking on in apathy and trusting, it may be, to see arrests made. But the restoration was finished, and the house remained close-barred. No arrest was made. As for Dr. Lalaurie, he does not appear in this scene. Then the crowd, along in the afternoon, began to grow again, then to show anger, and by to hoot and groan and cry for satisfaction. Part 4. The Lady's Flight. The old bayou road saw a strange sight that afternoon. Down at its farther end lay a little settlement of fishermen and Spanish moss-gatherers, pot-hunters, and shrimpers around a custom-house station, a lighthouse, and a little feint. There the people who drove out in carriages were in the habit of alighting and taking the cool air of the lake and sipping lemonades, wines, and ices before they turned homeward again along the crowded way that they had come. In after years the place fell into utter neglect. The customs station was removed, the fort dismantled, the gay carriage people drove on the New Shell Road and its tributaries, Bienville and Canal Streets, Washington and Carrollton Avenues, and sipped and smoked in the twilights and starlights of Carrollton Gardens and the new Lake End. The older haunt, once so bright with fashionable pleasure-making, was left to the sole illumination of St. John Light and the mongrel life of a bunch of cabins branded Crabtown, and became, in popular superstition at least, the yearly rendezvous of the voodoos. Then all at once, in latter days, it bloomed out in electrical, horticultural, festal, pyrotechnical splendor as Spanish Fort, and the carriages all came rolling back. So whenever you and your friend visit Spanish Fort and stroll along the bayou's edge on the fort side and watch the broad schooners glide out along the bayou's mouth and into the open water, you may say, Somewhere just along this bank, within the few paces between here and yonder, must be where that schooner lay, moored and ready to sail for Mandeville the afternoon that Madame Lalaurie, fleeing from the mob, etc. For on that afternoon, when the people surrounded the house, crying for vengeance, she never lost, it seems, her cunning. She and her sleek black coachman took counsel together, and his plan of escape was adopted. The early afternoon dinner hour of those times came and passed, and the crowd still filled the street, but as yet had done nothing. Presently, right in the midst of the throng, her carriage came to the door, according to its well-known daily habit at that hour, and at the same moment the charming Madame Lalaurie, in all her pretty manners and sweetness of mind, stepped quickly across the sidewalk and entered the vehicle. The crowd was taken all aback. When it gathered its wits, the coach door had shut and the horses were starting. Then her audacity was understood. "She's getting away!" was the cry, and the multitude rushed upon her. "Seize the horses!" they shouted, and dashed at the bits and reins. The black driver gave the word to his beasts, and with his coach whip lashed the faces of those who sprung forward. The horses reared and plunged, the harness held, and the equipage was off. The crowd went with it. "Turn the coach over," they cry, and attempt it, but fail. "Drag her out!" They try to do it again and again, but in vain. Away it rattles, away it flashes, down the hospital street, past Bourbon, Dauphine, Burgundy, and the Rampart, with the crowd following, yelling, but fast growing thin and thinner. "Stop her! Stop her! Stop that carriage! Stop that carriage!" In vain. On it spins. Out upon the bayou road came the pattering hoofs and humming wheels, not wildly driven, but just at their most telling speed, into the whole whirling retinue of fashionable New Orleans, out for its afternoon airing. Past this equipage, past that one, past half a dozen, a score. Their inmates sit chatting in every sort of mood over the day's sensation, when, what is this? A rush from behind, a whirl of white dust, and, as I live, there she goes, now on her regular drive. What a scandalous speed! And see here, they are after her! Past 50 gigs and coaches, past 100, around this long bend on the road, around that one. Goodbye, pursuers. Never a chance to cut her off, the swamp forever on the right, the bayou on the left. She is getting away, the crowd is miles behind. The lake is reached, the road ends, what next? The coach dashes up to the bayou's edge and stops. Why just here? Ah, because just here, so near the bayou's mouth, a schooner lies against the bank. Is Dr. Lalaurie's hand in this? The coachman parleys a moment with the schooner master and hands him down a purse of gold. The coach door is opened, the lady alights, and is presently on the vessel's deck. The lines are cast off, the great sails go up, the few lookers-on are there without reference to her, and offer no interruption. A little pushing with poles lets the wind fill the canvas, and first slowly and silently, and then swiftly, and with a grateful creaking of cordage and spars, the vessel glides out past the lighthouse, through the narrow opening, and stands away towards the northern horizon, below which, signed 30 miles away, lies the little watering place of Mandeville, with roads leading as far away northward as one may choose to fly. Madame Lalaurie is gone. The brave coachman, one cannot help admiring the villain's intrepidity, turned and drove back towards the city. What his plan was, it is not further known. No wonder if he thought he could lash and dash through the same mob again, but he mistook. He had not reached town again when the crowd met him. This time they were more successful. They stopped the horses, killed them. What they did with the driver is not told, but one can guess. They broke the carriage into bits, then they returned to the house. They reached it about 8 o'clock in the evening. The 2 daughters had just escaped by a window. The whole house was locked and barred, hermetically sealed, says Labielle, of the next morning. The human tempest fell upon it, and in a few minutes, says the courier, the doors and windows were broken open, the crowd rushed in, and the works of destruction began. Those who rush in are of all classes and colors, continues the courier of next day, but no, says a survivor of today who was there and took part, we wouldn't have allowed it. In a single hour everything movable disappeared or perished. The place was rifled of jewelry and plate, china was smashed, the very stair balusters were pulled piece from piece, hangings, beddings, and table linen were tossed into the streets, and the elegant furniture, bedsteads, wardrobes, buffets, tables, chairs, pictures, pianos, says the newspaper, were taken with pains to the 3rd-story windows, burled out and broken, smashed into 1,000 pieces upon the ground below. The very basements were emptied, and the floors, wainscots, and iron balconies damaged as far as at the moment they could be. The sudden southern nightfall descended, and torches danced in the streets and through the ruined house. The debris was gathered into hot bonfires, feather beds were cut open, and the pavements covered with a thick snow of feathers. The night wore on, but the mob persisted. They mounted and battered the roof. They defaced the inner walls. Morning found them still at their senseless mischief, and they were in the act of pulling down the walls when the sheriff and several citizens interfered and put an end to their work. It was proposed to go at once to the houses of others long suspected of like cruelties to their slaves. But against this the highest gentility of the city alertly and diligently opposed themselves. Not at all because of sympathy with such cruelties. The single reason has its parallel in our own day. It was the fear that the negroes would be thereby encouraged to seek by violence those rights which their masters thought it not expedient to give them. The movement was suppressed, and the odious parties were merely warned that they were watched. Madame Lalaurie, we know by notorial records, was in Mandeville 10 days after, when she executed a power of attorney in favor of her New Orleans business agent, in which act she was authorized and assisted by her husband, Louis Lalaurie. So he disappears. His wife made her way to Mobile, some say to the north, and thence to Paris. Being recognized and confronted there, she again fled. The rest of her story is tradition, but comes very directly. A domestic in a Creole family that knew Madame Lalaurie and slave women used to enjoy great confidence and familiarity in the Creole households at times, tells that one day a letter from France to one of the family informed them that Madame Lalaurie, while spending a season at Pau, had engaged with a party of fashionable people in a boar hunt, and somehow meeting the boar while apart from her companions had been set upon by the infuriated beast, and too quickly for anyone to come to her rescue, had been torn and killed. If this occurred after 1836 or 1837, it has no disagreement with Harriet Martineau's account that at the latter date Madame Lalaurie was supposed to still be skulking about some French province under a false name. The house remained untouched for at least 3 years, ornamented with various writings expressive of indignation and just punishment. The volume of Les Belles containing this account seems to have been abstracted from the city archives. It was in the last week of April or the first week of May, 1836, that Miss Martineau saw the house. It stands, she wrote about a year later, and is meant to stand in its ruined state. It was the strange sight of its gaping windows and empty walls, in the midst of a busy street, which excited my wonder, and was the cause of my being told the story the first time. I gathered other particulars afterwards, from eye-witnesses. So the place came to be looked upon as haunted. In March 1837, Madame Lalaurie's agent sold the house to a man who held it but a little over 3 months, and then sold it at the same price that he had paid, only $14,000. The notary who made the earlier act of sale must have found it interesting. He was one of those who had helped find and carry out Madame Lalaurie's victims. It did not change hands again for 25 years. And then in what state of repair I know not, it was sold at an advance equal to a yearly increase of but 0.6% on the purchase price of the gaping ruins sold in 1837. There is a certain poetry in notorial records, but we will not delve for it now. Idle talk of strange sights and sounds crowded out of notice any true history the house may have had in those 25 years, or until war had destroyed that slavery, to whose horridest possibilities the gloomy pile, even when restored and renovated, stood a ghost-ridden monument. Yet its days of dark romance were by no means ended. Part 5. A New Use. The era of political reconstruction came. The victorious national power decreed that they who had once been master and slave should enter into political partnership on terms of civil equality. The slaves grasped the boon, but the masters, trained for generations in the conviction that public safety and private purity were possible only by the subjection of the black race under the white, loathed civil equality as but another name for private companionship, and spurned, as dishonor and destruction in one, the restoration of their sovereignty at the price of political co-partnership with the groveling race they had bought and sold and subjected easily to the leash and lash. What followed took everyone by surprise. The Negro came at once into a larger share of power than it was ever intended he should or expected he would attain. His master, related to him long and only under the imagined necessities of plantation government, vowed the issue must and should be, not how shall the two races share public self-government in prosperous amity, but which race shall exclusively rule the other, race by race. The necessities of national authority tipped the scale, and the powers of legislation and government and the spoils of office tumbled, altogether, into the freedman's ragged lap. Thereupon fell upon New Orleans, never well governed at the best, a volcanic shower of corruption and misrule. And yet when history's calm summing up and final judgment comes, there must this be pointed out, which was very hard to see through the dust and smoke of those days, that while plunder and fraud ran riot, yet no serious attempt was ever made by the freedman or his allies to establish any un-American principle of government, and for nothing else was he more fiercely, bloodily opposed than for measures approved by the world's best thought and in full harmony with the national scheme of order. We shall see now what these things have to do with our strange true story. In New Orleans, the American public school system, which recognizes free public instruction as a profitable investment of the public funds for the common public safety, had already long been established. The Negro adopted and enlarged it. He recognized the fact that the relation of pupils in the public schools is as distinctly a public and not a private relation as that of the sidewalk, the market, the public park, or the streetcar, but recognizing also the impracticabilities of place and time, he established separate schools for whites and blacks. In one instance, however, owing mainly to the smallness of numbers, it seemed more feasible to allow a common enjoyment of the civil right of public instruction, without separation by race, than to maintain two separate schools, one at least of which would be very feeble for lack of numbers. Now, it being so decided, of all the buildings in New Orleans, which one was chosen for this experiment but the haunted house in Royal Street? I shall never forget the day, although marked by no startling incident, when I sat in its lofty drawing rooms and heard its classes in their annual examination. It was June, and the teachers and pupils were clad in recognition of the special occasion and in the light fabrics fitted to the season. The rooms were adorned with wreaths, garlands, and bouquets. Among the scholars, many faces were beautiful, and all were fresh and young. Much Gallic blood asserted itself in complexion and feature, generally of undoubted, unadulterated Caucasian purity, but sometimes of visible and now and then of preponderating African tincture. Only 2 or 3, unless I have forgotten, were of pure Negro blood. There in the rooms that had once resounded with the screams of Madame Lalaury's little slave fleeing to her death, and with the hootings and maledictions of the enraged mob, was being tried the experiment of a common enjoyment of public benefits by the daughters of 2 widely divergent races, without the enforcement of private social companionship. From such enforcement the school was as free as any school is or ought to be. The daily discipline did not require any 2 pupils to be social, but only everyone to be civil, and civil to all. These pages are written, however, to tell a strange true story, and not to plead one cause or another. Whatever the story itself pleads, let it plead. Outside the haunted house, far and near, the whole community was divided into 2 fiercely hostile parties, often at actual war with each other, the one striving to maintain government upon a co-citizenship regardless of race in all public relations, the other sworn to make race the supreme, sufficient, inexorable condition of supremacy on the one part and subjection on the other. Yet for all this the school prospered. Nevertheless, it suffered much internal unrest. Many a word was spoken that struck like a club, many a smile stung like a whiplash, many a glance stabbed like a knife. Even in the midst of recitations, a wounded one would sometimes break into sobs or silent tears, while the aggressor crimsoned and palpitated with the proud indignation of the master caste. The teachers met all such byplay with prompt, impartial repression and concentration upon the appointed duties of the hour. Sometimes another thing restored order. Few indeed of the pupils, of whatever racial purity or preponderance, but held more or less in awe the ghostly traditions of the house. And at times it chanced to be just in the midst of one of these ebullitions of scorn, grief, and resentful tears, that noiselessly and majestically the great doors of the reception rooms, untouched by visible hands, would slowly swing open, and the hushed girls would call to mind Madame Lalaurie. Not all who bore the tincture of the despised race suffered alike. Some were fierce and sturdy, and played a savage tit-for-tat. Some were insensible. A few bore themselves inflexibly by dint of sheer nerve, while many, generally more white than black, quivered and winced continually under the contumely that they felt with peculiar injustice and cruelty upon them. Odd things happened from time to time to remind one of the house's early history. One day a deep hidden well that no one had suspected the existence of was found in the basement of the main house. Another time, but we must be brief. Matters went on thus for years, but at length there was a sudden and violent change. Part 6. Evictions. The Radical Party in Louisiana, gorged with private spoils and loathed and hated by all but unbroken ranks of well-to-do society, though it held a creed as righteous and reasonable as any political party ever held, was going to pieces by the sheer weakness of its own political corruption. It was made mainly of the poor and weak elements of the people. Had it been ever so pure, it could not have made headway against the strongest ranks of society, concentrating against it with revolutionary intent, when deserted by the power which had called it to responsibility. And come, this history of a house must not run into the history of a government. It is a fact in our story, however, that in the conservative party there sprang up the White League, purposing to wrest the state government from the radicals by force of arms. On the 14th of September, 1874, the White League met and defeated the Metropolitan Police in a hot and bloody engagement of infantry and artillery on the broad steamboat landing in the very middle of New Orleans. But the federal authority interfered. The radical government resumed control, but the White League survived and grew in power. In November, elections were held, and the state legislature was found to be Republican by a majority of only 2. One bright spring-like day in December, such as a northern March might give in its best mood, the school had gathered in the haunted house as usual, but the hour of duty had not yet struck. 2 teachers sat in an upper classroom talking over the history of the house. The older of the 2 had lately heard of an odd new incident connected with it, and was telling of it. A distinguished foreign visitor, she said, guest at a dinner party in the city the previous season, turned unexpectedly to his hostess, the talk being of quaint old New Orleans houses, and asked how to find the house where that celebrated tyrant had lived who was driven from the city by a mob for maltreating her slaves. The rest of the company sat aghast, while the hostess silenced him by the severe coldness with which she replied that she knew nothing of it. One of Madame Lalaury's daughters was sitting there, guest at the table. When the teacher's story was told, her companion made no comment. She had noticed a singular sound that was increasing in volume. It was out of doors, seemed far away, but it was drawing nearer. She started up, for she recognized it now as a clamor of human voices, and remembered that the iron gates had not yet been locked for the day. They hurried to the window, looked down, and saw the narrow street full from wall to wall for 100 yards with men coming towards them. The front of the crowd had already reached the place and was turning towards the iron gates. The 2 women went quickly to the hall, and looking down the spiral staircase to the marble pavement of the entrance 3 stories below, saw the men swarming in through the wide gateway and doorway by dozens. While they still leaned over the balustrade, Marguerite, one of their pupils, a blue-eyed blonde girl of lovely complexion, with red, voluptuous lips and beautiful hair held by a carven shell comb, came and bent over the balustrade with them. Suddenly her comb slipped from its hold, flashed downward, and striking the marble pavement, flew into pieces at the feet of the men who were about to ascend. Several of them looked quickly up. "It was my mother's comb," said Marguerite, turned, ashy pale, and sunk down in hysterics. The 2 teachers carried her to a remote room, the bedchamber of the janitress, and then obeyed an order of the principal calling her associates to the 2nd floor. A band of men were coming up the winding stair with measured military tread towards the landing, where the principal, with her assistants gathered around her, stood to confront them. She was young, beautiful, and of calm temper. Her skin, says one who was present, was one of dazzling clearness, her abundant hair was golden auburn, and in happy hours her eyes were as soft as velvet. But when the leader of the band of men reached the stair landing, threw his coat open, and showed the badge of the White League, her face had blanched and hardened to marble, and her eyes darkened to black as they glowed with indignation. "We have come," said the White Leaguer, "to remove the colored pupils. You will call your school to order." To which the principal replied, "You will permit me first to confer with my corps of associates." He was a trifle disconcerted. "Oh, certainly." The teachers gathered in the principal's private rooms. Some were dumb, one broke into tears, another pleaded devotion to the principal, and one was just advising that the onus of all action be thrown upon the intruders, when the door was pushed open, and the White Leaguer said, "Ladies, we are waiting. Assemble the school, we are going to clean it out." The pupils, many of them trembling, weeping, and terrified, were with difficulty brought to order in the assembly room. This place had once been Madame Lalaury's dining hall. A frieze of angels ran around its four walls, and oddly, for some special past occasion, a legend in crimson and gold on the western side bore the words, "The eye of God is on us." "Gentlemen, the school is assembled," said the principal. "Call the roll," was the reply, "and we will challenge each name." It was done. As each name was called, its young bearer rose and confronted her inquisitors. And the inquisitors began to blunder. Accusations of the fatal taint were met with denials and withdrawn with apologies. Sometimes it was truth, and sometimes pure arrogance and falsehood, that triumphed over these champions of instinctive racial antagonism. One dark girl shot up haughtily at the call of her name. "I am of Indian blood and can prove it." "You will not be disturbed." "Coralie," the principal next called. A thin girl of mixed blood and freckled face rose and said, "My mother is white." "Step aside," commanded the White Leaguer. "But by the law the color follows the mother, and so I am white." "Step aside," cried the man in a fury. In truth, there was no such law. Octavie. A pretty oriental girl rises, silent, pale, but self-controlled. "Are you colored?" "Yes, I am colored." She moves aside. Marie O. A girl very fair, but with crinkling hair and other signs of Negro extraction, stands up and says, "I am the sister of the aunt," naming a high Democratic official, "and I shall not leave this school. You may remain. Your case will be investigated." Eugenie. A modest girl, visibly of mixed race, rises, weeping silently. "Step aside." Marceline V. A bold-eyed girl of much African blood stands up and answers, "I am not colored. We are Spanish, and my brother will call on you and prove it." She is allowed to stay. At length the roll call is done. "Now, madam, you will dismiss these pupils that we have set aside at once. We will go down and wait to see that they come out." The men tramped out of the room, went downstairs, and rejoined the impatient crowd that was clamoring in the street. Then followed a wild scene within the old house. Restraint was lost. Terror ruled. The girls who had been ordered into the street sobbed and shrieked and begged. "Oh, save us! We cannot go out there! The mob will kill us! What shall we do?" One girl of grand and noble air, as dark and handsome as an East Indian princess, and standing first in her class for scholarship, threw herself at her teacher's feet, crying, "Have pity on me, miss." "My poor Leontine," replied the teacher, "what can I do? There are good colored schools in the city. Would it not have been wise for your father to send you to one of them?" But the girl rose up and answered, "Must I go to school with my own servants to escape an unmerited disdain?" And the teacher was silent, while the confusion increased. "The shame of it will kill me," cried gentle Eugenie. And thereupon at last a teacher, commonly one of the sternest in discipline, exclaimed, "If Eugenie goes, Marceline shall go, if I have to put her out myself. Spanish indeed, and Eugenie a pearl by the side of her." Just then Eugenie's father came. He had forced his way through the press in the street, and now stood bidding his child have courage and return with him the way he had come. "Tie your veil close, Eugenie," said the teacher, "and they will not know you." And so they went, the father and the daughter. But they went alone. None followed. This roused the crowd to noisy anger. "Why don't the rest come?" it howled. But the teachers tried in vain to inspire the panic-stricken girls with courage to face the mob, and were in despair when a school official arrived, and with calm and confident authority bade the expelled girls gather in ranks and follow him through the crowd. So they went out through the iron gates, the great leaves of which closed after them with a rasping of their key and shooting of their bolts, while the teacher said, "Come, the reporters will soon be here. Let us go and see after Marguerite." They found her in the room of the janitress, shut in and fast asleep. "Do you think," one asked of the janitress, "that mere fright and the loss of that comb made this strong girl ill?" "No, I think she must have guessed those men's errand, and her eye met the eye of someone who knew her." "But what of that?" "She is colored." "Impossible!" "I tell you, yes." "Why, I thought her as pure German as her name." "No, the mixture is there, though the only trace of it is on her lips. Her mother, she is dead now, was a beautiful quadroon. A German sea captain loved her. The law stood between them. He opened a vein in his arm, forced in some of her blood, went to court, swore he had African blood, got a license, and married her. Marguerite is engaged to be married to a white man, a gentleman who does not know this. It was like life and death, so to speak, for her not to let those men turn her out of here." The teacher turned away, pondering. The eviction did not at that time hold good. The political struggle went on, fierce and bitter. The radical government was doomed, but not dead. A few weeks after the scene just described, the evicted girls were reinstated. A long term of suspense followed. The new year became the old and went out. Twice this happened. In 1877 there were 2 governors and 2 governments in Louisiana. In sight from the belvedere of the haunted house, 8 squares away up Royal Street in the State House, the de facto government was shut up under close military siege by the de Jars government, and the girls' high school in Madame Lalaury's old house, continuing faithfully their daily lessons, knew within as little certainty to which of the 2 they belonged, as though New Orleans had been some Italian city of the 15th century. But to guess the White League was not far from right, and in April the radical government expired. A Democratic school board came in. June brought commencement day, and some of the same girls who had been evicted in 1874 were graduated by the new board in 1877. During the summer the schools and school laws were overhauled, and in September or October the high school was removed to another place where each pupil suspected of mixed blood was examined officially behind closed doors, and only those who could prove white or Indian ancestry were allowed to stay. A colored high school was opened in Madame Lalaury's house with a few pupils. It lasted 1 session, maybe 2, and then perished. In 1882 the haunted house had become a conservatory of music. Chamber concerts were frequent in Madame Lalaury's old dining hall. On a certain sweet evening in the spring of that year there sat among those who had gathered to hear the haunted place filled with a deluge of sweet sounds one who had been a teacher there when the house had been, as someone, conservative or radical, who can tell which, said on the spot, for the second time purged of its iniquities. The scene was much changed, says the auditor, but the ghosts were all there, walking on the waves of harmony. And thickest and fastest they trooped in and out when a passionate song thrilled the air with the promise that, some day, eyes clearer grown the truth may see.
End of The Haunted House in Royal Street by George Washington Cable. Recording by Aaron Lillis. www.cheerydreary.com.
A Madman by Maurice Lavelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Ball. A Madman by Maurice Lavelle. He was neither wicked nor cruel, but he hungered for the unexpected. The theatre did not interest him, yet he attended often, hoping for the outbreak of a fire. He went to the fair at Neuilly to see if perhaps one of the menagerie animals might go wild and mangle its trainer. Once he even visited the bull-ring, but its calculated bloodshed was mundane, too controlled. Meaningless suffering revolted him. He craved the thrill of sudden catastrophe. Then, after 10 years of waiting, fire indeed ravaged the Opera Comique one night when he was there. He escaped uninjured, but soon afterwards he saw the celebrated lion-tamer, Frederick, torn to pieces by his cats. The madman was only a few feet away from the cage when it happened. He lost interest in wild beast shows and the theatre and fell into a deep depression. But then one morning he saw a garish poster, one of many that covered the walls of Paris. Against a blue background, a peculiar slanted track descended, curled itself into a circular loop, and then plummeted straight down. The top of the billboard depicted a tiny cyclist about to dare the dangerous route. The newspapers ran a story, explaining that the cyclist intended to ride down just such a track. "When I reach the loop," he told reporters, "you will actually see me round it, upside down." The press was invited to inspect the track and the bicycle. "I use no mechanical trickery," the daredevil bragged. "Nothing but precise scientific calculation. That, and my ability to keep up my nerve." When the madman read the article, his good spirits returned. He immediately went to buy a ticket. He did not want his attention distracted when the rider looped the loop, so he purchased an entire box of seats opposite the track, and sat alone on opening night. After a suspenseful wait, the cyclist appeared high above the audience at the top of the ribbon of road. A moment of tense anticipation. Then down he sped. As promised, he circled the loop with head underneath and feet in the air, and then it was all over. The performance certainly thrilled the madman, but as he exited with the crowd, he knew he might experience the same intense sensation once or twice more, and then, as always, the novelty would die. Still, bicycles break, road surfaces wear out, and no man's nerve holds out forever. Sooner or later there must be an accident. The cyclist was scheduled to perform for 3 months in Paris, and then tour the provinces. The madman decided to go to every single performance, even if he had to follow the show on its travels. He bought the same box for the entire Parisian run, and sat in the same seat night after night. One evening, 2 months later, the performance had just ended, and the madman was on his way out, when he noticed the performer standing in one of the corridors of the auditorium. He walked up to him, but before he could utter a word, the cyclist greeted him affably. "I know you. You come to my show every night." "That's true. Your remarkable feat fascinates me. But who told you I'm always here?" "No one." The rider smiled. "I see you myself." "But how can you, so high up? At such a moment you are actually able to study the audience?" The cyclist laughed. "Hardly. It'd be dangerous for me to look at a crowd shifting around and prattling. But confidentially, there's a little trick involved in what I do." "A trick?" The madman was surprised and dismayed. No, I don't mean a hoax, but there's something I do which the public is unaware of." The cyclist winked. "This'll be our little secret, yes? When I mount my bicycle and grasp the handlebars, I never worry about my own strength and coordination, but the total concentration the ride demands concerns me. It's almost impossible for me to empty my mind of all but one idea. My greatest danger is that my eyes will stray. But here's my trick. I find one spot in the auditorium and focus all my attention on it. The first time I rode in this hall, I spied you in your box and chose you as my spot. The next evening, there you were again." The madman sat in his customary seat. The usual excited buzz filled the hall. A hush fell when the rider made his entrance, a black speck far overhead. 2 men held his bicycle. The cyclist gripped the handlebars, stared out over the heads of the crowd, and shouted the signal. The men gave the machine a shove. At that instant, the madman rose and walked to the opposite side of this box. The audience screamed as cycle and rider shot off the track and plunged into the midst of the crowd. The madman donned his coat, smoothed his hat against one sleeve, and departed. End of A Madman by Maurice Lavelle.
The Man of Science by Jerome K. Jerome. Read by John Feaster. A self-contained excerpt from Chapter 5 of Novel Notes, 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Feaster. The Man of Science by Jerome K. Jerome. I met a man in the Strand one day that I knew very well, as I thought, though I had not seen him for years. We walked together to Charing Cross, and there we shook hands and parted. Next morning I spoke of this meeting to a mutual friend, and then I learnt, for the first time, that the man had died 6 months before. The natural inference was that I had mistaken one man for another, an error that, not having a good memory for faces, I frequently fall into. What was remarkable about the matter, however, was that throughout our walk I had conversed with the man under the impression that he was that other dead man, and, whether by coincidence or not, his replies had never once suggested to me my mistake. As soon as I finished, Jephson, who had been listening very thoroughly, asked me if I believed in spiritualism to its fullest extent. "That is rather a large question," I answered. "What do you mean by spiritualism to its fullest extent?" "Well, do you believe that the spirits of the dead have not only the power of revisiting this earth at their will, but that, when here, they have the power of action, or rather of exciting to action? Let me put a definite case. A spiritualist friend of mine, a sensible and by no means imaginative man, once told me that a table through the medium of which the spirit of a friend had been in the habit of communicating with him came slowly across the room towards him of its own accord one night as he sat alone, and pinioned him against the wall. Now, can any of you believe that, or can't you?" I could, Brown took it upon himself to reply. But before doing so, I should wish for an introduction to the friend who told you the story. Speaking generally, he continued, it seems to me that the difference between what we call the natural and the supernatural is merely the difference between frequency and rarity of occurrence. Having regard to the phenomena we are compelled to admit, I think it illogical to disbelieve anything we are unable to disprove. For my part, remarked McShaughnessy, I can believe in the ability of our friends to give the quaint entertainments credited to them, much easier than I can do their desire to do so. You mean, added Jeffson, you cannot understand why a spirit, not compelled as we are by the exigencies of society, should care to spend its evening carrying on a labored and childish conversation with a roomful of abnormally uninteresting people? That is precisely what I cannot understand, McShaughnessy agreed. Nor I either, said Jeffson. But I was thinking of something very different altogether. Suppose a man died with the dearest wish of his heart unfulfilled. Do you believe that his spirit might have power to return to earth and complete the interrupted work? Well, answered McShaughnessy, if one admits the possibility of spirits retaining any interest in the affairs of this world at all, it is certainly more reasonable to imagine them engaged upon a task such as you suggest, than to believe that they occupy themselves with the performance of mere drawing-room tricks. What are you leading up to? Why, to this, replied Jeffson, seating himself straddle-legged across his chair, and leaning his arms upon the back. I was told a story this morning, at the hospital, by an old French doctor. The actual facts are few and simple. All that is known can be read in the Paris police records of 62 years ago. The most important part of this case, however, is the part that is not known, and that never will be known. The story begins with a great wrong done by one man to another man. What the wrong was, I do not know. I am inclined to think, however, it was connected with a woman. I think that because he who had been wronged hated him who had wronged him with a hate such as does not often burn in a man's brain, unless it be fanned by the memory of a woman's breath. Still, that is only conjecture, and the point is immaterial. The man who had done the wrong fled, and the other man followed him. It became a point-to-point race. The first man having the advantage of a day's start, the course was the whole world, and the stakes were the first man's life. Travelers were few and far between in those days, and this made the trail easy to follow. The first man, never knowing how far or how near the other was behind him, and hoping now and again that he might have baffled him, would rest for a while. The second man, always knowing just how far the first one was before him, never paused. And thus, each day, the man who was spurred by hate drew nearer to the man who was spurred by fear. At this town, the answer to the never-varied question would be, "At 7 o'clock last evening, monsieur." "Ah, 18 hours. Give me something to eat. Quick, while the horses are being put to." At the next, the calculation would be 16 hours. Passing a lonely chalet, monsieur puts his head out of a window. "How long since a carriage passed this way, with a tall, fair man inside?" "Such a one passed early this morning, monsieur." "Thanks. Drive on. 100 francs apiece if you are through the pass before daybreak." "And what for dead horses, monsieur?" "Twice their value when living." One day the man who was ridden by fear looked up, and saw before him the open door of a cathedral, and, passing in, knelt down and prayed. He prayed long and fervently, for men when they are in sore straits clutch eagerly at the straws of faith. He prayed that he might be forgiven his sin, and more importantly still, that he might be pardoned the consequences of his sin, and be delivered from his adversary. And a few chairs from him, facing him, knelt his enemy, praying also. But the second man's prayer, being a thanksgiving merely, was short, so that when the first man raised his eyes he saw the face of his enemy gazing at him across the chair-tops, with a mocking smile upon it. He made no attempt to rise, but remaining kneeling, fascinated by the look of joy that shone out of the other man's eyes. And the other man moved the high-backed chairs one by one, and came towards him softly. Then, just as the man who had been wronged stood beside the man who had wronged him, full of gladness that his opportunity had come, there burst from the cathedral tower a sudden clash of bells, and the man whose opportunity had come broke his heart and fell back dead, with that mocking smile still playing round his mouth. And so he lay there. Then the man who had done the wrong rose up and passed out, praising God. What became of the body of the other man is not known. It was the body of a stranger who had died suddenly in the cathedral. There was none to identify it, none to claim it. Years passed away, and the survivor of the tragedy became a worthy and useful citizen, and a noted man of science. In his laboratory were many objects necessary to him in his researches, and prominent amongst them stood in a certain corner a human skeleton. It was a very old and much mended skeleton, and one day the long-expected end arrived, and it tumbled to pieces. Thus it became necessary to purchase another. The man of science visited a dealer he well knew, a little parchment-faced old man who kept a dingy shop where nothing was ever sold, within the shadow of the towers of Notre Dame. The little parchment-faced old man had just the very thing that Monsieur wanted, a singularly fine and well-proportioned study. It should be sent round and set up in Monsieur's laboratory that very evening. The dealer was as good as his word. When Monsieur entered his laboratory that evening, the thing was in its place. Monsieur seated himself in his high-backed chair and tried to collect his thoughts, but Monsieur's thoughts were unruly and inclined to wander, and to wander always in one direction. Monsieur opened a large volume and commenced to read. He read of a man who had wronged another and fled from him, the other man following. Finding himself reading this, he closed the book angrily and went and stood by the window and looked out. He saw before him the sun-pierced nave of a great cathedral, and on the stones lay a dead man with a mocking smile upon his face. Cursing himself for a fool, he turned away with a laugh. But his laugh was short-lived, for it seemed to him that something else in the room was laughing also. Struck suddenly still, with his feet glued to the ground, he stood listening for a while, then sought with staring eyes the corner from which the sound had seemed to come. But the white thing standing there was only grinning. Monsieur wiped the damp sweat from his head and hands, and stole out. For a couple of days he did not enter the room again. On the third, telling himself that his fears were those of a hysterical girl, he opened the door and went in. To shame himself, he took his lamp in his hand, and crossing over to the far corner where the skeleton stood, examined it. A set of bones bought for 300 francs. Was he a child to be scared by such a bogey? He held his lamp up in front of the thing's grinning head. The lamp of the flame flickered as though a faint breath had passed over it. The man explained this to himself by saying that the walls of the house were old and cracked, and that the wind might creep in anywhere. He repeated this explanation to himself as he recrossed the room, walking backwards, with his eyes fixed on the thing. When he reached his desk, he sat down and gripped the arms of his chair till his fingers turned white. He tried to work, but the empty eye sockets of that grinning head seemed to be drawing him towards them. He rose and battled with his inclination to fly, screaming from the room. Glancing fearfully about him, his eye fell upon a high screen, standing before the door. He dragged it forward and placed it between himself and the thing, so that he could not see it, nor it see him. Then he sat down again to his work. For a while he forced himself to look at the book in front of him. But at last, unable to control himself any longer, he suffered his eyes to follow their own bent. It may have been a hallucination. He may have accidentally placed the screen so as to favor such an illusion. But what he saw was a bony hand coming round the corner of the screen, and, with a cry, he fell to the floor in a swoon. The people of the house came running in, and lifting him up, carried him out, and laid him upon his bed. As soon as he recovered, his first question was where they had found the thing. Where was it when they entered the room? And when they told him that they had seen it standing where it always stood, and had gone down into the room to look again, because of his frenzied entreaties, and returned, trying to hide their smiles, he listened to their talk about overwork and the necessity for change and rest, and said they might do with him as they would. So for months the laboratory door remained locked. Then there came a chill autumn evening when the man of science opened it again and closed it behind him. He lighted his lamp, and gathered his instruments and books around him, and sat down before them in his high-backed chair, and the old terror returned to him. But this time he meant to conquer himself. His nerves were stronger now, and his brain clearer. He would fight this unreasoning fear. He crossed to the room and locked himself in, and flung the key to the other end of the room, where it fell amongst jars and bottles with an echoing clatter. Later on, his old housekeeper, going her final round, tapped at the door and wished him good night, as was her custom. She received no response at first, and, growing nervous, tapped louder and called again. And at length an answering "Good night," came back to her. She thought little about it at the time, but afterward she remembered that the voice that had replied to her had been strangely grating and mechanical. Trying to describe it, she likened it to such a voice as she would imagine coming from a statue. Next morning, his door remained still locked. It was no unusual thing for him to work all night and far into the next day, so no one thought to be surprised. When, however, evening came, and yet he did not appear, his servants gathered outside the room and whispered, remembering what had happened once before. They listened, but could hear no sound. They shook the door and called to him, then beat with their fists upon the wooden panels, but still no sound came from the room. Becoming alarmed, they decided to burst open the door, and after many blows it gave way, and they crowded in. He sat bolt upright in his high-backed chair. They thought at first he had died in his sleep. But when they drew nearer and the light fell upon him, they saw the livid marks of bony fingers round his throat, and in his eyes there was a terror such as is not often seen in human eyes. Brown was the first to break the silence that followed. He asked me if I had any brandy on board. He said he felt he should like just a nip of brandy before going to bed. That is one of the chief charms of Jephson's stories. They always make you feel you want a little brandy. This is the end of The Man of Science by Jerome K. Jerome.
The Murderer by Richard Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Ball. The Murderer by Richard Middleton. He walked down to the embankment, with the paving stones like velvet under his feet, and he swerved like one running. Yet still, though he meant to end his life in a few minutes, he avoided the traffic with great care, so that paternal policemen judged him newly from the country. The August sun seemed pitiless in its strength, and in his fear and wretchedness he cursed it. Better rain, mist, fog, anything but the reproachful blue of the sky and the dancing glitter of the dust. He wanted sympathy, and instead nature triumphed over him and emphasized his failure. The river was a sparkling tumult of gems, where he had pictured a secret, immutable surface which had flowed darkly over him and his wrongs. In place of a great unspeaking God, he found a crowd of dancing, laughing children. Where should he seek peace and forgetfulness? He leaned on the parapet and groaned. A train thundered by over Hungerford Bridge, as if in answer. Of course, that was the way, safer, quicker. He took a ticket at Charing Cross station and passed to the end of the platform with a strange numbness in his mind and body, as if he were already dead. Yet he walked to the extreme end, because there was no one there to interfere. Presently the train appeared, making its way slowly across the bridge, and he leapt off the platform and laid his head on the rail. It blistered his cheek, because the sun had made it so hot. Then the earth heaved itself up and thrust and tore him between the wheels of the carriages. When the train had passed, he rose to his feet unsteadily, and stared stupidly at the mangled body lying at his feet. There was a shrill singing in his ears, which was shortly interrupted by the sound of human voices, and he felt his arms caught roughly and imprisoned. Soon he made out the word, murder, angrily spoken, and found that he was held by platelayers who were gesticulating violently and pointing at the body. But he would not speak, because though the head had become a crushed horror upon the rail, he knew that the body was his. Dimly he was aware that porters and policemen were crowding from the station, and that they were lifting the body tenderly from the rails. Then he fainted. He came to in the police station, and found that his face and hair were dabbled with water. Presently he was formally charged, and warned not to say anything incriminating. He said only, "It was me!" But this he repeated several times. He was trying to convince himself. Then he was removed to the cells and found himself alone. He lay down and slept deeply, and the sun had set and risen before he woke. At his trial, and after conviction, he did not speak. He seemed too dazed, but as they led him away he broke his silence. "Can a man die twice?" he inquired reflectively. "Can a man die twice?" There is no more to chronicle. They were his last recorded words. End of The Murderer by Richard Middleton.
The Other Wing by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sudone Vox. The Other Wing by Algernon Blackwood. 1. It used to puzzle him that, after dark, someone would look in around the edge of the bedroom door, and withdraw again too rapidly for him to see the face. When the nurse had gone away with the candle, this happened. "Good night, Master Tim," she said unusually, shading the light with one hand to protect his eyes. "Dream of me, and I'll dream of you." She went out slowly. The sharp-edged shadow of the door ran across the ceiling like a train. There came a whispered colloquy in the corridor outside, about himself, of course, and he was alone. He heard her steps going deeper and deeper into the bosom of the old country house. They were audible for a moment on the stone flooring of the hall, and sometimes the dull thump of the baize door into the servants' quarters just reached him, too. Then silence. But it was only when the last sound, as well as the last sign of her, had vanished that the face emerged from its hiding-place and flashed in upon him round the corner. As a rule, too, it came just as he was saying, "Now I'll go to sleep. I won't think any longer. Good night, Master Tim, and happy dreams." He loved to say this to himself. It brought a sense of companionship, as though there were two persons speaking. The room was on the top of the old house, a big, high-ceilinged room, and his bed against the wall had an iron railing round it. He felt very safe and protected in it. The curtains at the other end of the room were drawn. He lay watching the firelight dancing on the heavy folds, and their pattern, showing a spaniel chasing a long-tailed bird towards a bushy tree, interested and amused him. It was repeated over and over again. He counted the number of dogs and the number of birds and the number of trees, but could never make them agree. There was a plan somewhere in that pattern. If only he could discover it, the dogs and birds and trees would come out right. Hundreds and hundreds of times he had played this game, for the plan and the pattern made it possible to take sides, and the bird and dog were against him. They always won, however. Tim usually fell asleep just when the advantage was on his own side. The curtains hung steadily enough most of the time, but it seemed to him once or twice that they stirred, hiding a dog or bird on purpose to prevent his winning. For instance, he had 11 birds and 11 trees, and, fixing them in his mind by saying, "That's 11 birds and 11 trees, but only 10 dogs," his eyes darted back to find the 11th dog, when the curtain moved and threw all his calculations into confusion again. The 11th dog was hidden. He did not quite like the movement. It gave him questionable feelings, rather, for the curtain did not move of itself. Yet, usually, he was too intent upon counting the dogs to feel positive alarm. Opposite to him was the fireplace, full of red and yellow coals, and lying with his head sideways on the pillow, he could see directly in between the bars. When the coals settled with a soft and powdery crash, he turned his eyes from the curtains to the grate, trying to discover exactly which bits had fallen. So long as the glow was there, the sound seemed pleasant enough, but sometimes he awoke later in the night, the room huge with darkness, the fire almost out, and the sound was not so pleasant then. It startled him. The coals did not fall of themselves. It seemed that someone poked them cautiously. The shadows were very thick before the bars. As with the curtains, moreover, the morning aspect of the extinguished fire, the ice-cold cinders that made a clinking sound like tin, caused no emotion whatever in his soul. And it was usually while he lay waiting for sleep, tired both of the curtain and the coal games, on the point indeed of saying, "I'll go to sleep now," that the puzzling thing took place. He would be staring drowsily at the dying fire, perhaps counting the stockings and flannel garments that hung along the high fender rail, when, suddenly, a person looked in with lightning swiftness through the door and vanished again before he could possibly turn his head to see. The appearance and disappearance were accomplished with amazing rapidity always. It was a head and shoulders that looked in, and the movement combined the speed, the lightness, and the silence of a shadow. Only it was not a shadow. A hand held the edge of the door. The face shot round, saw him, and withdrew like lightning. It was utterly beyond him to imagine anything more quick and clever. It darted. He heard no sound. It went. But it had seen him, looked him all over, examined him, noted what he was doing with that lightning glance. It wanted to know if he were awake still or asleep, and though it went off, it still watched him from a distance. It waited somewhere. It knew all about him. Where it waited no one could ever guess. It came probably, he felt, from beyond the house, possibly from the roof, but most likely from the garden or the sky. Yet though strange, it was not terrible. It was a kindly and protective figure, he felt, and when it happened he never called for help, because the occurrence simply took his voice away. It comes from the nightmare passage, he decided. But it's not a nightmare. It puzzled him. Sometimes, moreover, it came more than once in a single night. He was pretty sure, not quite positive, that it occupied his room as soon as he was properly asleep. It took possession, sitting perhaps before the dying fire, standing upright behind the heavy curtains, or even lying down in the empty bed his brother used when he was home from school. Perhaps it played the curtain game, perhaps it poked the coals. It knew, at any rate, where the 11th dog had lain concealed. It certainly came in and out. Certainly, too, it did not wish to be seen. For, more than once, on waking suddenly in the midnight blackness, Tim knew it was standing close beside his bed and bending over him. He felt, rather than heard, its presence. It glided quietly away. It moved with marvelous softness, yet he was positive it moved. He felt the difference, so to speak. It had been near him, now it was gone. It came back, too, just as he was falling into sleep again. Its midnight coming and going, however, stood out sharply different from its first shy, tentative approach, for in the firelight it came alone, whereas in the black and silent hours it had with it others. And it was then he made up his mind that its swift and quiet movements were due to the fact that it had wings. It flew, and the others that came with it in the darkness were its little ones. He also made up his mind that all were friendly, comforting, protective, and that while positively not a nightmare, it yet came somehow along the nightmare passage before it reached him. "You see, it's like this," he explained to the nurse. "The big one comes to visit me alone, but it only brings its little ones when I'm quite asleep." "Then the quicker you get to sleep the better, isn't it, Master Tim?" He replied, "Rather, I always do. Only I wonder where they come from." He spoke, however, as though he had an inkling. But the nurse was so dull about it that he gave her up and tried his father. "Of course," replied this busy but affectionate parent, "it's either nobody at all or else it's sleep coming to carry you away to the land of dreams." He made the statement kindly, but somewhat briskly, for he was worried just then about the extra taxes on his land, and the effort to fix his mind on Tim's fanciful world was beyond him at the moment. He lifted the boy onto his knee, kissed and patted him as though he were a favorite dog, and planted him on the rug again with a flying sweep. "Run and ask your mother," he added. "She knows all that kind of thing. Then come back and tell me all about it. Another time." Tim found his mother in an armchair before the fire of another room. She was knitting and reading at the same time, a wonderful thing the boy could never understand. She raised her head as he came in, pushed her glasses onto her forehead, and held her arms out. He told her everything, ending up with what his father said. "You see, it's not Jackman or Thompson or anyone like that," he exclaimed. "It's someone real." "But nice," she assured him. "Someone who comes to take care of you and see that you're all safe and cozy." "Oh, yes, I know that, but—" "I think your father's right," she added quickly. "It's Sleep, I'm sure, who pops in around the door like that. Sleep has got wings, I've always heard." "Then the other thing, the little ones?" he asked. "Are they just sorts of dozes, you think?" Mother did not answer for a moment. She turned down the page of her book, closed it slowly, and put it on the table beside her. More slowly still, she put her knitting away, arranging the wool and needles with some deliberation. "Perhaps," she said, drawing the boy closer to her and looking into his big eyes of wonder, "they're dreams." Tim felt a thrill run through him as she said it. He stepped back a foot or so and clapped his hands softly. "Dreams!" he whispered with enthusiasm and belief. "Of course! I never thought of that." His mother, having proved her sagacity, then made a mistake. She noted her success, but instead of leaving it there, she elaborated and explained. As Tim expressed it, she went on about it. Therefore he did not listen. He followed his train of thought alone, and presently he interrupted her long sentences with a conclusion of his own. "Then I know where she hides," he announced with a touch of awe. "Where she lives, I mean," and without waiting to be asked, he imparted the information. "It's in the other wing." "Ah," said his mother, taken by surprise. "How clever of you, Tim," and thus confirmed it. Thenceforward this was established in his life, that Sleep and her attendant Dreams hid during the daytime in that unused portion of the great Elizabethan mansion called the other wing. This other wing was unoccupied, its corridors untrodden, its windows shuttered, and its rooms all closed. At various places green baize doors led into it, but no one ever opened them. For many years this part had been shut up, and for the children, properly speaking, it was out of bounds. They never mentioned it as a possible place, at any rate. In hide-and-seek it was not considered even. There was a hint of the inaccessible about the other wing. Shadows, dust, and silence had it to themselves. But Tim, having ideas of his own about everything, possessed special information about the other wing. He believed it was inhabited. Who occupied the immense series of empty rooms, who trod the spacious corridors, who passed to and fro behind the shuttered windows, he had not known exactly. He had called these occupants "they," and the most important among them was the ruler. The ruler of the other wing was a kind of deity, powerful, far away, ever present, yet never seen. And about this ruler he had a wonderful conception for a little boy. He connected her, somehow, with deep thoughts of his own, the deepest of all. When he made up adventures to the moon, to the stars, or to the bottom of the sea, adventures that he lived inside himself, as it were, to reach them he must invariably pass through the chambers of the other wing. Those corridors and halls, the nightmare passage among them, lay along the route. They were the first stage of the journey. Once the green baize doors swung to behind him and the long dim passage stretched ahead, he was well on his way into the adventure of the moment. The nightmare passage once passed, he was safe from capture, but once the shutters of a window had been flung open, he was free of the gigantic world that lay beyond, for then light poured in and he could see his way. The conception, for a child, was curious. It established a correspondence between the mysterious chambers of the other wing and the occupied but unguessed chambers of his inner being. Through these chambers, through the darkened corridors, along a passage sometimes dangerous or at least questionable repute, he must pass to find all adventures that were real. The light, when he pierced far enough to take the shutters down, was discovery. Tim did not actually think, much less say, all this. He was aware of it, however. He felt it. The other wing was inside himself as well as through the green baize doors. His inner map of wonder included both of them. But now, for the first time in his life, he knew who lived there and who the ruler was. A shutter had fallen of its own accord, light poured in, he made a guess, and Mother had confirmed it. Sleep and her little ones, the host of dreams, were the daylight occupants. They stole out when the darkness fell. All adventures in life began and ended by a dream, discoverable by first passing through the other wing. 2. And, having settled this, his one desire now was to travel over the map upon journeys of exploration and discovery. The map inside himself he knew already, but the map of the other wing he had not seen. His imagination knew it. He had a clear mental picture of rooms and halls and passages, but his feet had never trod the silent floors where dust and shadows hid the flock of dreams by day. The mighty chambers where Sleep ruled he longed to stand in, to see the ruler face to face. He made up his mind to get into the other wing. To accomplish this was difficult, but Tim was a determined youngster, and he meant to try. He meant also to succeed. He deliberated. At night he could not possibly manage it. In any case, the ruler and her host all left it after dark to fly about the world. The wing would be empty, and the emptiness would frighten him. Therefore he must make a daylight visit, and it was a daylight visit he decided on. He deliberated more. There were rules and risks involved. It meant going out of bounds, the danger of being seen, the certainty of being questioned by some idle and inquisitive grown-up. "Where in the world have you been all this time?" and so forth. These things he thought out carefully, and though he arrived at no solution, he felt satisfied that it would be all right. That is, he recognized the risks. To be thus prepared was half the battle, for nothing then could take him by surprise. The notion that he might slip in from the garden was soon abandoned. The red bricks showed no openings, there was no door. From the courtyard also, entrance was impracticable. Even on tiptoe he could barely reach the broad window-sills of stone. When playing alone or walking with the French governess, he examined every outside possibility. None offered. The shutters, supposing he could reach them, were thick and solid. Meanwhile, when opportunity offered, he stood against the tight red bricks. The towers and gables of the wing rose overhead. He heard the wind go whispering along the eaves. He imagined tiptoe movements and a sound of wings inside. Sleep and her little ones were busily preparing for their journeys after dark. They hid, but they did not sleep. In this unused wing, vaster alone than any other country house he had ever seen, Sleep taught and trained her flock of feathered dreams. It was very wonderful. They probably supplied the entire county. But more wonderful still was the thought that the ruler herself should take the trouble to come to his particular room and personally watch over him all night long. That was amazing, and it flashed across his imaginative, inquiring mind. Perhaps they take me with them, the moment I'm asleep. That's why she comes to see me. Yet his chief preoccupation was, how Sleep got out. Through the green baize doors, of course. By a process of elimination he arrived at a conclusion. He, too, must enter through a green baize door and risk detection. Of late the lightning visits had ceased. The silent, darting figure had not peeped in and vanished as it used to do. He fell asleep too quickly now, almost before Jackman reached the hall, and long before the fire began to die. Also the dogs and birds upon the curtains always matched the trees exactly, and he won the curtain game quite easily. There was never a dog or bird too many. The curtain never stirred. It had been thus ever since his talk with mother and father. And so he came to make a second discovery. His parents did not really believe in his figure. She kept away on that account. They doubted her. She hid. Here was still another incentive to go and find her out. He ached for her. She was so kind. She gave herself so much trouble, just for his little self in the big and lonely bedroom. Yet his parents spoke of her as though she were of no account. He longed to see her face to face and tell her that he believed in her and loved her, for he was positive she would like to hear it. She cared. Though he had fallen asleep of late too quickly for him to see her flash in at the door, he had known nicer dreams than in his life before, traveling dreams, and it was she who sent them. More, he was sure she took him out with her. One evening, in the dusk of a March day, his opportunity came, and only just in time, for his brother, Jack, was expected home from school on the morrow, and with Jack in the other bed, no figure would ever care to show itself. Also, it was Easter, and after Easter, though Tim was not aware of it at the time, he was to say good-bye finally to governesses and become a day boarder at a preparatory school for Wellington. The opportunity offered itself so naturally, moreover, that Tim took it without hesitation. It never occurred to him to question, much less to refuse it. The thing was obviously meant to be, for he found himself unexpectedly in front of a green baize door, and the green baize door was swinging. Somebody, therefore, had just passed through it. It had come about in this wise. Father, away in Scotland, at Inglemoor, the shooting place, was expected back next morning. Mother had driven over to the church upon some Easter business or other, and the governess had been allowed her holiday at home in France. Tim, therefore, had the run of the house, and in the hour between tea and bedtime he made good use of it. Fully able to defy such second-rate obstacles as nurses and butlers, he explored all manner of forbidden places with ardent thoroughness, arriving finally in the sacred precincts of his father's study. This wonderful room was the very heart and center of the whole big house. He had been birched here long ago. Here, too, his father had told him with a grave yet smiling face, "You've got a new companion, Tim, a little sister. You must be very kind to her." Also, it was the place where all the money was kept. What he called father's jolly smell was strong in it. Papers, tobacco, books, flavored by hunting crops and gunpowder. At first he felt odd, standing motionless just inside the door, but presently, recovering equilibrium, he moved cautiously on tiptoe towards the gigantic desk where important papers were piled in untidy patches. These he did not touch, but beside them his quick eye noted the jagged piece of iron shell his father brought home from his Crimean campaign, and now used as a letter-weight. It was difficult to lift, however. He climbed into the comfortable chair and swung round and round. It was a swivel chair, and he sank down among the cushions in it, staring at the strange things on the great desk before him, as if fascinated. Next he turned away and saw the stick rack in the corner. This, he knew, he was allowed to touch. He had played with these sticks before. There were 20, perhaps, all told, with curious carved handles, brought from every corner of the world, many of them cut by his father's own hand in queer and distant places. And, among them, Tim fixed his eye upon a cane with an ivory handle, a slender, polished cane that he had always coveted tremendously. It was the kind he meant to use when he became a man. It bent, it quivered, and when he swished it through the air it trembled like a riding whip and made a whistling noise. Yet it was very strong in spite of its elastic qualities. A family treasure, it was also an old-fashioned relic. It had been his great-grandfather's walking stick. Something of another century clung visibly about it still. It had dignity and grace and leisure in its very aspect. And it suddenly occurred to him, how great-grandpapa must miss it. Wouldn't he just love to have it back again? How it happened exactly, Tim did not know, but a few minutes later he found himself walking about the deserted halls and passages of the house with the air of an elderly gentleman of 100 years ago, proud as a courtier, flourishing the stick like an 18th-century dandy in the Mall. That the cane reached to his shoulder made no difference. He held it accordingly, swaggering on his way. He was off upon an adventure. He dived down through the byways of the other wing inside himself, as though the stick transported him to the days of the old gentleman who had used it in another century. It may seem strange to those who dwell in smaller houses, but in this rambling Elizabethan mansion there were whole sections that, even to Tim, were strange and unfamiliar. In his mind the map of the other wing was clearer by far than the geography of the part he travelled daily. He came to passages and dim-lit halls, long corridors of stone beyond the picture gallery, narrow, wainscoted, connecting channels with 4 steps down and a little later 2 steps up, deserted chambers with arches guarding them, all hung with the soft March twilight, and all bewilderingly unrecognized. With a sense of adventure born of naughtiness, he went carelessly along, farther and farther into the heart of this unfamiliar country, swinging the cane, one thumb stuck into the armpit of his blue serge suit, whistling softly to himself, excited yet keenly on the alert, and suddenly found himself opposite a door that checked all further advance. It was a green baize door, and it was swinging. He stopped abruptly, facing it. He stared, he gripped his cane more tightly, he held his breath. "The other wing," he gasped in a swallowed whisper. It was an entrance, but an entrance he had never seen before. He thought he knew every door by heart, but this one was new. He stood motionless for several minutes, watching it. The door had 2 halves, but one half only was swinging, each swing shorter than the one before. He heard the little puffs of air it made. It settled finally, the last movements very short and rapid. It stopped. And the boy's heart, after similar rapid strokes, stopped also, for a moment. "Someone's just gone through," he gulped, and even as he said it, he knew who the someone was. The conviction just dropped into him. "It's great-grandpapa. He knows I've got his stick. He wants it." On the heels of this flashed instantly another amazing certainty. He sleeps in there. He's having dreams. That's what being dead means. His first impulse, then, took the form of, "I must let father know. It'll make him burst for joy." But his second was for himself, to finish his adventure. And it was this, naturally enough, that gained the day. He could tell his father later. His first duty was plainly to go through the door into the other wing. He must give the stick back to its owner. He must hand it back. The test of will and character came now. Tim had imagination, and so knew the meaning of fear, but there was nothing craven in him. He could howl and scream and stamp like any other person of his age when the occasion called for such behavior, but such occasions were due to temper roused by a thwarted will, and the histrionics were half pretended to produce a calculated effect. There was no one to thwart his will at present. He also knew how to be afraid of nothing, to be afraid without ostensible cause, that is, which was merely nerves. He could have the shudders with the best of them. But when a real thing faced him, Tim's character emerged to meet it. He would clench his hands, brace his muscles, set his teeth, and wish to heaven he was bigger. But he would not flinch. Being imaginative, he lived the worst a dozen times before it happened, yet in the final crash he stood up like a man. He had that highest pluck, the courage of a sensitive temperament, and at this particular juncture, somewhat ticklish for a boy of 8 or 9, it did not fail him. He lifted the cane and pushed the swinging door wide open, then he walked through it, into the other wing. 3. The green baize door swung to behind him. He was even sufficiently master of himself to turn and close it with a steady hand, because he did not care to hear the series of muffled thuds its lessening swings would cause. But he realized clearly his position, knew he was doing a tremendous thing. Holding the cane between fingers very tightly clenched, he advanced bravely along the corridor that stretched before him, and all fear left him from that moment, replaced, it seemed, by a mild and exquisite surprise. His footsteps made no sound, he walked on air. Instead of darkness or the twilight he expected, a diffused and gentle light that seemed like the silver on the lawn when a half-moon sails a cloudless sky lay everywhere. He knew his way, moreover, knew exactly where he was and whither he was going. The corridor was as familiar to him as the floor of his own bedroom. He recognized the shape and length of it. It agreed exactly with the map he had constructed long ago. Though he had never, to the best of his knowledge, entered it before, he knew with intimacy its every detail. And thus the surprise he felt was mild and far from disconcerting. "I'm here again," was the kind of thought he had. It was how he got here that caused the faint surprise, apparently. He no longer swaggered, however, but walked carefully and half on tiptoe, holding the ivory handle of the cane with a kind of affectionate respect. And as he advanced, the light closed softly up behind him, obliterating the way by which he had come. But this he did not know, because he did not look behind him. He only looked in front, where the corridor stretched its silvery length towards the great chamber where he knew the cane must be surrendered. The person who had preceded him down this ancient corridor, passing through the green baize door just before he reached it, this person, his father's grandfather, now stood in that great chamber waiting to receive his own. Tim knew it as surely as he knew he breathed. At the far end he even made out a larger patch of silvery light which marked its gaping doorway. There was another thing he knew as well, that this corridor he moved along between rooms with fast closed doors was the nightmare corridor. Often and often he had traversed it. Each room was occupied. "This is the nightmare passage," he whispered to himself. "But I know the ruler. It doesn't matter. None of the nightmares can get out or do anything." He heard them nonetheless inside as he passed by. He heard them scratching to get out. The feeling of security made him reckless. He took unnecessary risks. He brushed the panels as he passed. And the love of keen sensation for its own sake, the desire to feel an awful thrill, tempted him once so sharply that he suddenly raised his stick and poked a fast-shut door with it. He was not prepared for the result, but he gained the sensation and the thrill. For the door opened with instant swiftness half an inch. A hand emerged, caught the stick, and tried to draw it in. Tim sprang back as if he had been struck. He pulled at the ivory handle with all his strength, but his strength was less than nothing. He tried to shout, but his voice had gone. A terror of the moon came over him, for he was unable to loosen his hold of the handle. His fingers had become a part of it. An appalling weakness turned him helpless. He was dragged inch by inch toward the fearful door. The end of the stick was already through the narrow crack. He could not see the hand that pulled, but he knew it was gigantic. He understood now why the world was strange, why horses galloped furiously, and why trains whistled as they raced through stations. All the comedy and terror of nightmare gripped his heart with pincers made of ice. The disproportion was abominable. The final collapse rushed over him when, without a sign of warning, the door slammed silently, and between the jamb and the wall the cane was crushed as flat as if it were a bulrush. So irresistible was the force behind the door that the solid stick just went flat as the stalk of a bulrush. He looked at it. It was a bulrush. He did not laugh. The absurdity was so distressingly unnatural. The horror of finding a bulrush where he had expected a polished cane. This hideous and appalling detail held the nameless horror of the nightmare. It betrayed him utterly. Why had he not always known really that the stick was not a stick, but a thin and hollow reed? Then the cane was safely in his hand, unbroken. He stood looking at it. The nightmare was in full swing. He heard another door opening behind his back, a door he had not touched. There was just time to see a hand thrusting and waving dreadfully, horribly at him through the narrow crack. Just time to realize that this was another nightmare acting in atrocious concert with the first, when he saw closely beside him, towering to the ceiling, the protective, kindly figure that visited his bedroom. In the turning movement he made to meet the attack, he became aware of her, and his terror passed. It was a nightmare terror merely. The infinite horror vanished. Only the comedy remained. He smiled. He saw her dimly only. She was so vast, but he saw her, the ruler of the other wing at last, and knew that he was safe again. He gazed with a tremendous love and wonder, trying to see her clearly, but the face was hidden far aloft and seemed to melt into the sky beyond the roof. He discerned that she was larger than the night, only far, far softer, with wings that folded above him more tenderly even than his mother's arms, that there were points of light like stars among the feathers, and that she was vast enough to cover millions and millions of people all at once. Moreover, she did not fade or go, so far as he could see, but spread herself in such a way that he lost sight of her. She spread over the entire wing. And Tim remembered that this was all quite natural, really. He had often and often been down this corridor before. The nightmare corridor was no new experience. It had to be faced as usual. Once knowing what hid inside the rooms, he was bound to tempt them out. They drew, enticed, attracted him. This was their power. It was their special strength that they could suck him helplessly towards them, and that he was obliged to go. He understood exactly why he was tempted to tap with the cane upon their awful doors, but, having done so, he had accepted the challenge, and could now continue his journey quietly and safely. The ruler of the other wing had taken him in charge. A delicious sense of carelessness came on him. There was softness as of water in the solid things about him, nothing that could hurt or bruise. Holding the cane firmly by its ivory handle, he went forward along the corridor, walking as on air. The end was quickly reached. He stood upon the threshold of the mighty chamber where he knew the owner of the cane was waiting. The long corridor lay behind him. In front he saw the spacious dimensions of a lofty hall that gave him the feeling of being in the Crystal Palace, Euston Station, or St. Paul's. High, narrow windows cut deeply into the wall stood in a row upon the other side. An enormous open fireplace of burning logs was on his right. Thick tapestries hung from the ceiling to the floor of stone, and in the center of the chamber was a massive table of dark, shining wood. Great chairs with carved stiff backs set here and there beside it. And in the biggest of these throne-like chairs there sat a figure looking at him gravely. The figure of an old, old man. Yet there was no surprise in the boy's fast-beating heart. There was a thrill of pleasure and excitement only, a feeling of satisfaction. He had known quite well the figure would be there, known also it would look like this exactly. He stepped forward onto the floor of stone without a trace of fear or trembling, holding the precious cane in two hands now before him, as though to present it to its owner. He felt proud and pleased. He had run risks for this. And the figure rose quietly to meet him, advancing in a stately manner over the hard stone floor. The eyes looked gravely, sweetly down at him. The aquiline nose stood out. Tim knew him perfectly, the knee breeches of shining satin, the gleaming buckles on the shoes, the neat dark stockings, the lace and ruffles about the neck and wrists, the colored waistcoat opening so widely, all the details of the picture over father's mantelpiece, where it hung between two Crimean bayonets, were reproduced in life before his eyes at last. Only the polished cane with the ivory handle was not there. Tim went 3 steps nearer to the advancing figure and held out both his hands with the cane laid crosswise on them. "I've brought it, great-grandpapa," he said in a faint but clear and steady tone. "Here it is." And the other stooped a little, put out 3 fingers half concealed by falling lace, and took it by the ivory handle. He made a courtly bow to Tim. He smiled, but though there was pleasure, it was a grave, sad smile. He spoke then. The voice was slow and very deep. There was a delicate softness in it, the suave politeness of an older day. "Thank you," he said. "I value it. It was given to me by my grandfather. I forgot it when I—" His voice grew indistinct a little. "Yes?" said Tim. "When I left," the old gentleman repeated. "Oh," said Tim, thinking how beautiful and kind the gracious figure was. The old man ran his slender fingers carefully along the cane, feeling the polished surface with satisfaction. He lingered specially over the smoothness of the ivory handle. He was evidently very pleased. "I was not quite myself, at the moment," he went on gently. "My memory failed me somewhat." He sighed, as though an immense relief was in him. "I forget things, too, sometimes," Tim mentioned sympathetically. He simply loved his great-grandfather. He hoped, for a moment, he would be lifted up and kissed. "I'm awfully glad I brought it," he added, "that you've got it again." The other turned his kind gray eyes upon him. The smile on his face was full of gratitude as he looked down. "Thank you, my boy. I am truly and deeply indebted to you. You courted danger for my sake. Others have tried before, but the nightmare passage, he broke off. He tapped the stick firmly on the stone flooring, as though to test it. Bending a trifle, he put his weight upon it. "Ah!" he exclaimed with a short sigh of relief. "I can now—" His voice again grew indistinct. Tim did not catch the words. "Yes?" he asked again, aware for the first time that a touch of awe was in his heart. "Get about again," the other continued very low. "Without my cane," he added, the voice falling with each word the old lips uttered. "I could not possibly allow myself to be seen. It was indeed deplorable, unpardonable of me. To forget in such a way. Zounds, sir! I... His voice sank away suddenly into a sound of wind. He straightened up, tapping the iron ferrule of his cane on the stones in a series of loud knocks. Tim felt a strange sensation creep into his legs. The queer words frightened him a little. The old man took a step towards him. He still smiled, but there was a new meaning in the smile. A sudden earnestness had replaced the courtly, leisurely manner. The next words seemed to blow down upon the boy from above, as though a cold wind brought them from the sky outside. Yet the words, he knew, were kindly meant and very sensible. It was only the abrupt change that startled him. Great-grandpapa, after all, was but a man. This distant sound recalled something in him to that outside world from which the cold wind blew. "My eternal thanks to you," he heard, while the voice and face and figure seemed to withdraw deeper and deeper into the heart of the mighty chamber. "I shall not forget your kindness and your courage. It is a debt I can, fortunately, one day repay. But now you had best return, and with dispatch, for your head and arm lie heavily on the table, the documents are scattered, there is a cushion fallen, and my son's son is in the house. Farewell. You had best leave me quickly. See, she stands behind you, waiting. Go with her. Go now." The entire scene had vanished even before the final words were uttered. Tim felt empty space about him. A vast, shadowy figure bore him through it as with mighty wings. He flew, he rushed, he remembered nothing more, until he heard another voice and felt a heavy hand upon his shoulder. "Tim, you rascal, what are you doing in my study, and in the dark like this?" He looked up into his father's face without a word. He felt dazed. The next moment his father had caught him up and kissed him. "Ragamuffin, how did you guess I was coming back tonight?" He shook him playfully and kissed his tumbling hair. "And you've been asleep, too, into the bargain. Well, how's everything at home, eh? Jack's coming back from school tomorrow, you know, and—" 4. Jack came home, indeed, the following day, and when the Easter holidays were over, the governess stayed abroad, and Tim went off to adventures of another kind in the preparatory school for Wellington. Life slipped rapidly along with him. He grew into a man, his mother and father died, Jack followed them within a little space. Tim inherited, married, settled down into his great possessions, and opened up the other wing. The dreams of imaginative boyhood had all faded. Perhaps he had merely put them away, or perhaps he had forgotten them. At any rate, he never spoke of such things now, and when his Irish wife mentioned her belief that the old country house possessed a family ghost, even declaring that she had met an 18th-century figure of a man in the corridors, "An old man who bends down upon a stick," Tim only laughed and said, "That's as it ought to be, and if these awful land taxes force us to sell some day, a respectable ghost will increase the market value." But one night he woke and heard a tapping on the floor. He sat up in bed and listened. There was a chilly feeling down his back. Belief had long since gone out of him. He felt uncannily afraid. The sound came nearer and nearer. There were light footsteps with it. The door opened. It opened a little wider, that is, for it already stood ajar, and there upon the threshold stood a figure that it seemed he knew. He saw the face as with all the vivid sharpness of reality. There was a smile upon it, but a smile of warning and alarm. The arm was raised. Tim saw the slender hand, lace falling down upon the long, thin fingers, and in them, tightly gripped, a polished cane. Shaking the cane twice to and fro in the air, the face thrust forward, spoke certain words, and vanished. But the words were inaudible, for though the lips distinctly moved, no sound, apparently, came from them. And Tim sprang out of bed. The room was full of darkness. He turned the light on. The door, he saw, was shut as usual. He had, of course, been dreaming, but he noticed a curious odor in the air. He sniffed it once or twice, then grasped the truth. It was a smell of burning. Fortunately, he woke just in time. He was acclaimed a hero for his promptitude. After many days, when the damage was repaired and nerves had settled down once more into the calm routine of country life, he told the story to his wife. The entire story. He told the adventure of his imaginative boyhood with it. She asked to see the old family cane, and it was this request of hers that brought back to memory a detail Tim had entirely forgotten all these years. He remembered it suddenly again, the loss of the cane, the hubbub his father kicked up about it, the endless futile search, for the stick had never been found, and Tim, who was questioned very closely concerning it, swore with all his might that he had not the smallest notion where it was, which was, of course, the truth. End of The Other Wing. Recording by Sudane Vox.
The Secret of Goresthorpe Grange by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Secret of Goresthorpe Grange by Arthur Conan Doyle. I am sure that nature never intended me to be a self-made man. There are times when I can hardly bring myself to realize that 20 years of my life were spent behind the counter of a grocer's shop in the East End of London, and that it was through such an avenue that I reached a wealthy independence and the possession of Goresthorpe Grange. My habits are conservative, and my tastes refined and aristocratic. I have a soul which spurns the vulgar herd. Our family, the D'Odds, date back to a prehistoric era, as is to be inferred from the fact that their advent into British history is not commented on by any trustworthy historian. Some instinct tells me that the blood of a crusader runs in my veins. Even now, after the lapse of so many years, such exclamations as "By'r Lady" rise naturally to my lips, and I feel that, should circumstances require it, I am capable of rising in my stirrups and dealing an infidel a blow, say with a mace, which would considerably astonish him. Goresthorpe Grange is a feudal mansion, or so it was termed in the advertisement which originally brought it under my notice. Its right to this adjective had a most remarkable effect upon the price, and the advantages gained may possibly be more sentimental than real. Still, it is soothing to me to know that I have slits in my staircase through which I can discharge arrows, and there is a sense of power in the fact of possessing a complicated apparatus by means of which I am enabled to pour molten lead upon the head of the casual visitor. These things chime in with my peculiar humor, and I do not grudge to pay for them. I am proud of my battlements, and of the circular uncovered sewer which girds me round. I am proud of my portcullis, and donjon, and keep. There is but one thing wanting to round off the medievalism of my abode, and to render it symmetrically and completely antique. Goresthorpe Grange is not provided with a ghost. Any man with old-fashioned tastes and ideas as to how such establishments should be conducted would have been disappointed at the omission. In my case it was particularly unfortunate. From my childhood I had been an earnest student of the supernatural, and a firm believer in it. I have reveled in ghostly literature until there is hardly a tale bearing upon the subject which I have not perused. I learned the German language for the sole purpose of mastering a book upon demonology. When an infant I have secreted myself in dark rooms in the hope of seeing some of those bogies with which my nurse used to threaten me, and the same feeling is as strong in me now as then. It was a proud moment when I felt that a ghost was one of the luxuries which my money might command. It is true that there was no mention of an apparition in the advertisement. On reviewing the mildewed walls, however, and the shadowy corridors, I had taken it for granted that there was such a thing on the premises, as the presence of a kennel presupposes that of a dog. So I imagined that it was impossible that such desirable quarters should be untenanted by one or more restless shades. Good heavens! What can the noble family from whom I purchased it have been doing during these hundreds of years? Was there no member of it spirited enough to make away with his sweetheart, or take some other steps calculated to establish a hereditary spectre? Even now I can hardly write with patience upon the subject. For a long time I hoped against hope. Never did a rat squeak behind the wainscot, or rain drip upon the attic floor, without a wild thrill shooting through me as I thought that at last I had come upon traces of some unquiet soul. I felt no such fear upon these occasions. If it occurred in the night time, I would send Mrs. D'Odd, who is a strong-minded woman, to investigate the matter, while I covered up my head with the bedclothes and indulged in an ecstasy of expectation. Alas, the result was always the same. The suspicious sound would be traced to some cause so absurdly natural and commonplace that the most fervid imagination could not clothe it with any of the glamour of romance. I might have reconciled myself to this state of things had it not been for Jorrocks of Havistock Farm. Jorrocks is a coarse, burly, matter-of-fact fellow whom I only happen to know through the accidental circumstance of his fields adjoining my domain. Yet this man, though utterly devoid of all appreciation of archaeological unities, is in possession of a well-authenticated and undeniable spectre. Its existence only dates back, I believe, to the reign of the second George, when a young lady cut her throat upon hearing of the death of her lover at the Battle of Dettingen. Still, even that gives the house an air of respectability, especially when coupled with bloodstains upon the floor. Jorrocks is densely unconscious of his good fortune, and his language, when he reverts to the apparition, is painful to listen to. He little dreams how I covet every one of those moans and nocturnal wails which he describes with unnecessary objurgation. Things are indeed coming to a pretty pass when democratic spectres are allowed to desert the landed proprietors and annul every social distinction by taking refuge in the houses of the great unrecognized. I have a large amount of perseverance. Nothing else could have raised me into my rightful sphere, considering the uncongenial atmosphere in which I spent the earlier part of my life. I felt now that a ghost must be secured, but how to set about securing one was more than either Mrs. D'Odd or myself was able to determine. My reading taught me that such phenomena are usually the outcome of crime. What crime was to be done, then, and who was to do it? A wild idea entered my mind that Watkins, the house steward, might be prevailed upon, for a consideration, to immolate himself or someone else in the interests of the establishment. I put the matter to him in a half jesting manner, but it did not seem to strike him in a favorable light. The other servants sympathized with him in his opinion. At least, I cannot account in any other way for their having left the house in a body the same afternoon. "My dear," Mrs. D'Odd remarked to me one day after dinner, as I sat moodily sipping a cup of sack. I love the good old names. "My dear, that odious ghost of Jorrocks has been gibbering again." "Let it gibber," I answered recklessly. Mrs. D'Odd struck a few chords on her virginal and looked thoughtfully into the fire. "I'll tell you what it is, Argentine," she said at last, using the pet name which we usually substituted for Silas. "We must have a ghost sent down from London." "How can you be so idiotic, Matilda?" I remarked severely. "Who could get us such a thing?" "My cousin, Jack Brocket, could," she answered confidently. Now, this cousin of Matilda's was rather a sore subject between us. He was a rakish, clever young fellow who had tried his hand at many things, but wanted perseverance to succeed at any. He was at that time in chambers in London, professing to be a general agent, and really living to a great extent upon his wits. Matilda managed so that most of our business should pass through his hands, which certainly saved me a great deal of trouble, but I found that Jack's commission was generally considerably larger than all the other items of the bill put together. It was this fact which made me feel inclined to rebel against any further negotiations with the young gentleman. "Oh, yes, he could," insisted Mrs. D., seeing the look of disapprobation upon my face. "You remember how well he managed that business about the crest." "It was only a resuscitation of the old family coat of arms, my dear," I protested. Matilda smiled in an irritating manner. "There was a resuscitation of the family portraits, too, dear," she remarked. "You must allow that Jack selected them very judiciously." I thought of the long line of faces which adorned the walls of my banqueting hall, from the burly Norman robber, through every gradation of casque, plume, and ruff, to the sombre Chesterfieldian individual who appears to have staggered against a pillar in his agony at the return of a maiden MS. which he grips convulsively in his right hand. I was fain to confess that in that instance he had done his work well, and that it was only fair to give him an order, with the usual commission, for a family spectre, should such a thing be attainable. It is one of my maxims to act promptly when once my mind is made up. Noon of the next day found me ascending the spiral stone staircase which leads to Mr. Brocket's chambers, and admiring the succession of arrows and fingers upon the whitewashed wall, all indicating the direction of that gentleman's sanctum. As it happened, artificial aids of the sort were entirely unnecessary, as an animated flap dance overhead could proceed from no other quarter, though it was replaced by a deathly silence as I groped my way up the stair. The door was opened by a youth, evidently astounded at the appearance of a client, and I was ushered into the presence of my young friend, who was writing furiously in a large ledger, upside down, as I afterwards discovered. After the first greetings, I plunged into business at once. "Look here, Jack," I said, "I want you to get me a spirit if you can." "Spirits, you mean!" shouted my wife's cousin, plunging his hand into the wastepaper basket and producing a bottle with the celerity of a conjuring trick. "Let's have a drink." I held up my hand as a mute appeal against such a proceeding so early in the day, but on lowering it again I found that I had almost involuntarily closed my fingers round the tumbler which my adviser had pressed upon me. I drank the contents hastily off, lest anyone should come in upon us and set me down as a topper. After all, there was something very amusing about the young fellow's eccentricities. "Not spirits," I explained smilingly. "An apparition, a ghost. If such a thing is to be had, I should be very willing to negotiate." "A ghost for Goresthorpe Grange?" inquired Mr. Brocket, with as much coolness as if I had asked for a drawing-room suite. "Quite so," I answered. "Easiest thing in the world," said my companion, filling up my glass again in spite of my remonstrance. "Let us see." Here he took down a large red notebook with all the letters of the alphabet in a fringe down the edge. "A ghost, you said, didn't you? That's G. G. Gems, gimlets, gas pipes, gauntlets, guns, galleys. Ah, here we are. Ghosts. Volume 9, Section 6, page 41. Excuse me." And Jack ran up a ladder and began rummaging among a pile of ledgers on a high shelf. I felt half inclined to empty my glass into the spittoon when his back was turned, but on second thoughts I disposed of it in a legitimate way. "Here it is!" cried my London agent, jumping off the ladder with a crash, and depositing an enormous volume of manuscript upon the table. "I have all these things tabulated, so that I may lay my hands upon them in a moment. It's all right. It's quite weak." Here he filled our glasses again. "What were we looking up again?" "Ghosts," I suggested. "Of course. Page 41. Here we are. J. H. Fowler and Son, Dunkel Street. Suppliers of mediums to the nobility and gentry. Charms sold. Love philtres. Mummies. Horoscopes cast. Nothing in your line there, I suppose." I shook my head despondingly. "Frederick Tabb," continued my wife's cousin, "solo channel of communication between the living and dead. Proprietor of the spirits of Byron, Kirke, White, Grimaldi, Tom Cribb, and Inigo Jones. That's about the figure." "Nothing romantic enough there," I objected. "Good heavens, fancy a ghost with a black eye and a handkerchief tied round its waist, or turning somersaults and saying, 'How are you?' tomorrow." The very idea made me so warm that I emptied my glass and filled it again. "Here's another," said my companion. "Christopher McCarthy. Bi-weekly seances, attended by all the eminent spirits of ancient and modern times. Nativities, charms, abracadabras, messages from the dead. He might be able to help us. However, I shall have a hunt round myself tomorrow and see some of these fellows. I know their haunts, and it's odd if I can't pick up something cheap. So there's an end of business," he concluded, hurling the ledger into the corner. "And now we'll have something to drink." We had several things to drink, so many that my inventive faculties were dulled next morning, and I had some little difficulty in explaining to Mrs. D'Odd why it was that I hung my boots and spectacles upon a peg along with my other garments before retiring to rest. The new hopes excited by the confident manner in which my agent had undertaken the commission caused me to rise superior to alcoholic reaction, and I paced about the rambling corridors and old-fashioned rooms, picturing to myself the appearance of my expected acquisition, and deciding what part of the building would harmonize best with its presence. After much consideration, I pitched upon the banqueting hall as being, on the whole, the most suitable for its reception. It was a long, low room, hung round with valuable tapestry and interesting relics of the old family to whom it had belonged. Coats of mail and implements of war glimmered fitfully as the light of the fire played over them, and the wind crept under the door, moving the hangings to and fro with a ghastly rustling. At one end there was the raised dais on which in ancient times the host and his guests used to spread their table, while a descent of a couple of steps led to the lower part of the hall, where the vassals and retainers held wassail. The floor was uncovered by any sort of carpet, but a layer of rushes had been scattered over it by my direction. In the whole room there was nothing to remind one of the 19th century, except, indeed, my own solid silver plate stamped with the resuscitated family arms, which was laid out upon an oak table in the center. This, I determined, should be the haunted room, supposing my wife's cousin to succeed in his negotiation with the spirit mongers. There was nothing for it now but to wait patiently until I heard some news of the result of his inquiries. A letter came in the course of a few days, which, if it was short, was at least encouraging. It was scribbled in pencil on the back of a playbill, and sealed apparently with a tobacco stopper. "Am on the track," it said. "Nothing of the sort to be had from any professional spiritualist, but picked up a fellow in a pub yesterday who says he can manage it for you. Will send him down unless you wire to the contrary. Abrahams is his name, and he has done one or two of these jobs before." The letter wound up with some incoherent allusions to a check, and was signed by my affectionate cousin, John Brockett. I need hardly say that I did not wire, but awaited the arrival of Mr. Abrahams with all impatience. In spite of my belief in the supernatural, I could scarcely credit the fact that any mortal could have such a command over the spirit world as to deal in them and barter them against mere earthly gold. Still, I had Jack's word for it that such a trade existed, and here was a gentleman with a Judaical name ready to demonstrate it by proof positive. How vulgar and commonplace Jorrocks' 18th century ghost would appear should I succeed in securing a real medieval apparition! I almost thought that one had been sent down in advance, for, as I walked down the moat that night, before retiring to rest, I came upon a dark figure engaged in surveying the machinery of my portcullis and drawbridge. His start of surprise, however, and the manner in which he hurried off into the darkness, speedily convinced me of his earthly origin, and I put him down as some admirer of one of my female retainers, mourning over the muddy Hellespont which divided him from his love. Whoever he may have been, he disappeared and did not return, though I loitered about for some time in the hope of catching a glimpse of him and exercising my feudal rights upon his person. Jack Brockett was as good as his word. The shades of another evening were beginning to darken round Goresthorpe Grange, when a peal at the outer bell and the sound of a fly pulling up announced the arrival of Mr. Abrahams. I hurried down to meet him, half expecting to see a choice assortment of ghosts crowding in at his rear. Instead, however, of being the sallow-faced, melancholy-eyed man that I had pictured to myself, the ghost dealer was a sturdy little podgy fellow, with a pair of wonderfully keen, sparkling eyes, and a mouth which was constantly stretched in a good-humored, if somewhat artificial, grin. His sole stock in trade seemed to consist of a small leather bag, jealously locked and strapped, which emitted a metallic chink upon being placed on the stone flags of the walk. "And how are you, sir?" he asked, wringing my hand with the utmost effusion. "And the missus? How is she? And all the others? How's all their health?" I intimated that we were all as well as could reasonably be expected, but Mr. Abrahams happened to catch a glimpse of Mrs. D'Odd in the distance, and at once plunged at her with another string of inquiries as to her health, delivered so volubly and with such an intense earnestness that I half expected to see him terminate his cross-examination by feeling her pulse and demanding a sight of her tongue. All this time his little eyes rolled round and round, shifting perpetually from the floor to the ceiling, and from the ceiling to the walls, taking in apparently every article of furniture in a single comprehensive glance. Having satisfied himself that neither of us was in a pathological condition, Mr. Abrahams suffered me to lead him upstairs, where a repast had been laid out for him to which he did ample justice. The mysterious little bag he carried along with him, and deposited it under his chair during the meal. It was not until the table had been cleared and we were left together that he broached the matter on which he had come down. "I understand," he remarked, puffing at a trichinopoly, "that you want my help in fitting up this here house with a apparition." I acknowledged the correctness of his surmise, while mentally wondering at those restless eyes of his, which still danced about the room as if he were making an inventory of the contents. "And you won't find a better man for the job, though I says it as shouldn't," continued my companion. "What did I say to the young gent what spoke to me in the bar of the Lame Dog? 'Can you do it?' says he. 'Try me,' says I, 'me and my bag. Just try me.' I couldn't say fairer than that." My respect for Jack Brockett's business capacities began to go up very considerably. He certainly seemed to have managed the matter wonderfully well. "You don't mean to say that you carry ghosts about in bags?" I remarked with diffidence. Mr. Abrahams smiled a smile of superior knowledge. "You wait," he said. "Give me the right place and the right hour, with a little of the essence of eucalyptus," here he produced a small bottle from his waistcoat pocket, "and you won't find no ghost that I ain't up to. You'll see them yourself and pick your own. I can't say fairer than that." As all Mr. Abraham's protestations of fairness were accompanied by a cunning leer and a wink from one or other of his wicked little eyes, the impression of candor was somewhat weakened. "When are you going to do it?" I asked reverentially. 10 minutes to 1 in the morning," said Mr. Abrahams with decision. "Some says midnight, but I says 10 to 1, when there ain't such a crowd and you can pick your own ghost. And now," he continued, rising to his feet, "suppose you trot me round the premises and let me see where you wants it, for there's some places as attracts 'em, and some as they won't hear of, not if there was no other place in the world." Mr. Abrahams inspected our corridors and chambers with a most critical and observant eye, fingering the old tapestry with the air of a connoisseur, and remarking in an undertone that it would match uncommon nice. It was not until he reached the banqueting hall, however, which I had myself picked out, that his admiration reached the pitch of enthusiasm. "Here's the place!" he shouted, dancing, bag in hand, round the table on which my plate was lying, and looking not unlike some quaint little goblin himself. "Here's the place! We won't get nothing to beat this. A fine room, noble, solid. None of your electroplate trash. That's the way as things ought to be done, sir. Plenty of room for 'em to glide here. Send up some brandy and the box of weeds. I'll sit here by the fire and do the preliminaries, which is more trouble than you think, for them ghosts carries on awful at times before they find out who they've got to deal with. If you was in the room, they'd tear you to pieces as like as not. You leave me alone to tackle them, and at 12:30 come in, and I'll lay they'll all be quiet enough by then." Mr. Abraham's request struck me as a reasonable one, so I left him with his feet upon the mantelpiece and his chair in front of the fire, fortifying himself with stimulants against his refractory visitors. From the room beneath, in which I sat with Mrs. D'Odd, I could hear that after sitting for some time he rose up and paced about the hall with quick, impatient steps. We then heard him try the lock of the door, and afterwards drag some heavy article of furniture in the direction of the window, on which apparently he mounted, for I heard the creaking of the rusty hinges as the diamond paned casement folded backwards, and I knew it to be situated several feet above the little man's reach. Mrs. D'Odd says that she could distinguish his voice speaking in low and rapid whispers after this, but that may have been her imagination. I confess that I began to feel more impressed than I had deemed it possible to be. There was something awesome in the thought of the solitary mortal standing by the open window and summoning in from the gloom outside the spirits of the nether world. It was with a trepidation which I could hardly disguise from Matilda that I observed that the clock was pointing to 12:30, and that the time had come for me to share the vigil of my visitor. He was sitting in his old position when I entered, and there were no signs of the mysterious movements which I had overheard, though his chubby face was flushed as with recent exertion. "Are you succeeding all right?" I asked as I came in, putting on as careless an air as possible, but glancing involuntarily round the room to see if we were alone. "Only your help is needed to complete the matter," said Mr. Abrahams, in a solemn voice. "You shall sit by me and partake of the essence of eucalyptus, which removes the scales from our earthly eyes. Whatever you may chance to see, speak not, and make no movement, lest you break the spell." His manner was subdued, and his usual Cockney vulgarity had entirely disappeared. I took the chair which he indicated, and awaited the result. My companion cleared the rushes from the floor in our neighborhood, and, going down upon his hands and knees, described a half circle with chalk, which enclosed the fireplace and ourselves. Round the edge of this half circle he drew several hieroglyphics, not unlike the signs of the zodiac. He then stood up and uttered a long invocation, delivered so rapidly that it sounded like a single gigantic word in some uncouth guttural language. Having finished this prayer, if prayer it was, he pulled out the small bottle which he had produced before, and poured a couple of teaspoonfuls of clear transparent fluid into the vial, which he handed to me with an intimation that I should drink it. The liquid had a faintly sweet odor, not unlike the aroma of certain sorts of apples. I hesitated a moment before applying it to my lips, but an impatient gesture from my companion overcame my scruples, and I tossed it off. The taste was not unpleasant, and as it gave no rise to immediate effects, I leaned back in my chair and composed myself for what was to come. Mr. Abrahams seated himself beside me, and I felt that he was watching my face from time to time while repeating some more of the invocations in which he had indulged before. A sense of delicious warmth and languor began gradually to steal over me, partly perhaps from the heat of the fire, and partly from some unexplained cause. An uncontrollable impulse to sleep weighed down my eyelids, while at the same time my brain worked actively, and 100 beautiful and pleasing ideas flitted through it. So utterly lethargic did I feel that, though I was aware that my companion put his hand over the region of my heart, as if to feel how it were beating, I did not attempt to prevent him, nor did I even ask him for the reason of his action. Everything in the room appeared to be reeling slowly round in a drowsy dance, of which I was the center. The great elk's head at the far end wagged solemnly backward and forward, while the massive salvers on the tables performed cotillions with the claret cooler and the epergne. My head fell upon my breast from sheer heaviness, and I should have become unconscious had I not been recalled to myself by the opening of the door at the other end of the hall. This door led on to the raised dais which, as I have mentioned, the heads of the house used to reserve for their own use. As it swung slowly back upon its hinges, I sat up in my chair, clutching at the arms and staring with a horrified glare at the dark passage outside. Something was coming down it, something unformed and intangible, but still a something. Dim and shadowy, I saw it flit across the threshold, while a blast of ice-cold air swept down the room, which seemed to blow through me, chilling my very heart. I was aware of the mysterious presence, and then I heard it speak in a voice like the sighing of an east wind among pine trees on the banks of a desolate sea. It said, "I am the invisible nonentity. I have affinities and am subtle. I am electric, magnetic, and spiritualistic. I am the great ethereal sigh heaver. I kill dogs. Mortal, wilt thou choose me?" I was about to speak, but the words seemed to be choked in my throat, and before I could get them out the shadow flitted across the hall and vanished in the darkness at the other side, while a long-drawn melancholy sigh quivered through the apartment. I turned my eyes toward the door once more, and beheld to my astonishment a very small old woman, who hobbled along the corridor and into the hall. She passed backward and forward several times, and then, crouching down at the very edge of the circle upon the floor, she disclosed a face the horrible malignity of which shall never be banished from my recollection. Every foul passion appeared to have left its mark upon that hideous countenance. "Ha! ha!" she screamed, holding out her wizened hands like the talons of an unclean bird. "You see what I am. I am the fiendish old woman. I wear snuff-colored silks. My curse descends on people. Sir Walter was partial to me. Shall I be thine, mortal?" I endeavored to shake my head in horror, on which she aimed a blow at me with her crutch, and vanished with an eldritch scream. By this time my eyes turned naturally toward the open door, and I was hardly surprised to see a man walk in of tall and noble stature. His face was deadly pale, but was surmounted by a fringe of dark hair which fell in ringlets down his back. A short pointed beard covered his chin. He was dressed in loose-fitting clothes, made apparently of yellow satin, and a large white ruff surrounded his neck. He paced across the room with slow and majestic strides. Then, turning, he addressed me in a sweet, exquisitely modulated voice. "I am the Cavalier," he remarked. "I pierce and am pierced. Here is my rapier. I clink steel. This is a bloodstain over my heart. I can emit hollow groans. I am patronized by many old conservative families. I am the original manor house apparition. I work alone, or in company with shrieking damsels." He bent his head courteously, as though awaiting my reply, but the same choking sensation prevented me from speaking, and with a deep bow he disappeared. He had hardly gone before a feeling of intense horror stole over me, and I was aware of the presence of a ghastly creature in the room, of dim outlines and uncertain proportions. One moment it seemed to pervade the entire apartment, while at another it would become invisible, but always leaving behind it a distinct consciousness of its presence. Its voice, when it spoke, was quavering and gusty. It said, "I am the lever of footsteps and the spiller of gouts of blood. I tramp upon corridors. Charles Dickens has alluded to me. I make strange and disagreeable noises. I snatch letters and place invisible hands on people's wrists. I am cheerful. I burst into peals of hideous laughter. Shall I do one now?" I raised my hand in a deprecating way, but too late to prevent one discordant outbreak which echoed through the room. Before I could lower it, the apparition was gone. I turned my head toward the door in time to see a man come hastily and stealthily into the chamber. He was a sunburned, powerfully built fellow, with earrings in his ears and a Barcelona handkerchief tied loosely round his neck. His head was bent upon his chest, and his whole aspect was that of one afflicted by intolerable remorse. He paced rapidly backward and forward, like a caged tiger, and I observed that a drawn knife glittered in one of his hands, while he grasped what appeared to be a piece of parchment in the other. His voice, when he spoke, was deep and sonorous. He said, "I am a murderer. I am a ruffian. I crouch when I walk. I step noiselessly. I know something of the Spanish Main. I can do the lost treasure business. I have charts, am able-bodied, and a good walker, capable of haunting a large park." He looked toward me beseechingly, but before I could make a sign I was paralyzed by the horrible sight which appeared at the door. It was a very tall man, if indeed it might be called a man, for the gaunt bones were protruding through the corroding flesh, and the features of a leaden hue. A winding sheet was wrapped round the figure, and formed a hood over the head, from under the shadow of which two fiendish eyes, deep set in their grisly sockets, blazed and sparkled like red-hot coals. The lower jaw had fallen upon the breast, disclosing a withered, shriveled tongue, and two lines of black and jagged fangs. I shuddered and drew back as this fearful apparition advanced to the edge of the circle. "I am the American blood-curdler," it said, in a voice which seemed to come in a hollow murmur from the earth beneath it. "None other is genuine. I am the embodiment of Edgar Allan Poe. I am circumstantial and horrible. I am a low-caste, spirit-subduing spectre. Observe my blood and my bones. I am grisly and nauseous. No depending on artificial aid. Work with grave clothes, a coffin lid, and a galvanic battery. Turn hair white in a night." The creature stretched out its fleshless arms to me, as if in entreaty, but I shook my head, and it vanished, leaving a low, sickening, repulsive odor behind it. I sank back in my chair, so overcome by terror and disgust that I would have very willingly resigned myself to dispensing with a ghost altogether, could I have been sure that this was the last of the hideous procession. A faint sound of trailing garments warned me that it was not so. I looked up and beheld a white figure emerging from the corridor into the right. As it stepped across the threshold, I saw that it was that of a young and beautiful woman dressed in the fashion of a bygone day. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her pale, proud face bore traces of passion and of suffering. She crossed the hall with a gentle sound, like the rustling of autumn leaves, and then, turning her lovely and unutterably sad eyes upon me, she said, "I am the plaintive and sentimental, the beautiful and ill-used. I have been forsaken and betrayed. I shriek in the night time and glide down passages. My antecedents are highly respectable and generally aristocratic. My tastes are aesthetic. Old oak furniture like this would do, with a few more coats of mail and plenty of tapestry. Will you not take me?" Her voice died away in a beautiful cadence as she concluded, and she held out her hands as in supplication. I am always sensitive to female influences. Besides, what would Jorrocks' ghost be to this? Could anything be in better taste? Would I not be exposing myself to the chance of injuring my nervous system by interviewing with such creatures as my last visitor, unless I decided at once? She gave me a seraphic smile, as if she knew what was passing in my mind. That smile settled the matter. "She will do!" I cried. "I choose this one." And as in my enthusiasm I took a step toward her, I passed over the magic circle which had girdled me round. "Argentine, we have been robbed!" I had an indistinct consciousness of these words being spoken, or rather screamed, in my ear a great number of times without my being able to grasp their meaning. A violent throbbing in my head seemed to adapt itself to their rhythm, and I closed my eyes to the lullaby of "robbed, robbed, robbed." A vigorous shake caused me to open them again, however, and the sight of Mrs. D'Odd in the scantiest of costumes and most furious of tempers was sufficiently impressive to recall all my scattered thoughts, and make me realize that I was lying on my back on the floor, with my head among the ashes which had fallen from last night's fire, and a small glass vial in my hand. I staggered to my feet, but felt so weak and giddy that I was compelled to fall back into a chair. As my brain became clearer, stimulated by the exclamations of Matilda, I began gradually to recollect the events of the night. There was the door through which my supernatural visitors had filed. There was the circle of chalk with the hieroglyphics round the edge. There was the cigar box and brandy bottle which had been honored by the attentions of Mr. Abrahams. But the seer himself, where was he? And what was this open window with a rope running out of it? And where, oh where, was the pride of Goresthorpe Grange, the glorious plate which was to have been the delectation of generations of D'Odds? And why was Mrs. D standing in the gray light of dawn, wringing her hands and repeating her monotonous refrain? It was only very gradually that my misty brain took these things in, and grasped the connection between them. Reader, I have never seen Mr. Abrahams since. I have never seen the plate stamped with the resuscitated family crest. Hardest of all, I have never caught a glimpse of the melancholy spectre with the trailing garments, nor do I expect that I ever shall. In fact, my night's experiences have cured me of my mania for the supernatural, and quite reconciled me to inhabiting the humdrum 19th century edifice on the outskirts of London which Mrs. D has long had in her mind's eye. As to the explanation of all that occurred, that is a matter which is open to several surmises. That Mr. Abrahams, the ghost hunter, was identical with Jemmy Wilson, alias the Nottingham Crackster, is considered more than probable at Scotland Yard, and certainly the description of that remarkable burglar tallied very well with the appearance of my visitor. The small bag which I have described was picked up in a neighboring field next day, and found to contain a choice assortment of jimmies and centre bits. Footmarks deeply imprinted in the mud on either side of the moat showed that an accomplice from below had received the sack of precious metals which had been let down through the open window. No doubt the pair of scoundrels, while looking round for a job, had overheard Jack Brocket's indiscreet inquiries, and had promptly availed themselves of the tempting opening. And now, as to my less substantial visitors, and the curious grotesque vision which I enjoyed, Am I to lay it down to any real power over occult matters possessed by my Nottingham friend? For a long time I was doubtful upon the point, and eventually endeavored to solve it by consulting a well-known analyst and medical man, sending him the few drops of the so-called essence of eucalyptus which remained in my vial. I append the letter which I received from him, only too happy to have the opportunity of winding up my little narrative by the weighty words of a man of learning. Arundel Street. Dear Sir, your very singular case has interested me extremely. The bottle which you sent contained a strong solution of chloral, and the quantity which you describe yourself as having swallowed must have amounted to at least 80 grains of the pure hydrate. This would, of course, have reduced you to a partial state of insensibility, gradually going on to complete coma. In this semi-unconscious state of chloralism it is not unusual for circumstantial and bizarre visions to present themselves, more especially to individuals unaccustomed to the use of the drug. You tell me in your note that your mind was saturated with ghostly literature, and that you had long taken a morbid interest in classifying and recalling the various forms in which apparitions have been said to appear. You must also remember that you were expecting to see something of that very nature, and that your nervous system was worked up to an unnatural state of tension. Under the circumstances, I think that, far from the sequel being an astonishing one, it would have been very surprising indeed to anyone versed in narcotics had you not experienced some such effects. I remain, dear sir, sincerely yours, T. E. Stube, M.D., Argentine d'Ade, Esquire, The Elms, Brixton. End of The Secret of Goresthorpe Grange by Arthur Conan Doyle.
To be Used Against Him by Richard Marsh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. To be Used Against Him by Richard Marsh. 1. A Travelling Companion. When the train left Liverpool Street, he and I were the only occupants of the compartment. I was in one corner, he was directly opposite me in the other. He appeared to have purchased the same evening papers which I had purchased. I noticed, too, a certain similarity in his movements to mine. When I lowered my paper, he lowered his. When I turned a page, he turned one also. This coincidence of action I supposed at first was accidental. But I perceived ere long that if it was accidental, the accident was of a peculiar kind. Whatever I did, he did. When I exchanged one journal for another, he exchanged one also. I noticed in this respect that the imitation was so close that when I relinquished a Pall Mall for the St. James's, he relinquished a Pall Mall for the St. James's. When I put my paper down and looked at him, he put his paper down and looked at me. I asked myself if this person intended to insult me. What conceivable reason could he have for entering a railway carriage with the apparently deliberate intention of insulting an inoffensive stranger? Unless he was drunk or mad. Directly I began to observe him, I was struck by the fact that he resembled someone whom I had seen before. Who it was I couldn't for the instant recollect. I eyed him while he eyed me, endeavoring to recall to my mind who was the owner of his features. I believe that I have had the pleasure of meeting you before. When I addressed to him this commonplace, which so frequently is addressed to individuals whose personality one fails to recollect, to my surprise he replied to me in exactly the same words which I had used. I believe that I have had the pleasure of meeting you before. The tones of his voice were familiar to me. I had not only heard them before, but I had heard them recently. You are laughing at me because I cannot recollect your face. And yet it is proverbial among my friends that I have an excellent memory for faces. Scarcely had I finished speaking than he echoed me. He repeated after me word for word what I had said. The man must be a mountebank, and yet the longer I looked at him, the better I seemed to know his face. Who was the fellow? "May I venture to ask your name?" The only reply which I received to my inquiry was my inquiry cured. The man must be some clowning spirit, who in revenge perhaps for my bad memory proposed to amuse himself a little at my expense. "When you are pleased to be more communicative, I will endeavour to apologize for my imperfect recollection." "When you are pleased to be more communicative, I will endeavour to apologize," came the echo from the opposite corner. I confess that I was conscious of a certain feeling of irritation. The mildest of men does not care to be mocked, and I am not prepared to say that I am the mildest of men. Still, I did not propose to have in a railway carriage any unpleasantness with a man who, after all, might be a perfect stranger to me. So I gathered my papers and wraps together and withdrew to the other end of the carriage. Scarcely had I done so when the man who had been in front of me did likewise. He gathered his papers and his wraps. He came and planted himself in front of me at this end, as he had done at that. There could be no doubt that the action was intended to be impertinent. The thing was done too deliberately to admit of any other supposition. Still, I was not prepared to show resentment. I did not see how I could do so, that is, with any regard to my own dignity. I could scarcely have a vulgar squabble with a fellow then and there. The boat train does not stop between London and Harwich. We were compulsory companions while the journey lasted, unless I threw him out of the carriage window or he threw me. Better to endure his insolence, unless it became aggressive, until we reached our destination. I became tired of reading. I put down my paper. The man in front of me, in pursuance of his apparent policy of faithful imitation, simultaneously put down his. He returned a look with which I favoured him, but to that I was indifferent. I continued intently to study his countenance, asking myself when and where, before meeting in that carriage, I had encountered him before. He looked a gentleman. I was prepared to admit that he was a gentleman. He had about him that indefinable something which the trained observer inevitably associates with his idea of a gentleman. He was probably between 30 and 40 years of age. He was good-looking, with a long, sallow, oval face, which was innocent of moustache and whiskers, and a very curious mouth and chin. I think it was the peculiarity of that mouth and chin which impressed one with a consciousness that he might not be an agreeable man to quarrel with. There was something about the formation of the lower part of his face which was suggestive, though only to my imagination perhaps, of cool, calculating, unflinching cruelty. I say that this might have been a suggestion of my imagination, but his eyes conveyed not merely a suggestion but an absolute certainty. They were the most beautiful eyes which I had ever seen. They were large and black, jet black and deep, so deep that it seemed impossible to penetrate their depths. The pupils had a curious trick of dilatation like a cat's. They were large at first, and seemed to gleam with light. As you observed them, they grew perceptibly smaller, until a point remained, a point of light. No man could look at that man's eyes and doubt that he was as real as the grave. The unflinching way in which he met my gaze had a curious effect upon my nerves, though I am far from being a nervous man. The more I continued to observe him, the more persuaded I became that we had met before, not once but constantly. So firmly were his features impressed upon some mislaid tablet of my memory. Yet, try how I would, I could neither remember where I had seen him nor who he was. This was the more extraordinary, because he was possessed of so distinct an individuality that one was disposed to say that one need only set eyes upon him once, never to forget him. I could restrain my curiosity no longer. I leaned forward, and regarding him fixedly, I said, "Don't I know you?" He leaned forward, and regarding me fixedly, replied, "Don't I know you?" It was but an echo. The man persisted in his mockery, and yet the tones of his voice, with what a strange familiarity they seemed to ring in my ears, and at the same time how they grated on my nerves, how they filled me with a sense of irritation. He had advanced his face to within a few inches of my own. In the irritation of the moment, I was more than half disposed to strike him. The palm of my hand itched to salute his ears. I believe that I should have struck him had I not all at once become conscious of the look which was in his eyes. The pupils grew and grew until they glared at me like a wild beast, then like a man. I drew back in my seat, stifling an exclamation. There could be no doubt whatever that murder was in the man's eyes, that he was mad. I lost him when we reached Harwich. I went at once to the Antwerp boat. The night was glorious. I remained on deck while the boat was being cast from her moorings. After she was out in the river, after she was out in the sea. I had no desire for a cabin. I did not trouble myself even to secure a berth. I had no desire for slumber. I of course was conscious that in my peculiar circumstances, sleep was a factor not to be neglected. Without a proper amount of sleep, a man's nervous system is bound to suffer, and when his nervous system suffers, the man suffers altogether. He loses perfect control of his mental faculties. To keep perfect control of my mental faculties was, to one in my position, literally a question of life or death. It is, I firmly believe, only when a man loses perfect control of his mental faculties that the police score what they call their successes. Therefore, to me, a proper amount of sleep was indispensable. But at the same time, I was aware of what was the exact amount I did require, and I knew that I wanted none just then. I was in no mood for slumber. I was in a mood to enjoy the perfect night, the fresh breezes, and the smell of the sea. And I was in a mood after a while to think of Alan Foster. I wondered if he was still lying where I left him, with his face to the ceiling. I am quite willing to admit that I felt a certain satisfaction in picturing him to my mind's eye exactly as I left him. I felt a certain pleasure in painting as vivid a picture as my imagination would allow me of the room in which I left him. A picture of the little details of the room, his chair and mine, the shaded lamp upon the table, the look upon his face when in that last swift moment he understood that I meant business. The inanimate thud with which he had banged on the floor. I wondered if he had made much mess, whether I ought to picture him with or without the adjuncts of a crimson pool. If I had possessed the secrets of the magicians, I would have travelled back for an instant just to see. I had frequently speculated as to what would be the sensations of a man in my position. I do not know that there was anything remarkable about my own. I should say in no extraordinary sense that my sensations were those of satisfaction. When I had had enough of thinking of my last meetings with Alan Foster, my thoughts recurred to the fellow in the train. As I leaned over the side of the steamer, I taxed my brain with an effort to recollect where I had seen him. Again and again I had almost hit upon his trail, when it again escaped me. I couldn't think who the man might be. I wondered if he was in the boat, bound with us for Antwerp, or whether he was journeying in the boat to Rotterdam. Thus wondering, I stood up, and turning to the smoke-room, which was just behind me, saw him at my side. I own that I was startled. I had supposed that I was the only person upon deck. He certainly had not been there a moment back. I had heard no one approach, yet there he was, leaning as I was leaning, with one hand upon the side of the vessel, his eyes fixed intently upon mine. For some moments we continued in silence to observe each other. As we did so, I was conscious that his glance began to fill me with a species of vague discomfort, if I may say so, with a sort of horror. It was absurd to suppose that I should allow him to continue to amuse himself at my expense. I spoke to him. "May I ask, sir, if you have any intention of dodging my steps?" He said nothing. He continued to look at me, and the more he looked at me, the less I liked the look of him. "It is not a fact, sir, that you and I have met before?" "It is." The voice in which he uttered the two little monosyllables was such a familiar voice, a voice which was so well known to me, that the mere fact of its exceeding familiarity filled me, although it may appear exaggeration on my part to say so, with a vague sense of pain. Surely the sound of that voice has been ringing in my ears for years. "May I ask, sir, where we have met before?" He was silent. Less and less did I like the expression which was in his beautiful eyes. May I ask, sir, what is your name? I have no connection with the police. It is true that the peculiarity of his demeanour, the intentness of his gaze, the sense of discomfort with which I was conscious that his presence began to fill me, had led me inwardly to inquire if the fellow could be in any way connected with the police. But I had not formulated the inquiry in words. How come he, then, to reply to my unspoken query? Could he be connected with the hounds of Scotland Yard? The suspicion of such a possibility filled me with a sudden passion, with one of those ugly rages for which among my friends I believe I am well known. I moved towards him, bent on mischief. As I moved towards him, he moved towards me. His eyes were fixed on mine. I protest that of no man living have I ever been afraid, and of no man dead, of things of flesh, not of things of air. I have never hesitated, even for an instant, to do anything because I was afraid. Witness my career. I protest that until that moment I believed myself to be incapable of the thing called fear. But when, in that moment, I met his eyes and saw them well, and in the moonlight clearly, I was afraid. I slunk away and stole into the smoke room and left him there. When I entered the smoke room, still tingling with the consciousness of having played the coward, I found it in the possession of 3 persons. 2 were upon one seat, and had arranged themselves in such a position that each was able to stretch out his feet on the seat in front of him. Both were asleep. The other seat was occupied by a single individual. He also was asleep. He lay stretched out at full length upon the seat in such a manner that at his feet there was only left space enough to enable me to crowd myself in the corner. This vacant space I occupied. As I sat there in that cramped position, my feelings towards that luxurious individual were not of the friendliest kind. He was evidently in the enjoyment of perfect comfort. He was actually snoring, while he had left me scarcely room enough to breathe. I was telling myself that it would serve him well right if I were to pull his nose with sufficient vigour to rouse him out of his state of selfish stupor to a consciousness of the requirements of the situation, when the door opened, and the man came in from whom I had slunk away. He paid no attention to me whatever. He stood looking down at the snoring sleeper. As he looked, the expression of his countenance was simply diabolical. It startled even me as I sat looking on. Lower and lower towards the sleeper he bent his cruel, handsome face. Suddenly putting out his hand, he grasped the sleeper's nose and wrung it with such savage ferocity that I half expected to see the nose torn right off the victim's face. No man could continue wrapped in slumber whose nose had been handled in such fashion as that man's nose was handled then. The snorer not only ceased to snore, but he sprang to his feet and emitted a yell which must have been audible throughout the ship. The little apartment was in confusion. We were all of us upon our feet. The sufferer fondled his nose, as well he might. The adjectives which proceeded from his lips my pen is unable to record. "Who did it?" he yelled. "Who did it?" He glared at each of us in turn, as if disposed, in the first paroxysms of his pain, to regard us all there as guilty parties. His actual assailant had vanished like a coward through the door. I was just about to point this out when, to my amazement, the man who had been sleeping just in front of me charged me with the assault. I repelled the charge with all the indignation with which, on the impulse of the moment, I was capable. The man declared that he had seen me do the deed.
"Why," I cried, "only at a loss to conceive what could have induced him even to imagine such a thing. You were asleep." "I was between sleeping and waking," he replied. "I saw you looking at that gentleman. I saw you lean over him, and I saw you pull his nose." If I had not shown the sufferer pretty clearly that discretion upon his part would be the better part of valour, I believe that he would have attacked me there and then. I declared, upon my honour, not only that my accuser lied, but that I was incapable of the conduct with which he charged me. I explained whose was the guilt. "The man came in and looked at you, and pulled your nose. Before so completely was I taken by surprise at what seemed to me to be so unprovoked an outrage, I could stop him. He was gone again. We went out to look for the miscreant. We sought for him in all directions, but he was not on deck. No signs of him were to be seen. We asked the watch if he had noticed anybody moving. He declared that he had noticed me, but that with the exception of myself, no one had been on the deck for the last hour or more. It is certain that the sailor was deceived, as he might very easily be in that uncertain light, but the gentleman whose nose had suffered looked at me, as though if he only dared he would. I know not if the story got about, and if the general verdict was that I was the guilty party, but it certainly seemed to me throughout the rest of the journey that the whole of the passengers gave me plenty of elbow room. Not a soul could I get to exchange a word with me during our passage up the Scheldt. Whoever I spoke to immediately found that something required his presence in another portion of the ship. More than once, before we arrived at Antwerp, I was on the point of showing my resentment. But until we drew up at the quay, I never caught even a glimpse of the ruffian for whose outrageous conduct it seemed I was temporarily suffering. I entered the train for Brussels. It seemed until just as the train was starting that I was to have the compartment to myself. When the signal had been actually given, and the train was already in motion, the door at the opposite end of the carriage opened, and a man came in who had wrung the unconscious sleeper's nose half off his face. With the calmest air in the world, he came down the carriage and placed himself on the seat in front of me. This was a little more than I could stand. "As you have come in, sir, you must excuse me if I get out." I put my hand through the window to unfasten the door, but the engine had got up steam. We were clear of the station. To have attempted to align would have been to infringe the bylaws of the railway company. I should have found myself in the hands of the authorities. There was nothing for it but to make the best of the situation, and to treat my unwelcome companion with all the philosophy at my command. I put my legs upon the seat. I prepared to take my ease. My companion did exactly as I did. He put his legs upon the seat, and he prepared to take his ease. But I was not to be moved by such a trifle as that. If it was his humour to play the mountebank, his humour caused no sort of inconvenience to me. As the train moved through the flat country which lies between the Antwerp and the Malines and beyond, I, for my part, was wrapped in thought, until the silence was disturbed by my companion. "It's not bad fun, this running away from the police." The fellow's words were so exactly interpreted the thoughts which had been passing through my brain that I could not help but let him see that I was startled. I moved my legs from off the seat, and turned and faced him. Still bent on imitation, he turned himself towards me. The fellow filled me with such a sense of curious repugnance that I was at a loss for words with which to address him. He, however, seemed to be completely at his ease. He began lazily to remove his gloves. Having removed them, he held out towards me his hands. I noticed what white, slender, artist hands they were. "Look at them. They are white enough. They are without a stain, and yet they have died in blood." He spoke in the tone of voice which seemed to be so intensely familiar. "They died with the blood of a friend, of the best friend man ever had. I killed him, my best friend." He leaned back in his seat. There was a smile about his lips which seemed to me to be the incarnation of all cruelty. "I killed him because I hated him, and a little, I think, because he loved me so. He had always trusted me, and I had always played him false, and the more I played him false, the more he trusted me. For that I hated him. I robbed him of his moneys, and he pretended that the things which I had stolen had been his gifts to me. For that I hated him the more. So having robbed him of great things all his life, I robbed him out of pure pastime, of a little thing. I robbed him of his wife. This fool, he loved his wife. He loved her, I do believe, better than his soul. So when he learned what I had done just for the sport of it, he dared to show resentment, for which I killed him there and then. I killed him when his heart was hot with rage against his well-tried friend. That was yesterday at 6. I left him there, just where he fell upon the floor. I went round to my rooms. I slipped a few things in my dressing bag. I caught the boat train at Liverpool Street. I am en route for Brussels, and after that I know not where. The fellow laughed softly to himself. It was the most dreadful sound I had ever heard. Was he man or was he devil, that he could read the inmost secrets of my heart, only to make a jest of them like that? It was not his own tale he had told. It was mine. I had slain my friend only a couple of hours before I had met this fellow in the Harwich train. Already I didn't doubt that the avengers of blood flattered themselves that they were upon my heels. How come this man to know what was hidden from all the world but me? I knew not what to say to him. What was there to be said? Unless I took him by the throat and crushed the life from him. I would have done it had I dared. But for the second time in my life my courage failed me. I didn't dare. There was something about this man which I knew so well, it frightened me. I racked my tortured brain with the unanswered, and it seemed unanswerable question. Where had I seen this man before? Not another word was spoken upon either side until we reached Brussels. As the train drew into the station, I rose and said, "Well, is it your intention to accompany me, father?" He shrugged his shoulders, and he smiled. I went out and I left him sitting there. But all the time as the cab drove through the busy streets to the hotel, I felt as though that man were sitting in the cab there at my side. 2. The Haunted Man. After dinner, by way of a little relaxation, I went to a certain cafe where there are women who sing. I do not pretend that the place was a place of particularly good repute, or that the entertainment which it offered was in any sense worth listening to. As a matter of fact, the performance was execrably bad and abominably dull. Indeed, the place was a vulgar and backward place, and therefore excellently suited to the humour I was in, for I was in a blackguard frame of mind. I sat drinking the poisonous concoction which they call absinthe et alanicete, while one of the chanteuses, a hideous fat woman, hovered above me and asked for drink. On the table next to mine there were some papers. I drew them towards me. Among them was a London paper of that day's date. It was uncut. I had travelled quicker than I had, having probably reached Brussels by the Ostend route. Opening it, my eyes searched down the columns. They lighted on a paragraph which was headed, "Dreadful Tragedy in Sackville Street." I read the paragraph. It was a narrative up to the date of Alan Foster's murder. It seemed that they must have discovered the body only a few minutes after I left the house. Alan's man had gone to the room and knocked, and having received no answer had tried the handle, and found that the door was locked. He waited some minutes, then returned, and as he still received no answer to his knocking, fearing that Alan was ill inside the room, he sent for assistance, and had the door forced open. Braithwaite had been in the service of Alan's father. He had tended Alan himself almost since he was a child. I pictured the old man's face as he saw his master lying dead, murdered, on the floor. It seemed that the body had made a mess. The newspaper said that the corpse was discovered lying in a great pool of blood. I could not altogether understand how that could be. I was positive that I had spitted the heart with one blow, given with Alan's own stiletto, a long, slender weapon scarcely broader than a bodkin. It seemed hardly probable that much blood would flow from such a wound as that. The paragraph concluded by stating that the police were on the track of the assassin, and that a warrant had been issued at Scotland Yard. So we shall see. When I had finished reading this instructive item of current news, a chanteuse came around, a scallop shell in her hand, soliciting subscriptions to compensate her in some measure for the vocal agony which she had been recently enduring. As I glanced up to drop some sous into her cell, my eye chanced upon a man who was seated at a table right in front of me, but on the opposite side of the room. It was the man of the train. He too was reading a journal, just as I had been doing, and apparently his was an English journal too. As I looked at him, he looked at me, and raising the paper, pointed to a particular paragraph it contained, indulging in that soft devilish laughter of his, which seemed to fill my very soul with horror as I heard. The sensation with which I regarded this man, and heard his horrid laughter, and felt his eyes upon my face, filled me with a feeling of the profoundest physical repulsion. "My God!" I cried unconsciously aloud, "who is this man?" The chanteuse still lingered in front of me. She supposed that my question was addressed to her. "Which man? That man sitting at the table there? Mon Dieu! Is it not Monsieur's Corsican brother?" The woman's words struck a chord which had been vibrating in my memory, yet which had escaped my keenest search. No wonder I supposed that I had seen this fellow's face before. It was so like my own, and as the sudden revelation of the fact that this was so flashed upon my brain, such a sense of horror came rushing, whirling over me, that I staggered like a drunken man. The woman must have thought that I was mad, because so soon as I had recovered sufficient self-control, I rushed out of the place and into the busy street beyond. I tore along the Boulevard du Nord like a thing. Such was my haste that I came into unwitting contact with someone who was advancing in the contrary direction to my own. It was a little child, a little girl. She had been the force of the collision that I had flung her back upon the stones. I picked her up. I took her in my arms. I soothed her tears. She was a little thing, thin and pale and poorly clad. I made her distress my own. I pressed some silver coins into her hand and begged her to forgive my unintentional transgression. The sight of the silver coins seemed to have more effect even than my words in the drying of her tears. She looked at them, and through the tumult of her grief there already dawned a smile. I was just about to make my peace and leave her, happy in the possession of her new-found wealth, when a man came striding across the street at the rate of a good 6 miles an hour. It was the man whom that Gentius had suggested was my Corsican brother. He caught the child from off the ground. He struck her with his hand. He kicked her with his foot. He tossed her out into the gutter. It was the cruelest thing. And then, as she lay crying where she had fallen, he turned to me and pointed to her, and laughing, disappeared into the crowd, leaving me standing where he had come on me, riveted to the ground. The child's cries attracted the attention of the passers-by. They advanced to her assistance. I advanced with the rest. But to my amazement the ungrateful creature cried out the more at the sight of me, and shrank back as though I were a plague. "What is the matter with your little one?" inquired the bystanders. "He beat me, he kicked me, he threw me out into the road." The little child stretched out her hand towards me, as though I had been guilty of these things. The wickedness of such a surge, made by one whom I had so recently befriended, for the moment took my breath away. But instead of treating the child's wanton accusation with the incredulity which I naturally expected, the bystanders turned on me with black looks and lowering brows. "To treat a little child like that," they said. "Messieurs et mesdames," I exclaimed, "so far from treating a child like that, I would not injure a single hair upon her head. This little child is laboring under some extraordinary delusion. It is not I who did this thing. The miscreant who was guilty of this wanton cruelty vanished as quickly as he came. He was a stranger, ladies and gentlemen, to me. But rather than this little child should suffer, even at a stranger's hands, I will present her with an napalea with which to dry her tears." It is not money which will pay for conduct such as that. The people crowded round me. There were some of them whose fists were clenched. The looks with which they regarded me were anything but looks of love. Ominous murmurs were in the air. It would have needed but little to have induced them to lay on me hands of violence. It was with the greatest difficulty that I appeased their anger. It cost me 5 napales to dry the sufferer's tears. Such incidents as that, if repeated, were likely to prove expensive, to speak of nothing else. It was with feelings of the strongest resentment towards the scoundrel who hung upon my footsteps that I pursued my way towards my hotel. More than once I suspected that he was at my side, or just behind me. Once I distinctly heard his footsteps keeping pace with mine. I turned. He was peering over my shoulder, actually pushing his face against mine. "Well," he said, and smiled. In my sudden justifiable fury I struck at him. He nimbly moved aside, so that he escaped my blow. Laughing that low, soft laugh of his, before I could pursue him, he vanished in the crowd. It was certain, if I was to continue to endure the infliction of this fellow's presence, that my health would suffer, and chiefly on my health rested my chances of safety. If it failed me, it was not impossible that I might fall into the toils of those banglers at Scotland Yard. They would then say, "You say that we never make a capture. See what a capture we have made now." When all the time it was not their wit which had prevailed, but it was that defiant who hung upon my heels who had played into their hands. I resolved to go straight to bed. When I reached the hotel, I noticed that the man from whom I demanded the key of my apartment seemed to look at me in askance. "I am tired," I explained. "I have been traveling all night. I am going to get some sleep. It is that which I require, sleep." The man said nothing, but it seemed to me that he was extremely careful to keep himself at arm's length of me. What was there about my personal appearance which should make this fellow anxious not to come in contact with my person, or which should cause him to stare at me like that? As I ascended the staircase, I met a young man who was coming down, servant of the hotel, or some such thing as that. She had a smile upon her face, but when she caught sight of me and her eyes met mine, the smile vanished. I never before saw so sudden and so singular a change come over a woman's face. She shrank away from me sideways against the wall, as though she was afraid that I would strike her. "My child," I said, "what is the matter with you? You stare at me as though I were a ghost." She didn't answer me, and she ran down the stairs with the swiftness of the wind. What should induce the woman to behave like that? If there was anything curious about my face, it was owing to the want of sleep. It was only sleep which I required, nothing more. "At last," I cried when I entered my apartment. "At last I am alone, free from all that noisy crowd in the enjoyment of my own company. Now for slumber, for a little closing of my eyes in sleep." As I moved across the room, I remembered that I had omitted to lock the door. It would never do to overlook that ceremony, or that ill-omened wretch, in his measureless impertinence, might even venture to invade the precincts of my bedchamber. I turned to supply the omission, and in the very act of turning, perceived that the man had been before me. I was too late. The fellow had taken instantaneous advantage of my slight forgetfulness, and already had forced himself upon my privacy. He stood only a step or two in front of me, with a look upon his face such as surely is only to be seen upon the faces of the friends in hell. It was a look which I had not seen before. It was instinct with some dreadful meaning. The pupils of his eyes were distended to a monstrous size. They gleamed as if with fire. But I was not to be frightened by his threatening looks at a moment such as that. I had come there to seek that peace which seemed to have eluded me since yesternight. And if I could not have peace, I would at least have privacy. I would not have any solitude polluted by the presence of that thing of evil. He should go out. He should go out. Even though in the struggle there was murder done, and he murdered me as I had murdered Alan Foster in his room the night before. With my blood coursing through my veins as if it were a stream of liquid fire, I advanced upon that messenger from hell. As I advanced on him, he advanced on me. I stretched out my arms to take him by the throat, he copying my actions in all the details. I gave a spring to grasp at him, the wildest passion burning in my heart, and I struck against a mirror. I struck against a mirror. Oh my God! The thing of evil which I thought to grasp was but the image of myself mirrored in a glass. That creature on whose countenance was pictured all the patience of all the fiends was my own image mirrored in a glass. That human animal whose eyes gleamed cruelty and shouted murder was my own image mirrored in a glass. The dreadful being who had been my almost constant companion since the moment in which I had struck the devil's blow, and who had read the inmost secrets of my heart, and whose ostentatious wickedness had so filled my soul with loathing, had been all the time but the image of myself mirrored in a glass. I could not believe that the thing could be. I could not believe that the messenger from hell was formed in my own likeness, but it was so. There could be no doubt about it. The thing was as plain as day. A mirror ran from floor to ceiling. I stood close up to it. There, staring at me in the silvered glass, a smiling fiend, was myself. In that dreadful moment when I first realized what manner of man indeed I was, my legs trembled beneath me, and I would have sunk upon my knees to plead for mercy from my God, only that I lacked the courage. It was not me whose hands ran blood to speak with God. And yet it would have been better that I had dared. For as I stood there, striving to obtain the courage which should enable me to shape my lips in the utterance of a prayer, there came a touch upon my shoulder, and turning I beheld at my side the man in the train. He pointed to the mirror, and he smiled, as he always seemed to smile, a devil's smile. You see, we make a pair. I am you, and you are me. How strange you should not have known me when first we met. How strange you should not have known your own voice when first you heard it echoing in the train. I knew it now. I knew my own voice as it proceeded from his lips. Then I understood how it was that its exceeding familiarity had seemed to fill me with such a sense of bitter pain. I had been sent in order that you may be able to see just what sort of man you are. I am the power which has been given you to enable you to see yourself as others see you. I will be with you to the end, a mirror ever ready to your hand. He stopped, and he whispered in my ear, and he smiled, a devil's smile. You know, it was murder. There was nothing gallant in the deed. It was the act of a coward and a cur. See, it was like this. He took me by the arm and he turned me round, and I saw a table on which there was a shaded lamp. And at this table sat a man, and his face was that of a true man, and the light in his eyes were pure and good, and I knew that it was Alan. And this fellow went and sat on a chair which was on the other side of the table, and he looked at Alan. And as the lamplight fell upon his features, I noticed what a difference there was between his looks and Alan's. They both were handsome men, but Alan was a fair-haired, blue-eyed, open-faced English gentleman. The other's was the cleverer face, but there was something in it, notably in the expression of the mouth and of the eyes, which repelled. Something which told me, as I stood watching there, that the heart within the man was evil. And Alan said, how well I knew his full, clear voice, and as he spoke there was a cloud upon his sunny face. Jack, I hope you won't mind my saying what I am going to say, but I was bound to ask you here so that we might have it out between us. I was bound, old man. The man up on the other side of the table smiled. My dear Alan, pray don't apologize. Jack, Alan rose. He began pacing to and fro. He seemed to have to that to say which he found it difficult to utter. Jack, you remember when Doris left me? How my heart was broken, you were quite sure, Jack? I only ask it as a matter of form, old man, because of course I know that no man ever had a better friend than you have been to me. You were quite sure, Jack, that you knew nothing of our going? The other was a moment or two before he answered, and during that moment or two he smiled. There was lying on the table a long, glittering, slender blade, which Alan had brought home with him from India, and which it had been his habit to use as a paper knife. The blade was so slender, the temper of the steel was so true, and the handle was so heavy that one had but to hold it, point downwards 5 or 6 feet from the ground, and drop it, for it to bury itself almost to the hilt in the wood. The man on the other side of the table drew this odd paper knife of Alan's to him. He began to play with it. As he did so, his smile became a very peculiar one indeed. My dear Alan, don't you think it is unnecessary for two such old friends as you and I to pay any attention to mere matters of form? Besides, it is nearly 2 years since Doris left you. Some man would have forgotten such a wife in a week. I thought she was forgotten long ago. Forgotten? You thought that I had forgotten Doris, Jack? Forgotten her, my darling? I shall never forget Doris while I have life. If she were to come back to me this moment, or if she comes back to me in 10 years' time, I will take her to my arms again. If she only come, and I will forgive her everything. But you have heard me say that sort of thing over and over again. Just answer my question, Jack. You are quite sure that you knew nothing of her going? My dear Alan, don't you think that it is rather late in the day to ask me such a question as that? Of course I know it's late in the day, and of course I know that the whole thing is an absurdity, but the fact is, old man, some man have been saying... Alan paused, as if he were at a loss for words. The man on the other side of the table continued to smile and to trifle with the paper knife. Well, some man have been saying... What? Some man have been saying that you knew more about her going than you pretended. That is the truth for you, old man. There was a slight pause. When the man up on the other side of the table spoke, there was something so peculiar in his tone of voice that even blundering, slow-witted Alan must have noticed it. My dear Alan, it would be just as well that you and I should have a clear and perfect understanding once for all. It will have to come one day, and why not now? I wish you clearly understand that I am as sick of hearing Doris's name as I am sick of Doris. Jack, Alan. What do you mean? I say that I am as sick of hearing Doris's name as I am sick of Doris. That is what I say, and that is what I mean. You are sick of Doris? Do you know where she is? I know very well indeed where she is. Jack, where is she? She is in a house for which I paid the rent, but thank goodness with your money and not with mine. It is only right, my dear Alan, that you should pay house rent for your own wife. Jack, say that you lie. My dear Alan, I shall not say that I lie, because I don't. It seemed that Alan could only gasp. Doris ran away with me, you fool. She never cared for you a pinch of snuff from the beginning. When I acted as your best man, and she stood by your side at the altar, I knew that it was for me she cared. It was the old story of Iliathozoakim, Elote Kipegme. Always, Alan. When you had married her, I thought I would take her from you. So I took her. It was the easiest thing. The joke of it was that you never suspected it was I. You made of me your confidant instead, and what a blind fool you have always been, dear boy. But the thing has got beyond a joke. Doris has become a nuisance. I never cared for her. As I said, I am as sick of hearing Doris's name as I am sick of Doris. There was a pause. Alan said nothing, but with the cry of a wounded lion he rushed upon the man who sat at the other side of the table. The man waited for his spring. Just as Alan was upon him, he rose, holding the glittering weapon with which he had been playing above him in the air. He drove it to the hilt into Alan's breast. Without the utterance of a sound, Alan banged backwards onto the floor. I saw him lying there, and I knew that he was dead. My dearest friend. He whose chief crime had been that he loved not wisely, but too well. The wretch who had done this deed of darkness turned towards me and said, with about his lips and his eyes that devil smile, "You see, it was like that you did it." I covered my face with my hands and tried to hide from my eyes that dreadful sight. And when again I removed my hands, the table with the shaded lamp had vanished, and the dead man upon the floor, and there was nothing there but that wretch who regarded me with his unceasing smile. And as I looked at him and he at me, the door of the apartment opened, and 3 men came in, one of whom advanced to the wretch standing in the center of the room. He laid his hand upon his shoulder, and he said in cold, stern tones, "John Alton, you are my prisoner. I arrest you for wilful murder." There was a flash of something in the air. I knew that a pair of handcuffs had been produced. The wretch had remained quiescent for a moment, as if stupefied by an unexpected blow. But when he saw the glittering fetters, he leapt upon the officer, and in an instant he bore him to the ground. The others ran to the assistance of their fallen comrade, or there would have been another murder done, and I should have seen a second corpse lying on the floor before my eyes. The guilty wretch, in his wild frenzy, bit and scratched and tore and kicked and fought and screamed and yelled, like the thing which indeed he was, a fiend from hell. Strangers streamed into the apartment. The room was filled with people, and in their midst the one man against the 3. They fought like devils, here, there, and everywhere. But at last they mastered him, the 3 against the 1, and in that same instant the scoundrel vanished. And I lay there upon the floor, torn and scratched and bruised and bleeding, with jibes upon my wrists. And they dared to say it was I who had struggled. They lied. Why should I have struggled? Was it because I was afraid of them? Does it look as though I were afraid of them? Now that I am writing this, every word of which they tell me will be used against me. What do I care what they use against me? I repeat it once more in black and white. It was I killed Alan Foster. I. And it is my complete conviction that under the same circumstances I should kill the fool again. The so-called terrors of the law have no terrors for me. They are quite welcome to take me to any place of execution they may please, and there to hang me by the neck till I am dead. End of To be used against him.
The Vision of Mirza by Joseph Addison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Borst. The Vision of Mirza by Joseph Addison. When I was at Grand Cairo, I picked up several Oriental manuscripts, which I have still by me. Among others, I met with one entitled The Visions of Mirza, which I have read over with great pleasure. I intend to give it to the public when I have no other entertainment for them, and shall begin with the first vision, which I have translated word for word as follows. On the 5th day of the moon, which according to the custom of my forefathers I always keep holy, after having washed myself and offered up my morning devotions, I ascended the high hills of Baghdad, in order to pass the rest of the day in meditation and prayer. As I was here airing myself on the tops of the mountains, I fell into a profound contemplation on the vanity of human life, and passing from one thought to another, surely, said I, man is but a shadow and life a dream. Whilst I was thus musing, I cast my eyes towards the summit of a rock that was not far from me, where I discovered one in the habit of a shepherd, with a little musical instrument in his hand. As I looked upon him, he applied it to his lips and began to play upon it. The sound of it was exceeding sweet, and wrought into a variety of tunes that were inexpressibly melodious, and altogether different from anything I had ever heard. They put me in mind of those heavenly airs that are played to the departed souls of good men upon their first arrival in paradise, to wear out the impressions of their last agonies, and qualify them for the pleasures of that happy place. My heart melted away in secret raptures. I had been often told that the rock before me was the haunt of a genius, and that several had been entertained with music who had passed by it, but never heard that the musician had before made himself visible. When he had raised my thoughts by those transporting airs which he played, to taste the pleasures of his conversation, as I looked upon him like one astonished, he beckoned to me, and by the waving of his hand directed me to approach the place where he sat. I drew near with that reverence which is due to a superior nature, and as my heart was entirely subdued by the captivating strains I had heard, I fell down at his feet and wept. The genius smiled upon me with a look of compassion and affability that familiarized him to my imagination, and at once dispelled all the fears and apprehensions with which I approached him. He lifted me from the ground, and taking me by the hand, "Mirza," he said, "I have heard thee and thy soliloquies. Follow me." He then led me to the highest pinnacle of the rock, and placed me on the top of it. "Cast thy eyes eastward," said he, "and tell me what thou seest." "I see," said I, "a huge valley, and a prodigious tide of water rolling through it." "The valley that thou seest," said he, "is the vale of misery, and the tide of water that thou seest is part of the great tide of eternity."
"What is the reason," said I, "that the tide I see rises out of a thick mist at one end, and again loses itself in a thick mist at the other?" "What thou seest," said he, "is that portion of eternity which is called time, measured out by the sun, and reaching from the beginning of the world to its consummation. Examine now," said he, "this sea that is bounded with darkness at both ends, and tell me what thou discoverest in it." "I see a bridge," said I, "standing in the midst of the tide." "The bridge thou seest," said he, "is human life. Consider it attentively." Upon a more leisurely survey of it, I found that it consisted of 70 entire arches, with several broken arches, which, added to those that were entire, made up the number about 100. As I was counting the arches, the genius told me that this bridge consisted at first of 1,000 arches, but that a great flood swept away the rest, and left the bridge in the ruinous condition I now beheld it. "But tell me further," said he, "what thou discoverest on it." I see multitudes of people passing over it, said I, and a black cloud hanging on each end of it. As I looked more attentively, I saw several of the passengers dropping through the bridge into the great tide that flowed underneath it, and upon further examination perceived there were innumerable trap-doors that lay concealed in the bridge, which the passengers no sooner trod upon but they fell through them into the tide and immediately disappeared. These hidden pitfalls were set very thick at the entrance to the bridge, so that the throngs of people no sooner broke through the cloud, but many of them fell into them.
They grew thinner towards the middle, but multiplied and lay closer together towards the end of the arches that were entire. There were indeed some persons, but their number was very small, continued a kind of hobbling march on the broken arches, but fell through one after another, being quite tired and spent after so a walk. I passed some time in the contemplation of this wonderful structure, and the great variety of objects which it presented.
My heart was filled with a deep melancholy to see several dropping unexpectedly in the midst of mirth and jollity, and catching at everything that stood by them to save themselves. Some were looking up towards the heavens in a thoughtful posture, and in the midst of a speculation stumbled and fell out of sight. Multitudes were very busy in the pursuit of bubbles that glittered in their eyes and danced before them, but often when they thought themselves within the reach of them, their footing failed and down they sunk. In this confusion of objects I observed some with scimitars in their hands, who ran to and fro upon the bridge, thrusting several persons on trap-doors which did not seem to lie in their way, and which they might have escaped had they not been thus forced upon them. The genius, seeing me indulge myself in this melancholy prospect, told me I had dwelt long enough upon it. "Take thine eyes off the bridge," said he, "and tell me if thou yet seest anything thou dost not comprehend." Upon looking up, "What mean," said I, "those great flights of birds that are perpetually hovering about the bridge and settling upon it from time to time? I see vultures, harpies, ravens, cormorants, and among many other feathered creatures, several little winged boys that perch in great numbers upon the middle arches. These," said the genius, "are envy, avarice, superstition, despair, love, with the like cares and passions that infest human life." I here fetched a deep sigh. "Alas," said I, "man was made in vain. How is he given away to misery and mortality, tortured in life, and swallowed up in death?" The genius, being moved with compassion towards me, bid me quit so uncomfortable a prospect. "Look no more," said he, "on man in the first stage of his existence, in his setting out for eternity, but cast thine eye on that thick mist into which the tide bears the several generations of mortals that fall into it." I directed my sight as I was ordered, and, whether or no the good genius strengthened it with any supernatural force, or dissipated part of the mist that was before too thick for the eye to penetrate, I saw the valley opening at the farther end, and spreading forth into an immense ocean that had a huge rock of adamant running through the midst of it, and dividing it into two equal parts.
The clouds still rested on one half of it, insomuch that I could discover nothing in it, but the other appeared to me a vast ocean planted with innumerable islands, that were covered with fruits and flowers, and interwoven with 1,000 shining seas that ran among them. I could see persons dressed in glorious habits with garlands upon their heads, passing among the trees, lying down by the sides of fountains, or resting on beds of flowers, and could hear a confused harmony of singing birds, falling waters, human voices, and musical instruments. Gladness grew in me upon the discovery of so delightful a scene. I wished for the wings of an eagle, that I might fly away to those happy seats. But the genius told me there was no passage to them, except through the gates of death that I saw opening every moment upon the bridge. "The islands," said he, "that lie so fresh and green before thee, and with which the whole face of the ocean appears spotted as far as thou canst see, are more in number than the sands on the seashore. There are myriads of islands behind those which thou here discoverest, reaching farther than thine eye, or even thine imagination can extend itself. These are the mansions of good men after death, who, according to the degree and kinds of virtue in which they excelled, are distributed among these several islands, which abound with pleasures of different kinds and degrees, suitable to the relishes and perfections of those who are settled in them. Every island is a paradise accommodated to its respective inhabitants. Are not these, O Mirza, habitations worth contending for? Does life appear miserable that gives thee opportunities of earning such a reward? Is death to be feared that will convey thee to so happy an existence? Think not man was made in vain, who has such an eternity reserved for him. I gazed with inexpressible pleasure on these happy islands. At length said I, Show me now, I beseech thee, the secrets that lie hid under those dark clouds which cover the ocean on the other side of the rock of adamant. The genius making me no answer, I turned about to address myself to him a second time. But I found that he had left me. I then turned to again the vision which I had been so long contemplating. But instead of the rolling tide, the arched bridge, and the happy islands, I saw nothing but the long hollow valley of Bagdat, with oxen, sheep, camels grazing upon the sides of it. End of the Vision of Mirza. Recording by Bill Borst.
To Weird Violin by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. The Weird Violin by Anonymous. The great Polish violinist As was strolling aimlessly about the town on a sunny but cold afternoon in November of a certain year. He was to play at night at one of the great concerts which made the town so musically famous, and according to his usual custom, he was observing passers-by, looking in shop windows and thinking of anything rather than the approaching ordeal. Not that he was nervous, for none could be less so, but he came to his work all the fresher for an hour or two of idle forgetfulness, and astonished his audiences the more. Turning out of the busiest street, he ambled into a comparatively quiet thoroughfare, and throwing away an inch of cigarette, produced a new Havana, lighting up with every sign of enjoyment. Now it was part of his rule when out on these refreshing excursions to avoid music shops, and he had already passed half a dozen without doing more than barely recognize them. It is therefore very remarkable that, walking by Lowe's music warehouse in this quiet thoroughfare, he should suddenly stop, and after remaining in doubt for a few moments, go straight to the window and look in. He had not seen anything when he first passed, and indeed he had merely ascertained, out of the corner of his eye, that one of the forbidden shops was near. Why then did he feel impelled to return? The window was stocked, as all such windows are, with instruments, music, and such appurtenances as resin, bows, chin rests, mousse, strings, bridges, and pegs. An old grenadiers, valued at several hundred guineas, lay alongside a shilling set of bones and a flageolet. All ocarina and several mouth organs were gracefully cropped upon a gilded copy of Eliza. Amongst the carefully arranged violins was a curious old instrument, the like of which the virtuoso had never seen before, and at this he now stared with all his eyes. It was an ugly squat violin, of heavy pattern and ancient appearance. The maker, whoever had been, had displayed considerable eccentricity throughout its manufacture, but especially in the scroll, which, owing to some freak, he had carved into the semblance of a hideous grinning face. There was something horribly repulsive about this strange work of art, and yet it also possessed a subtle fascination. The violinist, keeping his eyes upon the face, which seemed to follow his movements with finest persistency, slowly edged to the door and entered the shop. The attendant came forward, and recognizing the well-known performer, bowed low. "This is a curious-looking fiddle in the window," began the artist at once, with a wave of his hand in the direction of the find. "Which one, sir?" inquired the attendant. "Oh, the one with the remarkable scroll, you mean? I'll get it for you." Drawing aside a little curtain, he dived into the window-way and produced the instrument, whose face seemed to be grinning more maliciously than ever. "A fair tone, sir," added the man, "but nothing to suit you, I am sure." As soon as Herr S. touched the neck of the violin, he gripped it convulsively and raised the instrument to his chin. Then, for a few moments, he stood firm as a rock, his eyes fixed upon the awe-stricken attendant, evidently without seeing him. "A bow," said the musician at length in a low voice. He stretched out his disengaged hand and took it without moving his eyes. Then he struck 4 strings with his long fingers and drew the horsehair smartly over them with one rapid sweep, producing a rich chord in a minor key. A slight shiver passed over his frame as the notes were struck, and the look of concentration upon his face changed to one of horror. But he did not cease. Slowly dropping his gaze, the performer met the giving glance of the scroll face, and though his own countenance blanched and his lips tightened as if to suppress a cry, the bow was raised again, and the violin spoke. Did the demon whisper to those moving nervous fingers? It almost seemed to be doing so, and surely such a melody as came from the instrument was born of no human mind. It was slow and measured, but no solemnity was suggested. It thrilled the frame, but with terror, not with delight. It was a chain of sounds which, like a sick man's passing fancy, slipped out of the memory as soon as it was evolved, and was incapable of being recalled. Slowly, when the last strains were lost, the great violinist dropped both arms to his side, and stood for a few moments, grasping violin and bow without speaking. There were drops of perspiration on his forehead, and he was pale and weary-looking. When he spoke, it was in a faint voice, and he seemed to address himself to something invisible. "I cannot endure it now," he said. "I'll play again tonight." "Do you wish to play on the instrument at this evening's concert, sir?" inquired the dealer, not without some astonishment at the choice, much as the performance had affected him. "Yes, yes, of course," was the reply, given with some irritability, the speaker having apparently roused himself from his semi-stupor. As the dealer took back the fiddle, he chanced to turn it back uppermost. It was a curiously marked piece of wood, a black patch spreading over a large portion and throwing an ugly blur upon the otherwise exquisite purfling. "See," gasped the artist, pointing a shaking finger at this blotch and clutching at the shopkeeper's shoulder. "Blood." "Good gracious!" ejaculated the other, shrinking back in alarm. "Are you ill, sir?" "Blood, blood," repeated the half-demented musician, and he staggered out of the shop. It was night, and the concert room was crowded to excess. The performers upon the platform, accustomed as they were to such sights, could not but gaze with interest at the restless sea of eager, expectant faces which stretched before them. That indescribable noise, a multitude of subdued murmurs, accompanied by the discordant scraping of strings and blowing of reeds, was at its height. Now and then a loud trombone would momentarily assert itself, or an oboe's plaintive notes would rise above the tumult, and in short the moment of intense excitement which immediately precedes the entrance of the conductor was at hand. Suddenly the long-continued confusion ceased, and for an incalculably short space of time silence reigned. Then a storm of deafening applause burst forth. Necks were craned and eyes strained in vain attempts to catch an early glimpse of the great violinist, who was to open the concert by playing a difficult concerto of Spohr. It was noticed that as the virtuoso followed the grey-haired conductor to the centre of the platform, he was unusually pale, and those who were seated at no great distance from the orchestra observed also that he carried a curious violin, instead of the Stradivarius upon which he was wont to perform. A tap on the conductor's desk, a short, breathless silence, and the sweet strains of the opening bars issued from the instruments of 100 able musicians. The soloist, with a sinking at heart which he could scarcely account for, raised the violin to his shoulder, and saw for the first time that it had been restrung. As he invariably left stringing and tuning to others, this would appear to have been a matter of no moment, and yet it had a strange effect upon him. Again that shudder passed through his body, and again he unwillingly met the glance of those diabolical eyes upon the scroll. Horror of horrors, was the face alive, or was he going mad? The band, which had swelled out to a loud forte, now dropped to pianissimo. The moment it arrived, Harris raised his bow and commenced a lovely adagio. What had come to him? Where were the concert room, the orchestra, the anxious crowd of people? What sounds were these? This was not spore. This sweet melody so like and so unlike the weird music which he had played in the dealer's shop. What subtle magic had so acted upon those strains that their horror, their cruel mockery, had entirely vanished, and sweet pure harmony alone remained? It seemed to the player that he stood within a small but comfortably furnished room. Two figures were in the room, those of a beautiful young girl and a dark, handsome, foreign-looking man. There was something in the face of the latter which vividly recalled the face upon the scroll, and, strange to say, a counterpart of the violins had rested under the man's chin. The girl was seated at a harpsichord, and, as she played, her companion accompanied her upon a strange instrument. From the costume of both, the dreamer concluded that they were phantoms of 100 years ago. Ernestine, the man was saying in a low voice as he passed his bow over the strings, "Tell me tonight that you have not dismissed me forever. I cannot wait for your love." "It is useless," replied the girl. "Oh, it is quite useless. Why importune me further? I could never love you, even if I were not already promised to another." A savage light gleamed in the man's eye, and more than ever he looked like the face on the violin, but he did not immediately reply, and the music went on. "You tell me it is useless," he said at length, "and I tell you that it is useless. Useless for you to think of him. Do you hear?" he continued, lowering his violin and leaning towards her. "You shall never marry him, I swear it by my soul." The girl shrank from him, and the music ceased. Though he did not know it, the dreaming violinist had reached the conclusion of the adagio movement. He did not hear the deafening plaudits which greeted the fall of his bow. He knew nothing of the enthusiasm of the orchestra or the praise of the conductor. He heard no more music. "Look, what is this?" The girl had seated herself upon a couch, and her lover, his violin still in his left hand, is kneeling at her feet, passionately imploring her to listen. She expostulates for a while, then repulses him and rises. A malignant fire darts from the furious foreigner's eyes. Something bright gleams in his hand. He rushes forward, raises his arm to strike. The presto movement had commenced, and an extraordinary circumstance soon made itself apparent to the audience. The violinist was running away with the band. Greatly to the horror of the conductor, the tempo had to be increased until a prestissimo was reached. Still the performer was not satisfied. There seemed no limit to his powers tonight. His fingers literally flew up and down the fingerboard. His bow shot to and fro with incredible swiftness, and yet the music grew quicker until the unhappy conductor, who with difficulty put along the toiling band, felt that a fiasco was inevitable. On rushed the fingers and the bow, faster and faster still. A few of the bandsmen fell off from sheer exhaustion, and stared horror-stricken at the mad violinist. Some of the listeners rose in alarm, and many were only detained by extreme anxiety from bursting into loud and frantic applause. Suddenly, with the loud snap of a string, the spell was broken. The orchestra, unable now to proceed, stopped in utter confusion, and a loud sigh of released suspense went up from thousands of throats. Then the whole mass rose in sudden horror, as the violinist dropped his instrument with a crash upon the platform, stared wildly around, clasped a hand to his side, and with a strange cry fell to the ground insensible. For weeks the great violinist lay between life and death. Then nature reasserted herself, and he recovered. But it was long, very long, ere he could again appear in public. Was the weird and mysterious violin never again sent forth its strange and mysterious influence? It had been hopelessly shattered in that last night of its performance, which had well nigh proved fatal to the world-famed player. End of Mr. Weird Violin by Anonymous.